Yo,
Yo, what's good, bro?
what's up, man? How you been?
Hey, I'm good. Yeah, dude. So, yeah, they were pretty triggered about it. He said he's a truck driver. They got to get their supplies or whatever every once
Yeah.
in a while, and they had this strict policy where you just can't just enter, even if you have to take a pee. You know what I mean? Like it's
Mhm.
just it's like unrealistic. Like I mean, how are you gonna keep schedule and also you know like you have to pee in a bottle or something. Like that's ridiculous. So yeah, it's pretty funny. He told me that I I wasn't. It's not like we never even talked about this before, and I kind of mentioned the fact that I was a flat earther, and he's like, "No shit," and then he shared me that story, and I thought that was pretty funny, bro. That he had actually caught them with doing that kind of filming crap in the water tanks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they have openly admitted that the place exists, but they say it's for training. But when they say you can't tell the difference between them training, like the astronauts themselves have said that they can't tell the difference from when they're training and they were trying to give credence to how amazing the training simulation is. So they were trying to make it like it's so good that we can't tell when we're up there or when we're down here. But at the same time, they're telling on themselves because then that just means like, well, then it makes sense that they have you do stuff down here for the videos, for the online stuff, and and then they just say that that you're doing it up there. Can't tell the difference. It's just funny. It's
Dude,
retarded.
doing it up there, the term up there is like, dude, you would know if you were going into space. Like
Right.
it'd be very apparent. Like it's not like they just knock you out and then you wake up in fucking outer space and have to do the mission.
Yeah.
And and if they didn't knock you out and they could like for training, bro, like it makes no sense. They obviously know the difference.
Yeah.
And they would have known, but like there is no difference. It's all on like Earth. It's all on the land.
Yeah, and it's funny because I mean, like that one astronaut that got caught saying like, you know, right there live, and and he names his landmark or this part. I forgot what state it was in, but he says where we're coming at, from here, and it like he pretty much marked himself the way he said it that they were in a facility on in New York or something like that. Because he's like coming from you to us here in New York. Like, wait, what?
Oh yeah, I saw that one. That's funny. They get a lot of these places, bro. It's not just it's not just one location where they got these tanks. They got
Yeah.
a bunch of people that are doing it different places. I would assume at least five different locations they could do this. Holy crap, dude!
Yeah, it's
It
just a
was just like
studio. I
14.
mean, you could be anywhere. You could
Oh
build that
yeah,
anywhere. Yeah, but it's just one of those things where you either you know you either believe that they're doing that or you don't. And then the fact that there's all these anomalies and like hands going through things and you can see the graphics failing them, the green screen graphics. If you still choose to believe that they are where they say they are, doing what they say they're doing, well, you just can't help people like that. Just like, dude, that's what you believe, then that's what you believe. I mean, if you think giraffes can fucking drive cars, well then fuck. I'm not going to argue that. I can't change
I'd like to see that happen.
that. Well, it's just one of those things where you can't fix stupid. And people that are brainwashed are typically stupid.
Bro, imagine an action movie with a giraffe driving like a super fast car down the streets of Italy.
It looked like a Toys R Us cartoon
But
with
yeah,
Jesse the giraffe. What?
yeah, yeah.
Man,
Uh,
that's funny though.
yeah, you snapped with that giraffe driving a car with his head sticking out the window.
Right? Or with the sunroof because his neck's too long. I mean, I'm just saying,
Yeah,
like, you gotta believe. If you believe that, then I mean, how do you argue that? If someone believes something that's clearly not true, I guess is the word I'm looking for.
yeah, dude. Oh God, I had I've been watching this TV thing. I was hanging out with my sister, and she was watching this space program or whatever on the TV, and they're saying that Uranus and Neptune had basically swapped orbits like several times, and they were so sure of it, dude. Like there was no doubt in their story. Like they hadn't expressed any doubt the fact that this had to have happened to them, and it's like, how do you even prove that? Like this is this is the
Right.
wildest speculation that I can think of, even like on a quantum theory level. Like it's just really ridiculous. It's like how I mean, like, and how insignificant would that be, anyways? Like, who cares? So they swapped orbits. Does that mean we're gonna me and the moon's gonna start being our orbit, or something? What's really gonna happen with us? Nothing.
Yeah, that's just it's all lies, bro. They're just all lying, anyways. Doesn't matter. All lies.
Bro, like, do you think that they do like special space drugs over there, like to even tell these stories?
Special space drugs, dude. Who? You know what? Who knows what they do, dude? They are crazy, man. They are lying. That's for sure. They're just lying.
Like, I couldn't I couldn't lie like that hard being sober, bro. I'd have to be fucked up. Like they have to, dude. These guys, they're like they gotta be dropping acid or something, like something of that sort. Like, or they're just making some crazy bullshit up, and they're taking the piss the whole time. And like off camera, they're just like dying laughing, red in the face with tears streaming down their face. And they're like, "Did you hear what I said? It was swapping orbits, bro. Can you believe that shit?"
Right.
And then they got the freaking CGI working, and like it's showing it, and it's just like it's so ridiculous. I'm just sitting there like, come the fuck on, bro. Like it's funny, but it's not funny. It's actually like embarrassing for the human race, bro. Like this is this is stuff that like animals aren't even this stupid. Like
Yeah.
like I mean, I know animals can be pretty dumb, like, I mean, with deer running in front of cars and other animals doing that stuff too, but like, animals for the most part are a lot smarter than being able to having to believe in shit like that. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a concept that's so stupid that they can't even like entertain it. What do I know?
No, I hear you. I definitely hear you, dude. Definitely hear you. It's all nonsense. I'm playing this game while I'm talking to you, and it's called State of Survival. And I've been playing this game for like a year and a half now. And it's the same game. Like it's one game, but it's constant. And I don't think there's an end to it, to be honest. I don't. It's going forever.
It's like the zombie apocalypse. There's never gonna end. There's no
Right.
way you can win.
Right. Jeez. This game's fun though. So
So, what was it like? You kind of like just make yourself like a settlement or something? Like, what is it like?
well, you build. Yeah, I mean, it's your same old where you build up and you protect. You know, you fight. You're constantly fighting. You're constantly doing that, and it's one of those things where you have you build up your base, you build up your your forces, and you eventually you fight other people. There's clans, all that stuff, all the everything that's in the mix of these typical games. It's always the same stuff. But yeah, yep. It's fun. I've been playing. It's like a year and a half now. It's a fun game.
I don't know if you saw this thing this dude was talking about Return of the Mac. He was talking about like some kind of solar filter. Um and it's just so required, and really it's not like for most purposes you don't really need a solar filter unless you want to protect yourself or the device that
Uh
you're
huh.
using, or like if you really like want to get like a heavy solar filter where it's basically like you're just looking through like a super dark lens or whatever,
Yeah.
then yeah, like you might need it for some things, like you could get in some crazy like important shots of whatever the hell you're doing. But so like he said this solar filter does, like, it shows you that the sun goes down below the horizon or whatever. And I'm like, really? W- that's cool because mine didn't do that. My solar filter showed the sun disappearing and fading away
Yeah.
above the horizon. Quite a bit above the horizon. And he didn't acknowledge it. Nobody does, they don't want to talk about that video. They don't want to talk about any of those videos. I'm not like somebody important for them to knock down. Maybe I'm just too insignificant to discuss the actual facts. But you know, it is what it is, man. I showed him the video. He didn't even have any response. He posts his own crappy video, which doesn't look like it's reflecting reality from the first glimpse. I'm not going to give him any view time if he's not going to give me any. So screw it.
Yeah.
I- I've been through this bull crap for 8 years, man. I ain't got time for this crap.
Yeah. I hear you.
Maybe it's 8 years. Beginning of 2015, like, where does that bring us? Yeah, like pretty close to 8 years, bro. We're almost 2023.
Yeah. I've been fighting this fight for a long time now. Arguing this foolishness for a long time. I'm just at a point where I'm like, dude, they either get it or they don't, dude. It's a wrap for me. Like, it's stupid at this point.
Yeah, it is. I mean, dude, how long do they have to, like, how much time do they need to really prove something? At least one thing about the globe. And they can't even do that within 8 years. Dude, they can't even go back to the moon, bro. They can't even fake going back to the moon yet. How fucked up is that?
Yeah, they're gonna have to work on their presentation there because it's definitely false.
Who dat? Next to the future. Like the name, dude.
I can't find you. Who you is?
I'm
Who's that?
witchcraft at the bottom.
What?
Witchcraft at the bottom of the list.
Okay. Hi, witchcraft.
So nice to meet you, bro. What do
Yo.
you think? What do you think? We're going back to the moon or nah?
It was so good the first time. I mean, sure they only got like postcards or like T-shirts, but it's nice to get new ones all the time. There is like a pretty dope like tourist spot on the moon.
Bro, I want to go. I want to go there with John Travolta, and I want him to tour his property of the moon.
What are you
They're like,
saying? John Travolta's got a spot up there.
oh, like yeah, he bought property. I just want to like see that gif where he's just got that coat on his arm, and he's just looking around like, where's everybody on the moon?
Yeah. This the Pulp Fiction one?
Yeah.
That's funny. Dude, they're full of it, dude. They think they're gonna. I'm really like surprised that they're even gonna attempt to fool us. Being especially how much scrutiny now is in there. I really don't know how they're gonna fake it. They're going to try though, because there's a lot of idiots that will still believe them. But it's gonna be interesting.
It's so funny. Like, all you have to do is look up to prove that gravity is bullshit. Like, it's just so easy. Look up at the moon. You see those craters? How none of them are like, they have no like, they're like all direct impact looking kind of. If they were craters from some kind of physical object, they're all direct impacts. But guess what? They're all facing the Earth. There's no way it would hit the moon before it hit the Earth.
Right?
The
That's
Earth
I
is
mean,
simply too big.
there
Big
there's
game over.
there's not one that is like, if you look at like a crash landing of a plane like hitting the earth and like just digging like a trench, like a, like in Hollywood movies when they show like a meteorite and like it makes like a long, like, like a freaking trail because it's a hit, right? It hit the ground. But when you have these direct like perfect circles, like, dude, what's but again, they're so brainwashed, they can't think like that. Like, you tell them that, and they'll be like, I don't get what you're saying. What you say? No, it is possible. It is possible, and that's what it is, and that's what happened. Like, they're so stuck in their brainwashing that is their reality, even though it makes zero sense. It's horrible. It's horrible.
It makes
And
sense
it's
if
like
you think about it like a lot, and then like don't think about how much like you don't really have to think about it logically. You just have to think about it where why would they lie, and then oh, you shrug it off.
No, no. Well, that's for us, but for them, they think like that. Like, for the brainwash, they will defend that, and like your logic doesn't make sense to them because they don't have any, so they can't grasp the simple explanation because they have a narrative that they believe in, and it goes against it. Like, when you ask someone, hey, how come there's no, like, from these common or asteroid, you know hits, why is there not one like sideways, or like, like a crash, like from a side, like a skid mark? And they'll just be like, oh, that's because the gravity of
everyone's
the moon pulls it straight to the center of the earth.
direct hit every single fucking time.
Even while the most bodies, all these planetary bodies are like supposed to be rotating, like it's still a direct impact.
Yeah,
Makes no sense.
yeah,
It's
yeah. It's okay.
crazy.
So imagine a humongous fucking 8 mile fucking rock. Okay, and the gravity of these celestial, masses are so powerful that they can pull that big ass rock directly into them. But when an airplane's flying, it
it doesn't go fucking like suck it into the center of it. No, you could actually go and sideways, and you could even get close to the ground and go sideways and then land perfectly. But let's say your engines went out, right? And you're like, oh my God, mayday, mayday, we're crash landing. When you crash to the earth, the plane doesn't fucking go directly to the center of the earth from the gravity. It hits and it makes a fucking 2 football fields worth of fucking wreckage because it slid across the ground. These guys are so fucking, they're just idiots, dude. They're just complete fucking idiots. And they don't get logical things. They just don't.
Yeah. Well, it's probably the asteroids are getting launched out of the Earth so that we can hit the tidally locked side. Is that possible?
I could imagine some like fucking ancient guys that had like a big ass slingshot. They're like, hit it like a kid on the fucking in the backyard, hitting cans off a fucking fence with the rocks in the slingshot.
I know. There's like not one fucking stupid ass myth from any culture I've ever read that's like, yeah, and then Johnny took a slingshot and then he put the craters in the moon with his slingshot. It never happened. I've never read anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, man. But here's the thing, though. Like, thankfully, when we use that logic and we explain why we don't believe the narratives in the brain in the indoctrinated, stories, like hopefully there's someone else listening. Like, yeah, I've never thought of that because when you're in the thick of it, when you're going to school and you're learning and everyone's laughing at the person that doesn't believe in the heliocentric model and the ball model. Actually, Exo brought something up pretty good 2 days ago. He said, "Do you realize it's not even the heliocentric model anymore? Like they have." He said, "That's a model from the 70s." And I was like, you know what? Come to think of it, he's right because they changed it. That now it's like, remember the sun zooming through and then all the planets are chasing it like a corkscrew. That wasn't the model in the 70s. That's a new model, and he called it the Gathering or something. I forgot. He named it and everything. He's like, so heliocentric is not even the model anymore. Like they don't even know their model. They don't even know the like. I was like, damn, I didn't even think about that. But anyways, going back to when you're in the thick of believing that, and someone points out something, just as you did, like, okay, hey, craters on the moon don't fucking make sense. Then hopefully those that are truly searching for the truth, that will spark like a little sense of fucking like, logic. And hopefully they'll be like,
It's not gonna happen.
whoa.
They're gonna be like, yeah, it's just the one side that's hit with craters. The other side of the moon that we see has got no crater. Wait, they're not gonna say that shit either. They're gonna say like the only side that we ever see has the craters that never make sense.
Yeah. Yeah. And here's the thing. So
I
Artemis,
must live on a ball.
so here's the thing. So
Okay.
Orion apparently took pictures from the other side of the moon. Apparently. Now, how long have they been back? How long has it landed? And there is zero. Remember, they're like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna get all the video and the images, because we couldn't download it. It was the bandwidth was crazy." That yet, back in the 60s, they were able to get video like fast, really fast, and show the people, "Hey, look, here's us in the moon." Right? You didn't have to wait fucking 2 weeks. They didn't have to wait 2 weeks. It was actually, I think, way faster. But the reality is now that they've landed, all these people that are all gun-ho about Artemis, I forgot who it was, dude. I wish I would have fucking screenshotted it. But one of these ballers, like about 2 weeks, when they were first starting the launch, I'm sorry, like more like 2 months, because it took them, how many months did it take for them? Because they kept failing. Before they started the launch, he was like, "Oh, all you flat earthers are going to look like fucking idiots. You guys are stupid. Watch, Artemis is going to the moon, and we're going to prove it. And they have video, and they're going to prove to y'all, you idiots, and blah." Right? He was just, I forgot who it was, man. I wish I would have screenshotted it. But then Artemis, they scrubbed it, right? And then he's like, "It's okay. We're going to figure out the leak." Like, he was so supportive of Artemis, dude. Like, he was probably jacking off to Artemis pictures. And then he finally had launched, and then he was like, "Oh, great. You know, we can't wait. We can't wait. Oh, now, what ended up happening was we're like, well, where's all the video and photos at? What happened? Why is it all CGI footage?
Stuff looked so hot before.
So
I
then
blew so many loads, so many boxes of Kleenex spent on the anticipation of this incredible fucking endeavor.
whoever it was definitely
Now,
did.
yeah.
So
They
then
must be in cahoots, the Kleenex company and the
he got
soap
stocks.
company.
Yeah, he got
Oh,
stocks.
It goes back to Germany, I'm sure.
so then now, okay, so like everyone's like, well, where's the video, where's the audio, right? These, because you're only showing us CGI shit. And then they had these certain live feeds, and they're like, oh, we can't get the other ones. Like, where's the live streaming of the launch, right? Because they did have it all the way up to a certain point, then they cut to CGI. But they're like, no, we do have that footage, but it's a lot of bandwidth. We'll get it when it comes back. Now that shit's been back for a week now, and there's no video or photos of any of. So in other words, they were just lying to us, straight up lying, because they still haven't posted anything.
Yeah, so, you know what they ought to done is appoint somebody to run those photos that like is a good Instagrammer, and they would have had a better job, right?
Right. They would have been like, let's put a filter on it. It'll show stars in the background.
This crazy LUT on this shit is crazy. Yeah. At least, you know, some selfies with the rocket. You know, just a better photo experience. You know?
They should have made an Instagram account for Earth and been like, my photos of Orion catching me. You know, I mean, like, some fucking what are they called? They call them influencer, social influencer would have done a better job than fucking their horrible.
I know. Put Khloe Kardashian in charge of NASA. That shit'll get good pictures.
That shit would get billions of views.
Like, I don't know about I was be like, I don't know about the ass of this rocket. Looks larger than in real life. Like, maybe it's tuned. I'm not sure. Are they photo tuning pictures of the moon?
Sexy rocket.
NASA has an app to make it look sexier.
Honestly, they're I'm still wondering. But if you notice, out the gate, a lot of ballers went silent on it. They didn't want to even bring it up. They didn't want it because they knew. Like, I mean, if they would have brought it up, you could easily make them look stupid. And this is why they won't become an anti-baller, because they hate being they can't even look stupid in their belief. Imagine if they didn't believe it, how much more stupid they feel. So this is why they stay where they're at, because they don't like being proved wrong, maybe, and belittled and like ridiculed, and they don't like being that person. That's why they wouldn't touch Artemis with a 10-foot pole once all this bullshit started coming out. It goes to show, though, and explain, like, okay, this is why you can't let go of your model, because you won't even accept the things within your own model, and you won't even face them because you don't like to look like a fool, I guess, or to be proven wrong. It's obvious.
I wish I went to college for making memes and then found out about flat Earth. Like, I swear, like, it would have been just so much like easier instead of just spitting facts. Like, you know what I mean? Just like putting things in, like, you know, just making fun of how retarded all this is would have been just so much easier and so much more enjoyable.
When someone says something to you, you just like post a meme to rebuttal.
Yeah.
All right. Make it nice and easy. Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of room for discussion in a lot of this stuff, but unfortunately, you know, you have your Koshos and your Xanax and your you know, what's that one idiot that keeps changing his name? NASA shield. You have those guys that come here and
Chad,
they're
there's such smart men stuck on this Glober struggle plate.
yeah, they're not stupid, but they are brainwashed, and at this point, they will die on that hill, and they truly believe that everybody that doesn't believe what they believe are the dumb ones. When you can prove to them these certain things and point out these certain things, but they will just hand wave it. They just will not listen because they have an explanation, because their story has been worked on for centuries. So every I would imagine that everything we argue about goes back to somewhere, to somebody, and they work up an answer, a response, a rebuttal, and then they come back. Like, oh, well, this was live on TV. Like today, I posted that video right now of all the air bubbles, right? Because they have a leak. Within the last 24 hours, they found out that they have a leak. Uh, and and they're going to have a powwow and then release the narrative, and it goes out. Right away, they had that astronaut on TV, on the news. He's like, "Oh yeah, this is a controlled leak. Like we deal with these." Like right away, they were on it. They have an answer for it and an explanation.
Yeah,
But
but because you don't get into these positions of authority, leadership, or whatever appointment if you can't lie real quick and fucking take advantage of that.
yeah, for the most part, you're gonna have a lot of
You don't put somebody that can't lie real good in charge of the lie. Like, let's make him head of the lie department. Now he lies like an ass. He's a shitty liar.
yeah, like that's usually what they find. That's why they that job, that position at the White House gets changed a lot, because that's a really I'm sure that those people can't sleep at night, and they do it for as long as they can do it. But you can only lie so many ways, and you can only dodge so many ways or so many times.
Double speak,
And
but you'll see like these career politicians, they're able to like do it. Like I've watched like Donald Rumsfeld for years, like under Bush, just like you just know he's not saying shit and he's not giving up shit and he's basically just saying shit so that he can make them fucking go away.
yeah, I mean
Like
that's what they're trained to do.
he's squinting his eyes at the camera, making it happen. That's somebody who carries water for the fucking, the bureaucracy. That's, you know what I mean? There's not
Yeah,
transparency. There's no transparency there.
yeah,
Mhm.
they have lied to the American public so many times, and they don't even care. It's like it's like part of that comes with the job. Like if you work at McDonald's, you're gonna learn how to make fries. It just comes with the job. If you go into politics, you're gonna learn how to lie people. It just comes with the job. And the thing is that the press secretary, the White House press secretary, they are usually the best finaglers, if you will. They know how to deal with being asked the question and deterring it, turning it around. And if you
Like,
notice, they always have, they always get prompted.
like I see them working, right? I see the work they're putting in. There's effort to like make things lay down in a certain way so that you don't
Yeah.
have to answer certain questions, right? That's like not we won't say it's lying, right? But we'll say it's making the facts lay down. They're lying. The facts are just what they are. And then you just like sit and look confident as a ma, just trying to, put on your best suit and and that works for some amount of time, but people eventually see that in the theater of what's going on, they see that there's no truth getting through, right?
Yeah.
It's just like a stonewall kind of situation. So when people adopt that same type of strategy and do it on Discord or in an argument, you see it happen sometimes. Just where that logical, certain like Zanuck is real stonewally. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
think whatever other people like do it too, I guess to some degree, but it's like it's it's so disappointing when this is this whole incredible argument, this whole incredible topic becomes limited down to like just the most like robotic human activities, trying to argue something out.
Yeah.
Because there's a right and a wrong. You know what I mean? There's this like artificial binary. But there has to be different understandings about a lot of these things that we're looking at in order for them to agree and disagree with each other so much. There's got to be a third viewpoint to like see how things are actually working. That isn't Einstein.
Yeah.
But we'll never find that trying to compare A and B. Anyway, sorry.
No, you're right, man. So that's what it is.
That's why this conversation is easy to stymie. It's easy to stymie the progress of a group of people trying to work things out. I mean, it's just like if you were taking high schoolers and then it's like every day you come in and you're like, no, we're going back to ABCs, all right? You guys clearly do not know your ABCs and your 1, 2, 3s. We're going back to that. It's like, shit. Yeah. Well, we never got on to like Chem 2 because of such. We never figured out law because we had to go back because they made us go back to ABCs all this time. And it just feels like that's my cartoonization of this argument is that's how it's gone for I don't know, whatever, 7, 8 years, 8, 9 years. It's just gonna keep going like that. It's too easy to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, the weird thing is like if it was such a cut and dry argument, it would have been over almost before it started. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If black is black and white is white, it would be like, let's just say, and not an 8-year long, campaign on people's lives committing their time to all this stuff. So, like,
Mhm.
yeah, so there's something going on. Yeah, slowly leaking out. We don't we as we just don't have the ability to even really figure out what the grander scenario is, even, right?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Till we get the flat Earth Space Agency going on, right?
Well, I mean, even the idea of trying to tell people what it is without even being able to truly find out what it is. I just feel like it's just one of those things where it's we can't do it. We cannot prove it. I'm under that firm belief that we will never be able to prove it because it's written that no man will ever know the heights of the depths. So, that is what it is.
Yeah, but they know what's up there, right? They
Who's
have
that?
to have the technology. There's Carlos. They have the technology to fake this ISS spinning around. It's trackable, right? This thing that's flying around up there, whatever it is. They know the boundary. They know what's up there. Ever since they were bombing the atmosphere with so-called nuclear weapons, big bombs, right? They know that there's some type of a barrier there. And that Norwegian rocket that went up, it looked like it was like the wake of a boat going across the ocean. They know the limits. It's not a secret to them.
Yeah.
Fake it till you make it. That's what it's all about. And they have to fake it till they make it. So in other words, if they tell the lie enough times, it'll become true.
If I was watching some stuff, I think it's like from maybe 60s NASA, vids. I don't know. Could have very well played in like a classroom somewhere on some projector that they wheel out, and it's like it's showing all this mapping that they're doing, and they're like, and that's how we're doing it with satellites. But they're clearly doing it with planes because they're landing a plane down. They're like, that's because the technology that we're doing is making it happen with satellites, but they're doing it with a plane. You know what I mean? Like they're clearly showing you, like, just like they don't have that. They don't have the tech. They have theories on the tech, and they're like, that's what we're using now, but that's not what they're using. They're using a plane with a camera.
Well,
What do you think about the
they love
technology of
lying.
today? We've got hydrogen buses here in New Zealand already, and I think they're just sort of like giving us the dregs of their technology. You know, that they're leaps and bounds ahead in technology, and they're just giving us like the bottom of the barrel slowly. Have you got hydrogen buses where you are?
Yeah, like hydrogen's just. I mean, I don't know. Whatever. It's not like deeply new tech or anything. It's just like there's this like petroleum thing. We've
It's
got a
not
thing for
new tech,
petroleum.
but it's in the consciousness now because you got electric cars everywhere. Suddenly, within the last like after lockdown, that's when all the electric cars started coming in,
Yeah,
and it's just
I
like
don't know what.
it's like the new.
Yeah, there's like a couple versions that they've got of like what one might call hydrogen tech broadly, but I think they should just be able to create like a set like a fuel cell that's like a brick that just produces hydrogen, but they and then run a vehicle off. I don't know if there's not like a whole combustion system that's like specifically built for that.
Well, China are doing a hydrogen. That's they say that's going to be the death of the electric car. It's going to run exactly the same way. It's going to sound the same with that
Yeah,
funny
well,
squeaky.
I, I
But
th-
3,000 kilometers on one charge.
it seems like lithium's sustainable, but I don't necessarily think it's like that sustainable. And I think what we'll see is like there's going to be a 10-year fascination with it, trying to make it work. Ultimately, it's going to go over to something else or return back to some revisioning of just gasoline. Yeah. The rate
The
of
whole
the car it doesn't change the carbon footprint that much. Like how much carbon is produced to produce the lithium is like just as bad as burning fuel.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what's that? That's just a fallacy anyway, isn't it? This carbon thing is just a game that they're
Is it?
playing. And yeah, you know,
Is it completely?
why not? Pollution is one thing, but the carbon footprint, that's another thing. I
I
mean, we
think
have
I think
tax on
if you the way I look at
smart.
it is like we can see all these like cars on the highways and byways and roads and just keep going and going and going. People doing their fucking things, right? But it's like every road is this commerce and that's going on. But it's also like there's like if you just use your imagination and you envision it, there's just like an inferno happening on highway, on like a parkway, with like during rush hour. It's just a controlled burn of all this stuff. So it's almost like every roadway is like this place where stuff burns up, like it as if there were just a fire in the road. You know what I'm saying? And so it's
It's
emissive
all
that way.
the unnecessary additives that they put in the fuel. It never used to be like, and they're putting it all of these highly toxic stuff into the synthetic blend, and it's not necessary at all. That's what you're breathing,
Well,
all of that unnecessary stuff.
they're just finding different, like they were putting lead into it to neutralize a lot of these things earlier. Yeah, start for yeah. I,
I'm surprised the ego of man to think that they can be destroying this world in itself because when you think of like, oh, your carbon footprint, right? Okay, there is a enough. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, but back in the 80s, there was something called the ozone layer being destroyed, and they were spouting that shit for a decade, for a couple decades. Oh, the ozone, the ozone, the ozone. But all of a sudden, it's repaired itself, and we're like, oh yeah, it's because we quit using hairspray.
Okay, right. That's because of the CFCs or whatever. But yeah, what I think is that there's just a cycle that goes on every year with the ozone. The ozone like concentrates and it dissipates like every year. It seems.
Well, again,
It's-
it's the boogeyman of science, where they go, oh, we're gonna put all this money into this technology, and it's because we want to help the earth. Just the arrogance to think that that not only are we destroying it, but that we could also save it. Like, we are, they're like, because we're burning fuels. How do we not know
right,
that
right,
the ocean and the electric, magnetic, everything, like, all this stuff that goes on? How do we know that these chemicals just, like, totally aren't affecting it at all? There's nothing's being affected. They're just telling us, oh, this is being affected, so we have to put all this money here. And then you find out that these green deals, right? This is where the fucking red flag should go off on people. We're gonna put billions of dollars into this green thing. Then you go, okay, well, what does that audit look like? And you find out that actual equipment, like what they actually paid for material and equipment to be built, is a fucking tenth of what the money they asked for. So it's like, well, where'd all that money go? And they'll tell you, and they're not shy about it. Oh, it went into like persuading other governments to join and get on board. So in other words, you're just fattening pockets of corporations that are representing these entities, as well as governments. They're just fattening each other's pockets with taxpayers' dollars for this initiative that isn't even saving anything, because
it's crazy. It's just like, yeah, but they just know that the weather was going to adjust anyway, because I mean they were doing projections of like what was going to go on with the weather um, in the like mid to late 90s. I recall like on MTV, like a big push for this eco awareness and stuff like that. Now, a lot of that had to do with like charities that were just fucking money suckers anyway, like World Wildlife Fund and all these things. But like, they already knew that this climate was going to be changing, and that they were going to have to find a reason to blame why the climate's changing. The climate's just changing because it's just it seems to be how the world just works.
well,
You, you, you that's just um
here's the thing. Remember that old joke when they go, George Bush was asked, how do you know they have weapons of mass destruction? And then he says, well, because we have the receipts. Like,
that's yeah, right. That's
they
the most
knew.
real answer.
Yeah, and then it's like they knew that,
Right.
let's say, like, now in the weather, right? They know that the weather is changing because they're fucking manipulating it, because they're changing it, because they're actually able. And here's funny. Here's the most funniest part. They brag about it because, remember, man is arrogant and prideful and egotistic. So they brag about the technologies that we have and the ways that they do things, but it goes over people's heads because, remember, there's like just a bunch of sheep just grazing on the fields, like they're not looking up to look around what the fuck's going on. So they tell the masses, hey, this is what we're doing, and we're pretty amazing. And then it doesn't click though in people's heads, like, wait, they're manipulating the weather and they're bragging about it on fucking national television, and no one is questioning anything. Well, I take that back. A small percentage of people like us, we're being like, hey, what the fuck? What do you mean you're manipulating the weather? Who do you think you are? But then you find out how the news are bragging about America, has helped the Philippines, because a huge storm was coming and they diverted a tsunami or a typhoon and using these and you're like, what? They are admitting, because on the other hand, when you're bringing it up, like, oh, hey, they're controlling the weather, and there's people like, you fucking crazy, you conspiracy theorists, shut up, you and your conspiracy theories. But they are bragging about it on the other hand, that they're doing that. So it's like, I don't know, dude. This world's fucking stupid. At the end of the day, this world's just stupid.
I mean, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. I find it a little concerning to be messing with weather. Like, yeah, I do find it concerning.
Right, and then they have this green initiative.
Do I know? Okay, I don't know. Can I just tell, like, there's like a natural course like a storm might take, to hit land, to flood out an area. I mean, all these things are going to happen. To do something to change that path. What does that do to the greater? Does that do anything? To the greater system? Is it supposed to like lay out in a certain way? It's supposed to like do what it does, and if you fuck with it, then it's going to cause like worse ripple effects like down the road, or is it just something that can be dealt with? I have no idea, about the answers to those things. But
think about this. Think about this, okay? The amount of people traveling, so the amount of planes that existed in the early 2000s, the amount of cars that existed in the early 2000s compared to 2020. Because remember, you have population increase as well as, manufacturing increase. So you have a larger footprint, quote unquote, in their falsehoods. But in the early 2000s, I remember very clearly Al Gore was saying that the ice caps were going to be melted completely by 2020, and they also put up a sign at this one park that said these will be gone by 2020. Well, now you fast forward to 2020, and the ice is still there, so they had to take that sign down. But it was a fear mongering tactic that was used 20 years prior, and they promised that this was going to happen. But yet, 20 years later, the ice shelf is still there. And think about it. The increase should have definitely melted it if that was their science, right? There we go again with the science word. We throw that around like it's nothing. The science, they're like, trust the science. In
yeah,
the
I mean, well,
in the
there are
growth
like
of the footprint, it,
yeah.
it all should have been melted away. But it wasn't, and it hasn't.
Well, I don't know.
There is a video that they see. This is the problem. This is why people don't know, because they'll take a video of like the ice melting in a particular season,
Yes.
and then they'll take a picture of one polar bear right there, and one little small ice cap looking all sad because it's fucking about to die. But they don't want to show you the videos of like a huge fucking ice shelf somewhere else, and all the polar bears are fucking just running around like happy. Like
Well, that's why they had to change the name to climate change. Before it used to be called global warming.
Yeah, they did switch it up in the middle there.
That was almost like, almost like a type of agenda in some other way, where it was like this whole cultural shift. It was like global warming was happening, being
Yeah,
portrayed as this environment thing, while there's like a bait and switch, while like this cultural agenda gets like put in place.
exactly.
Until it's just that it's changed now. The climate has changed. The climate,
And
but not just the environment, but the social environment. The social climate has changed. You know what I mean? Like these modulations are going on. Weird
yeah,
shit.
and the media using Operation Mockingbird is very, very good at manipulating the masses, conscious, if you will, the collected conscience, because they can sway minds as a
Th-
as a whole.
this social engineering, that aspect of it, to me, is one part that people really, really discount the technology and the advanced level of technology that's available here, because it's
Right.
like beyond like any kind of thrusters or ray guns one might make. Like being able to trick people goes back way far,
Oh yeah.
just so far.
They've
It's
been
like
doing that since the Egyptian days, right?
The
from
only way I can think
before
that this
that,
is possible is
before
if
that.
some of them, they must be having like longevity. There's no way that they could be doing this for the next generation or for any other reason except for they're living longer. Because it's not going to
Well,
benefit them unless they're having a long life.
obviously that they're now looking into they're projecting that in 10 years from now they are going to find or unlock the what is it called, where you the fountain of youth, like with Neuralink, like what's his name, Elon Musk is on record saying this. He's like, with Neuralink we will find where, like, you'll just be eternal. Your consciousness will be able to be downloaded and then put into, in in a
You go to
mechanical
the
thing.
techno afterlife. Is that what
Yeah,
happens?
yeah,
Wow.
and so they're he's claiming that because he was even asked, like, well, when's this going to start? And he's like, and the way he talks, he's like, like he's like stuttering, like, probably about 5 years. I'm like, what? So in 5 years, that's his goal, right? Like, what's your 5-year plan? His 5-year plan is to be able to download your mind onto a chip, and then be able to transfer that chip
Right.
into anything that could like play that information back, and you'll still be a reality. It is a total fucking Simpsons cartoon episode.
Right. It's an interesting thing trying to figure out.
Yeah, and he said that they're within 5 years. He feels that they're right there, and that he'll be in 5 years, definitely in 10 years. He said so. We should be about 5 years, but definitely in 10 years. And it's like, dude, these people are planning to fucking make you will be able to live forever. No, maybe not me and you, but people that could afford it. And there's a show called, I think it's called 100, and they talk about that in one of their seasons. They land on one of these planets, and these people are serving as gods to the people, inhabitants of this one planet, but they're literally using that technology. And this show came out, I want to say, like 3-4 years ago. And this is exactly what Elon Musk is working on. It's just really, really crazy. So the people looked at them as gods, but all they would do is they would take the hottest chick or the hottest dude and say, "You've been chosen, right? Like, your body's going to, it's going to, you are going to embody the spirit of God." So they take them, they kill them, and they take the chip from one body, from the old body of that one guy that was king before, and they put it in this new body. And then that new guy comes out. He's like, "Hey, I'm God." And they're like, "Yay!" Right? Like, you made it. So, dude, has anyone ever seen that? Am I the only one that's ever seen this fucking episode or this series? I would say everyone go watch it. It's fucking pretty. It's actually really cool. It's really good. It's really good.
What's the name of it? What's it called?
It's called 100.
The 100.
And what it is, it start like season 1. There's like 100 people picked to go on this like spaceship, and they're gonna like save humanity, right? And then they find out that like Earth is destroyed, so they can't go back to Earth. And I think it's season 3. They land on this planet, and they're like this group. They all have that technology. They have these chips in the back of their heads, and they just take them out, put it in another body, and that's why they live for hundreds of years, thousands of years, because they're using that technology, the same fucking technology that Elon Musk is even creating right now. It's just crazy. Look here, let me find it. I'll find it and I'll post it because it is honestly, actually, now that I'm talking about it, I want to go back and rewatch it just to see how much of it is there already. Let me see here. 100 TV series.
All I can say is like they're really promoting that Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. I hear it all the time. He's far from the richest man in the world. He's heavily in debt.
Technically not the richest man, no.
Elon's wealth is all in his Tesla shares, so that's not exactly free cash. It's all invested. If he pulls it out, the stock will crash, so he can't really get to.
I mean, if he was so rich, why does he have to have a loan to buy Twitter?
Because he doesn't want to sell his Tesla shares. His money's all in his Tesla shares. He's not liquid rich.
How you doing anyway, man?
It's like having a house. You can't sell it. If you sell a house, you don't have it anymore.
Well, it's like Elon's like this sort of white knight, you know, because of the wealth that he has, the ability to move things, and then, you know, the just the ability to go in and get distressed assets and then do something with them. I think that's he's worked on that.
I think he's an actor.
But like, yeah, I just think that
Yeah, I think
there's
he's compromised.
I think Twitter's obviously like some sort of like front for just information collecting, and he's just like taking over that. Like he's done other things that are like sort of military industrial, like information
It's kind
industrial
of like
company.
they need to have a spokesperson for this conglomerate of wealth and the direction in which they're pushing technology. They need to have a personality behind it. That's how I see Elon Musk. He's just an actor, you know. He's getting paid pretty well. He's living the high life, and he's sometimes he's good with words.
Yeah, no, he's just been adopted by like a certain section of like the futurist like community to like leap in on these different projects. Yeah.
He has backing. Not really independent.
But he'll also like in the thing of like where like I think it's working with one guy who was just like a startup like inventor, and he was just like working on he had just like a device that you could like a wearable device that can like, you know, whatever read I don't know what it's reading really, but it, you know, can read your, I guess, surface potential under your your skin, like in your brain or whatever, you know, but just like something wearable. And that was well before the Neuralink stuff. I think that's probably like maybe 5-6 years or something ago when that started. But that's not that's not Neuralink. But yeah, essentially just like be able to absorb like little fringe pieces that don't actually work, buy those people out, and or absorb them into a different team or something like that. It's I don't know. It's like just there was like this wave, what they call like disruptive tech, you know, of which like Uber was a part of, like that wave. Do you remember that era, or do you know that was like a thing people were saying like, yeah, disruptive tech, you know, like Uber, like all these delivery apps, like all the and all that would be considered just these new like applications that were gonna change the way that people normally did business. You familiar with that time? And there were like all these like startups trying to crack into the next type of disruptive tech. 3D
You almost
printing was looked at it too. Like that's a disruptive technology because it takes factories out, takes engineers out and stuff. It allows people to like make things.
You almost said weapons. Yeah, I would see most of this technology is a form of a weapon. It's a weapon against our civilization. It's definitely it's a form of control. It's the new warfare.
Yeah. Well, no, predominantly like we're just like ruled by the technology rules. I mean, technology is about just behind everything, you know. Very few things are like low tech and totally awesome. Anyway, can't make money off of those.
Well, the mathematicians, they say that the speed of technology doubles every 6 months. So whatever you've got now, you're looking forward to half a year from now having something twice as fast.
I mean, up to a point, right? Yeah.
Why does there have to be a point though?
It's because like it's not scale. It doesn't mean that it might be that the R&D can make it double every 6 months, but it doesn't mean that the scalable output of the company can make that thing.
Well, supercomputers will definitely be able to help, sort of make that happen. Apparently, China has a supercomputer which is 2 billion times faster than any supercomputer in the world.
Yeah, but what could it really do?
Yeah, gotta add numbers quick.
Calculation.
Well, it's just calculating. That's all it's doing. It's calculating. But,
Well,
do you believe in AI?
Yeah, that's what it is, right? AI.
That's not. It's just a
make
computer's a computer.
And make new computers and make an army of robots and send them out.
That's tough going.
I mean, if you think about it, if the powers that be have got some super technology and they're drip feeding us with the dregs at the bottom of the barrel, we're obviously, we don't really have freedom. We're being spied on from left, right, and center. I mean, I've seen articles about Wi-Fi where if they wanted to, they could, whoever's has the technology can direct it at your home, and using their technology, they can go through the Wi-Fi field and basically just see, like watching a TV screen, what's going on inside your house. That's how good it is, and if that's the case, then they know everything that's going on all the time.
On the land.
It's what happens, it's called insider trading.
I guess the people that aren't on any network or anything like that pretty much do what they want. What's the word? Unmonitored.
Yeah, it's like that Pelosi, what's her name? She was insider trading in Hong Kong. Many, many years. That's how she got so wealthy. She doesn't make much from being a politician, but she's super rich. It's because she knows what's going to happen before it happens.
Didn't she retire by now?
Mm. Yep.
See on that Captain America Super Soldier Serum. She ain't never gonna die. Just send Joe Biden to Mars. That'd be dope. Him and Nancy, they could like rule from Mars.
That's not far enough. Let's try Uranus.
So
Someone
why
says,
do you believe that story about the Wi-Fi?
Well,
Mic check.
like I said, I believe that well, I've seen a documentary about it, but I believe that we're getting the dregs of the bottom of the barrel in as far as technology is concerned. We're sort of just being drip fed, and they're leaps and bounds ahead of what what we're allowed to have.
Okay. What mechanism do they use that taps into your Wi-Fi signal that broadcasts internet that gives them the ability to watch you?
Exactly. Well, they have a technology where they can use the Wi-Fi field. It's like a bubble, yeah. They can look at that as it's like a screen,
How so?
and they can literally see everything that's going on within that field.
How do
Yeah,
they
I
do that?
mean, how so?
Hang on.
That's right.
So they can do that without
They
hacking.
have the technology, and we don't.
How do they do that?
So they can like
And you
hack
see
it
how much
without
Wi-Fi
hacking at
there is.
all.
There's literally Wi-Fi everywhere. You're saturated in Wi-Fi.
I-
So they just
I
need to
get
do
it. That
Yeah.
has nothing to do with how they use it to see.
Well, obviously, if we don't have the technology to do it, but they do. It's been talked about in the mainstream. It's not a big secret, but if that's possible, of course they would have been doing it for a long time. If they want to find out, that's what spies do, right? That's called insider trading. They get to know what's going on before it happens. If you can have eyes and ears everywhere, you're one step ahead of the game. Listen into very private conversations between very wealthy people who are making a business decision, and then you know what to do. While the sheep will remain ignorant.
well, Chucky just left. I think you made him paranoid. That's pretty clear.
That's good. I thought I was pretty cool, calm, and collected.
I guess he's back now.
Hey, Chucky.
I had a phone call, sorry.
Oh, were they spying on you with their Wi-Fi? Is that what's going on?
No, they
Now they're interfering with your signal.
no. I have to hang up on you so I can talk to that. Are you confused about simple technology?
They're in your head.
No, they're on my phone and in my Bluetooth.
There's a new head.
What's that?
I mean, if you had the technology to do something like that, you wouldn't want to tell everybody.
How does it work? Okay, you have no clue how it works, so why do you believe it?
Why wouldn't I believe it? I mean, they have the
Because
technology to have an ISS flying at 17,000 miles an hour around
yeah,
the sky. Um,
right, which is unrelated completely. So bring up something else unrelated.
I mean, the leaps and bounds way ahead. You wouldn't even know how far ahead they are in their technology.
Let's say he's going to try to
What
explain
the
it
fuck
to
does
your
that have to
friend.
do with using? What does that have to do with using Wi-Fi to see you?
I mean, if you have a really good understanding about Wi-Fi, I can only imagine you're still really limited on what it can be manipulated with.
Okay, do you have a good understanding of Wi-Fi?
No, I don't.
Okay, so why do you believe it? Because you have such a limited understanding?
No, because I truly believe that we're getting drip fed like the bottom of the barrel of technology, and it's only released to us when they think that it's appropriate.
Okay, so the people who made this documentary, did they explain how they use it to see you, or did they just tell you they use it to see you?
No, they didn't explain the technology of what they use. They just say that it is possible to do it, and this is how they're doing it.
What do you mean this is how they're doing it? They're not saying how they're doing it. They're just saying that
Well,
they're doing it.
they're explaining that it is possible to do it.
How is it possible?
Yeah, I want to know too.
They're not explaining how it's possible. They're telling you that it's possible. They're not explaining anything
Why wouldn't it be possible?
because it doesn't make sense.
Why not?
How does it work? How do you get colors? How do you get anything, any resolution?
Who said there was colors?
You said they were
Uh,
watching you like it was a television screen or like
yeah,
a screen.
yeah, exactly. I don't
So
know if
what
there
do they
was.
see?
It could have been like night vision or something like that. I'm not sure, but they could watch every move and they could listen. They could see and hear everything that you were doing or every movement.
Okay, how do you hear
Yeah,
everything that's happening?
they could listen in and they could watch.
How do they listen and watch?
I don't know.
Yeah, apparently the people that also wrote or did the documentary don't know. So you believe them because they don't know, right?
No, it was a very mainstream documentary. It didn't go into heavy detail. It was just saying that this is the technology that they have.
Are,
Yeah.
are you sure they weren't talking about using your cameras in your devices to spy on you, and your microphone's already there?
No, they had some type of. I remember it had some type of a device, and all they had to do was point it in the direction of where they wanted to see and hear, and they were able to see it on a screen and listen to everything that
Oh,
was going on.
all right. So they have to be in my driveway
Oh,
or on the lake.
don't- I don't recall if there was a distance involved, but you'd think that you would have to be in proximity naturally.
Why? So
You're
why does
maybe
the
not.
Wi-Fi have anything to do with it then?
I'm just telling you what I saw. I mean, take with a grain of salt.
Believe it because you're so ignorant about the technology. You believe it.
Oh, there's so much. There's so much that is unknown with the possibilities of the technology that they have, which
Right.
we're not privy to.
But some people have less unknown than you, and they don't believe that. So you seem to believe stories that are just told to you as opposed to actual evidence that's presented to you. Why is that?
Do you really think that every layman on the earth has the ability um, to get the highest technology and utilize it? I don't think that that's logical.
No, and I don't know why you would get that from my questions and answers. Why do you think I would think that? Because you said, do you really think? So I never claimed that was the case. Why did you ask if I really thought that?
I mean, what do you know about Wi-Fi that is restricting your understanding that it is possible to be able to utilize the field of Wi-Fi to do such a thing?
Very little, under the fact that it's what, 5 gigahertz or 2.4 gigahertz, and those are very poor at penetrating through walls and such, which is why I have Wi-Fi repeaters in my house. So, and I only have a 3,000 square foot house. I don't have a mansion, but I still need a repeater because it can't get through all the walls. So it'd be very poor at penetrating through solid objects.
But isn't the most clear version of this technology in Batman's The Dark Knight?
Say that again?
Batman's The Dark Knight.
What the fuck does that have to do with Wi-Fi?
I guess you're unfamiliar with the movie. Okay.
No, not unfamiliar with the movie. Which one? The Christopher Nolan version?
There you go.
Okay. Which one? There's 3 of them.
No, just the tech that allows them to visualize everything using cell phones.
Oh, you watched a movie. But cell phones have cameras and microphones.
Yeah.
So you believe that?
No, I was just throwing that out there as a humorous point of turn. That's all. But it's the most clear execution of what is being claimed here from Wi-Fi.
Yeah, look, just because Chucky doesn't get, maybe he doesn't understand. Kind of like when the ballers tell you, "Oh, you don't understand how it works." So what the idea is when you send out a frequency or a signal, right? You're going to get pings of it hitting something. Like you said, you got to put a repeater because it can't go so far. But in between there's physical mass. Now, if you send out a radio frequency, let's say, and you were able to use it to ping, and it can map out your area. Actually, this is how like modern day technology works when they use a camera to get, like, with the eye of the camera, and you could get all the physical area around you, and then you could do measurements within that. It's the same concept, but in this case,
No.
they're using the Wi-Fi to send out the signal, and it will give the environment in real time what all is what, and where is this a dog, is this a fucking elephant, is this a person, is this a desk, is it a chair? Because that's all it is.
Your antenna isn't pointed at a specific spot. It's an omnidirectional antenna.
Okay.
So it can't tell where that ping is coming from.
Okay, I'm saying.
So it will ping off the side of my TV and think that there's something a foot away. It won't know if that's to the left, to the right, north, south, east, west. It won't know.
I'm not getting
so how the fuck?
Yeah, you just don't get it.
I'm
gonna chalk it up. You don't get it. I'm gonna chalk it up.
Explain how an omnidirectional. Explain how an omnidirectional antenna can paint a picture.
Again, you just don't get it. So it's all right though. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. You don't get it.
So explain it.
No,
is it an omnidirectional antenna or not?
Who are you other than someone that doesn't get it? You just don't get it. You don't know it. You don't
Do
know
you
it,
get it?
so you can't explain it. So you want to
That's
argue with
right.
me. Yeah, okay, that's
Do
fine.
you
Well,
get it?
then stay blind. Stay blind. Don't worry
Do
about it.
you get it, guy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Then can you explain it to me, please?
Hey,
No, I don't want
Apple.
to.
I
I don't
agree.
want.
I agree with you, Apple. I agree with you.
I don't want to explain it to you, Chucky, because you
Why,
are.
why not?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because you are so ignorant that even if I tell you how it works, you will say no, it doesn't. You will tell me that something you don't understand doesn't work a certain way, even when you don't understand it. So I don't want to waste my
Okay.
time. Goodbye. I'm going to mute myself.
I understand that it's an
Apple,
omnidirectional antenna. Am I wrong?
It's entirely layered. Like, he's so convinced by the mainstream, it's not even funny.
I know. That's why I'm muting
No.
myself.
Is it not an omnidirectional antenna? Great answer. It sounds like you're very ignorant about this technology and you're unable to explain it, but hey, who am I? You keep fooling yourself that you know what's going on.
Yeah, so minus Chucky, just for people who are here who want to know. So in other words, it's using the technology, like a sonar. That's what they're using it as a sonar.
Wrong.
So it. See
Sonar
what I'm saying?
uses a
See what I'm
directional.
saying? See what I'm saying? Shut the fuck up. How about that? How about you just shut up?
Sonar would
How
use
about you just
directional
shut
to
up?
know.
Okay,
They
holy
would
fuck,
have
guy's an idiot.
directional antennas.
Okay,
They
so
would have
here's the thing.
directional.
So here's the thing. See, this is why you told me to tell you, and you just don't know, dude. I didn't say it's fucking sonar. I said it's being used like sonar, and this is why you're an idiot. This is why I hate engaging with you, because you ask me, well, how does it work? Come on, tell me, and then I start to fucking tell you, and you're like, nope, you did exactly what I said you were gonna do, because you're a fucking idiot. But you know what?
Okay.
This is why I'm gonna. My bad. This is my fault.
He
I unmuted myself.
he wants to control the variables, and
He's
that
an
way,
idiot. That's all. I'm just
No.
gonna chalk it up
yeah,
to he's an
like
idiot.
it's called controlled variables, and he wants you to provide him with the responses that he expects, and
No.
it's shocking.
He
Well,
doesn't.
you
He
guys
can't
aren't giving me
grasp.
any responses. You're
He
whining and
can't
bitching.
grasp. Here's the thing. He can't grasp how this technology can be used in this way, because to him, he only can understand and he only knows what he knows, and everything outside of that bubble doesn't exist, can't exist. Now here's the funny thing. Here's
Yeah,
the weird thing.
Who is that not true
Here's
for?
the weird thing.
Who knows what
he's
they
reg-
don't know?
Here's the weird
he's
thing.
regurgitating
Exactly.
everything he's
Here's
thinking.
the weird thing, though. Here's the really, really weird thing. In his bubble of knowledge, he believes that you can land rovers on Mars and drive them around. That he knows for a fact. He believes that,
Yeah.
and he'll argue with you that is true. But when you tell him,
Wait!
they're
You really
using
believe
Wi-Fi-
that nonsense? Oh
No.
man,
No,
that
I
is
don't believe that
maddening.
nonsense.
such a lie.
I don't
You
believe that nonsense.
believe that we could go to Mars? You have to be joking.
No. I don't believe that we can go to Mars because we haven't.
Do you believe that we've sent rovers to Mars?
Yes.
I told
Are
you.
you-
Ding, 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 ding. Bingo.
Yeah, because
This fucking idiot.
because I've seen remote control cars and know that you can send a signal to them.
Because I
But-
bought my son a RC car and we drove it around, and I know how RC works.
Yeah.
You have to be joking with me, right? You have to be.
So, as I was
Why?
saying, not even to
Wait.
Chucky, for
What
the audience.
what technology is unknown about that?
For the
rover on
audience.
Look,
For the
Chucky,
audience. See,
Chucky.
this is the problem. There is.
Chucky, I don't doubt that they built the rovers, they tested the rovers, you can send signals. I don't doubt that. But it's the rest of the things, like sending it to Mars. That's nonsense. I believe they created the rovers. I believe they tested the rovers. I believe that, blah, 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 blah. But you have to understand
So
something.
where does your doubt start? Where does your doubt start?
My
Which part
doubt,
of it is
my doubt starts from NASA control center. Control room, I
okay?
should
What
say.
about it?
In the control room, there was a former NASA director of the control room who said in an interview that they are not the control team are not able to distinguish between simulated data versus real data, right? He was talking about how when they actually sent rockets, satellites, rovers into space, there was really no way of knowing whether or not the data that they received was real or simulated, and so that demonstrates the fact that this could easily be staged.
Sure, that's the people in the control room. Is there other people involved?
That's it. The people in the control
Is
room are the ones that deal
That's it?
with the data that they receive back from, whatever the hell.
Yeah. No disagreement. Are there other people involved that are responsible for, fueling the rocket, launching the rocket?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. They
just
are
because you
all
made
in the control system.
just because you made a wheel on a car and then they say that they put the car in space doesn't automatically give you I know the car's in space because I made the wheel on it. Your logic is so fucking flawed. It just
That
shows
is
how
really bad
retarded
logic.
you are.
No,
That's so bad.
no. If that's what I said, that would be horrible.
No, but that's what you're implying. You're implying. Are there other people
No.
involved? Let me reiterate what you said. You said, "Are there other people involved with this?" In other words, operation
Hold
going
on, let me
down.
tell you what you just
Yeah.
said.
What I didn't say is there a single person involved that knows very little that feeds them information? I didn't say that. There are many people involved that do many jobs,
I don't think you heard what
and
I
they all
said.
to one conclusion.
I don't think you heard what I
I
said. The data that they
I don't think you
received
heard what I
back.
said because you're talking about
Right.
some fucker making a wheel.
No, I'm
He
saying the
he
data that
told
they
you.
received
Or
back from these rovers in Mars, right?
Yeah.
They can't distinguish between
if
it being
right,
simulated and being real.
And
I did
then
hear
you
exactly
said that.
what you said.
Look. He said that, and then you replied, Chucky. You told him, "Well, there's other people involved with that, not just the ones that are
But
at mission
that
control." You said there's other
and there's
people
other
involved.
data. There's
God.
other
You're not listening. I just told you all the data, all of it,
type of
telemetry,
radio signals.
operational, all of it can be simulated. Like you're not listening.
Yes, it could all be simulated, but there is more to it than just the data they get.
No, there isn't.
Right?
It's all based on the data. It's literally all based on
No, it's
data.
not just all the data.
It's
Do
literally
they
all
watch video?
data.
That was
Do
such a
they also?
cycle.
That was a dumb take. Like literally, it's all data. Like they're completely reliant on data. They're not reliant on
That's what
observation because observation would mean that
when
they would have humans on the actual drones or whatever the hell
So
listening.
so when so
that's
when he
no.
so when he
That's my
said
point. Is that the people in the control room are only relying on data? If that's what you're saying, there are other people relying on different things. What do
No, they're
those people say?
not. No, they're
No,
not. That's a complete
yeah,
lie.
I know what he's
are there
trying to
not?
say. I know what he's trying to say,
What
but
else?
because I
Hang on a
already
second.
exposed that,
Maybe
he's not
explain.
going to go down that road. I'm
Maybe
glad
explain.
that I
There are
said that.
not.
What else are they relying
There.
on besides data? What else besides data are they relying on?
Sorry, what kind of data?
What else besides data are
What
they
kind of
relying
data?
No. I'm. You.
What a
It's not
psycho
just
laugh.
data. It's the control room data that they're receiving. There's other data that other people are receiving. That yes,
Okay, but
possibly
you're
could
not
be simulated,
listening.
but
I
isn't
don't
like
care
on?
what kind.
A point
I
was
don't
made.
care what
The
data they're
data
receiving.
can
The
be
data can be simulated. You're not listening, man.
data can be
right.
fabricated. That's the point. If it's just
You know
data,
what can't be simulated?
it's not a physical.
What
They're not physically touching it. They don't have a guy on the Mars saying, "Hey, I'm holding the drone right now." It's all
no.
data, right?
But what can't be simulated is
I'll
somebody
give you an
watching the
example,
launch.
Chucky. I'll give you an example. Quite recently, in the World Cup, they introduced something called VAR, right? Which is like a virtual assistant for the referees, right? Now,
Mhm.
these are computers that are determining certain outcomes within a football match, right?
Go France.
Now, what you can do with a program, I'm not sure how familiar you are with computer programming, but you can
Not.
manipulate the data and the outcome of a football match by just putting in certain numbers in, and now you control the match how you want it,
No,
to end how you want it.
no, you
What score
cannot.
you would like,
How
blah
can you
blah
make?
blah. You could
How can
do
you
that.
make? How can you make Argentina score 4 goals without them actually kicking the ball?
By making sure that the opponents are always offside, by demonstrating, oh wait, we got them offside, oh wait, we got them offside, and here's the data that demonstrates that. Do you see
That
what
is
I'm
actually
saying? Like, you
yes.
can
That is actually
manipulate the outcome of what's actually happening.
that is a great analogy, actually, and here's why. It doesn't help you though, because we also have video feed, right? And we have people watching the game live, including the referees or whatever you call them.
Okay,
They
so
can
the
contradict that data and say they weren't offside. Everybody watching, whatever, 70,000 people can say they weren't offside, but they're
right,
not.
but
They're all
see,
agreeing that they were offside. All the
I
data
get, but
points to they were
but
offside,
NASA
not just the
doesn't
data given to
use
the computer.
But NASA doesn't use doesn't have live feed on any of the launches at all. It's
Are
all
you
simulated,
sure?
or it's all it's all modeling. It's all 3D modeling. It's got
There are
no live feeds at all.
there are amateur astronomers everywhere that can follow these launches with telescopes or binoculars or cameras.
Show me, link me the YouTube videos, please. I'm searching for them every day and
Why
night. I can't find any.
is YouTube the only source of data or of information to you?
Show me, then give me the amateurs or whatever the hell you're talking about. Show me it.
Mango, did you
Okay, show me the video of the fan in section 3,
Exactly. We got him.
fourth
We
seat.
got him.
Whoa, or it didn't happen. You
We
don't
got him,
have to
bro. We
have
That
got
was
him.
all the
Yeah,
information for it to exist.
yeah,
Mango,
it's
did you flip the
it's
flat Earth,
nonsense.
Mango?
If you can't
Chucky's
show
full of
me
This is
nonsense
just
right
flat
YouTube
Earth history,
videos,
man.
hold on. If you can't show me YouTube videos from 70,000 different perspectives of the World Cup didn't happen.
That
Is that a good
what a
argument?
fucking what get out of here, because you're now put in a corner. You're now trying to
No.
bring up, oh, you guys show me something impossible because I can't show you what I'm saying. Dude, you're caught, dude. You're exposed. Just stop already,
No.
bro. It's embarrassing.
It
Honestly.
is embarrassing. It
Go.
is
You're
embarrassing that you guys
embarrassing.
believe a story.
He just destroyed you right now, and you're still like gonna
No,
stand there
he
with your
did not.
face. He
You got
did.
You
destroyed, man.
He made a
YouTube
very,
is
very good point, and maybe you just don't understand it. And I would chalk it up to more that you probably just don't understand it. So he's telling you that there's data being collected from a real life match, physical. You can even buy a
dude.
ticket and go watch it. But he's trying to compare it to NASA telling you real life data where
It,
no one is watching it land on the Mars over there, sitting in a stadium.
no.
Dude,
He's saying nobody is videoing it.
and that as well. No
Okay,
one is.
so is
Dude,
this
not even
apocryphon?
NASA's videoing it. Not even
Okay,
NASA
is
is
this
videoing it.
apocryphon? I
You
got
know
it.
what
Are
would
you
have been
apocryphon?
really
What's your name?
amazing? Since they've got telescopes in space, right? It would have been really cool if they could have got that telescope and watched the rocket flying from Earth to Mars. That would have been really cool.
It's not pointed in that direction, and it's not designed to look at things close. If you're talking about the
God,
James Webb, it's designed at looking at things
what an
very far
idiot.
away. I don't know if you have glasses.
This is the problem
I
with
just
you.
got a new pair of glasses. Parts of it are very good at looking at things far away, and other parts of it are good at looking at
This
things up
is the
close.
problem with
They're
you.
not
Is that what
interchangeable.
you believe?
No.
Is that what they told you?
I want you
Is
to
That's
that
do
not what
why?
I
this
believe.
logic
It's
then.
what I
That
have on
why
my
they
fucking
say?
face, you retard.
Is it because? No?
Whoa! Why are you
I'm
calling
talking
me
about the
names?
satellite. I'm talking about
Because he
satellites
doesn't
not being.
understand
I'm
eyeglasses.
talking about satellites not being able to. He just made a very good point. He said, "Why don't the satellites? It would be cool if they were able to capture rockets
No,
flying and spaceships going
that
past them. Not
that's not
one
their
has
job.
that video. No one
That
has
is
that
not
video. Doesn't exist.
the Anik 9 satellite is to give me TV, not to look at
No.
rockets flying by.
You're missing the point.
Yeah.
You're missing the point. He said it would be cool if that did happen. He didn't say that
So
there are cameras on these and we should be getting. But
right.
the point he's making is that this does not exist because
all of it is a fucking sham, and you are believing it. You're over here defending the sham.
Yeah,
No,
you should
I
be
will
ashamed
agree
of
that
yourself.
it would be cool to see the rocket, but I will also agree that those cameras don't exist. So great, it would be cool. We agree
How
on something. Awesome.
convenient that billions of dollars goes into these things for their own purposes, and this is your
Yes.
guys' argument mainly, like, oh, they don't want to deal with trying to prove the earth is shaped or whatever. It's not about that. It's about
But
humanity making these amazing accomplishments of putting these vessels far deep into the Netherlands of space. Now here's the thing. You have a camera that at the most would cost $400 for a decent one, probably. But they don't put them on their vessels. You would think
Exactly.
do you,
that they, let me finish. You would think that not only are they're not going to do it just to satisfy the poor little people who want to see the beautiful, amazing pictures. You would think they would have it for like protection, for like in case a rock is coming towards it and they're like, oh shit, it's on video, like we got to move it because it's about to be it's going to collide with something. You would think that they would have cameras on there, no different than why they put cameras on a car to fucking back up when you're in the fucking grocery market. Like, they don't put a camera on a car to prove the earth's shape, but they put it because it's actually really it's good to have.
Can I
Yeah,
just
And
add
they will
one?
put
Can I just
fucking
can I just
on the
add
cameras
Iron
can
in
I just
space
Fist,
add
and
one
photos.
thing?
on,
Can I just add one
on the
thing?
Iron Fist, they take time out to talk to school students, and they take time out to sing songs on guitars and talk to presidents and also. You think that they'd have like when you're sending a rocket to fucking Mars for the first time ever, you'd think that they'd pull all of their resources together to try and capture every little
exactly.
move that
well,
Exactly,
that
let
exactly,
me
exactly.
address
Like,
the last point. So the last point was that we should put a camera on a rocket in case another rocket were about to hit it. So there haven't been those cameras there yet, and that accident has never happened. So why should we add the expense to every rocket that's unnecessary for something that has never happened?
wait, can I just say one thing? Like, space
Say as many things as
exploration,
you want.
space exploration, right, has never been achieved in previous civilizations. Only our civilization have we been able to supposedly explore space, right?
Yeah,
This
they
is
didn't
the
have fucking
greatest.
laptops, mate,
This is
200
one of
years
the
ago. What's the
greatest.
point?
This is one of the greatest, human achievements ever. Why don't we want to capture these moments?
We do.
Why? No, we're not. The camera quality, even in 2022, is complete garbage, as we saw with Artemis. So again, what is going
Is
on?
Artemis back?
What we want
Is
to
Artemis
capture
back?
these moments.
90% of the Artemis mission of Orion flying around the moon was CGI. 90% of it. Now here's the funny thing. The World Cup, they have thousands of cameras capturing this moment. Thousands of cameras. And it's a fucking football game.
I
Now you would
know.
think now you would think now you would think now you would think that they're fucking going. We're finally, after 50 years, we're going back to the moon. You would think they would have 1,000 cameras fucking capturing this, but they
They
don't, because
they probably had
morons like
more.
you believe them without the footage.
They probably had more capturing the launch than 1,000 cameras.
Oh my
So that
Oh,
makes it
dude!
capturing
more
the
real than
launch.
football, I guess.
Oh
Oh,
my
are
god!
you
Get out of here, dude!
serious?
Get
Are
out
you
of
What?
here!
Wait, what?
serious? Oh, for
Get
fuck's
out
So
of here,
wait,
dude!
whoa, hold on. If 1,000 cameras is your benchmark and it has more than 1,000, why is that not good?
Okay, yeah.
Are you
Okay,
moving the
so let me
goalposts on France again?
let me share something with you.
This guy
Let me share
is
something.
unbelievable.
Let me share something with you. On TV, let me share something with you. So guess what? On TV, when they show a match, right, a soccer match, they don't show like them running into the stadium, being announced, doing the national anthems from their respective countries. Then they don't cut into CGI and show you a CGI game. No, they keep the game going. They show you
Okay.
everything all the way to the end. Now let me tell you what NASA does. NASA love to have thousands of cameras facing up. Oh, look at all these different aerial shots and people on the ground, and they're filming it. And then guess what? Once it launches, they cut to CGI, and then they have this apparent shot that's from Artemis, or from Orion, looking back at the Earth, and they're like, here it is, live footage from Orion, and it looks like
Who said that?
quality CGI.
Who said that was live footage?
NASA did.
They did?
Yeah, on their streams
They
on
did.
YouTube.
They said it's live. Yeah, they did.
They constantly said it's a live shot. Here we are, and then they'll lose connection, and then the screen will go. Then they'll go back to the studio, and they're like, "We're waiting for it. We lost connection because it's going behind the moon right now. We don't have a signal to it, but we're gonna wait."
Have you guys? Hey, have you guys seen the images from Artemis? Like the Earth, if you actually look at it. Wait, can I just say one thing? The Earth.
You guys keep
can I just say one thing?
here.
Don't
say one thing. Stay on the fucking topic. If you would stay on the topic until you understood it, you might start learning things. But you jump around.
I am. Just
and
let
you
me finish.
scattergun.
Let me finish.
Shut the fuck up and pay attention to the. No, fuck off. If Artemis goes behind the moon, why would you expect them to have a signal?
Anyways, if you look at the Artemis images, right, the Earth looks like a painted egg in a dark room.
It's horrible.
Why wouldn't they be able to send the signal?
I don't get it. Hold on, guys. Wait a second.
It looks like a painted egg.
Wait a second. Jesus.
So there should
Aren't
be
you
no
Eyebrow Mango? You have the same avatar as Satani Worship, but you have the same voice as Eyebrow Mango. And now you're pretending to be a flat earther? What the fuck?
Same guy, Jesse.
The Earth looks like an egg in this photo.
Did you the flat Earth? Yes.
This guy Eyebrow Mango changed his picture. So this guy's Satani
Absolutely,
Worship.
bro. Like I saw the Artemis, and it looks like the Earth looks like an egg painted green and blue. It's fucking hilarious.
Flipped his mind.
Dude, Mango, you're a trip, Mango.
It is. It's definitely. I recognize his voice. He's pretending to be a flat earther.
Those images, man. Those images are hilarious.
Hey, hang on.
He really is a flat earther, and he just didn't want to admit that he's converted.
You know, we have satellites behind the moon. Why can't we cast a satellite, the footage, send that to the Earth so there's no interruption? How about that?
Well, guess what? If the satellites are behind the moon, then we're not getting their signal too. What satellites are behind the moon?
Every shot on pull, right? You hit it to the right, then it goes to the left. You're going around like the opponent's ball. Same thing. So all these satellites
having a relay station. So what relay satellites do you have around the moon?
Satellite, you bank it around, and you go to around the moon's curve. And you go to send it to the Earth satellites, and then you send it to the Earth. There should be no problem.
Well, if they sent a rocket
relay
to the
satellites,
moon, people went to the moon, right? And didn't the dude while they were playing golf on the moon? There was the rocket.
There are no relay. Hold on, let me respond to what he's saying. There are no relay satellites. Okay. Now look, it doesn't go behind the moon because it's never there in the beginning. And secondly, it's fake. You know, they say, "Oh, it's behind the moon, guys." So there's no data. We're pretending. It's pretend. Okay.
No, but we have NASA has.
My question is, why don't they have satellites going around the moon?
Why would they have satellites going around the moon? What is their purpose?
Why would they not? Because when they landed on the moon and they were playing golf on the moon, there was a dude in the spaceship waiting. He was revolving around the moon. How many?
He was the satellite
around the moon.
He was the satellite, and he had this. He was the satellite, and he had a mission. There is no mission for these satellites to orbit the moon right now. What's the point of them?
We should have lots of satellites going around the moon.
Why should we have useless satellites?
They're not useless. If you want to set up a communication base, then you need to have satellites going around the moon.
Why are we setting up a communication base on the other side of the moon?
Why wouldn't you?
Of course you would.
For what purpose? Why would we set up a communication base that we need relays to do? What is it communicating?
That's common sense.
So you don't lose communication like you were just talking about.
So what?
So the Chinese don't do it first.
So the Russians don't do it first.
Why not? Who cares?
What if Russia
what if confirmation of what he's seeing at all? They'll just believe it anyway.
No. Why would they put communication satellites on the other side. If
Yeah,
the
you
only
don't think
purpose
they
is
need
to
to
know that it's
confirm
there.
what
The
they're actually
moon
doing with
patrol.
photographic video evidence.
To
We get it.
patrol
No.
the moon.
That's right. They don't need video
Right.
evidence.
In
If
your
they
mind,
send
they
some,
don't need to confirm what they're doing, but in others
I'm
that
sorry.
are gullible and blind do.
I'm sorry. I was almost finished, but I interrupted you.
It doesn't matter what you're saying. We all know what you're gonna say, bro.
What was I going to say?
UFOs could use the dark
You're
side of the
appealing to
moon
authority.
as
It's regular
camouflage.
stuff.
What was I going to say?
You are literally predictable, bro.
No.
Hey,
What was I going to say then?
here's the funny part,
This is
guys.
a dead giveaway
here-
why they
here's
A
didn't go to the
million
moon.
reasons
Because
why
they
you want to
here's
have
the funny
Here's what I
satellites
was going to
around the
say.
moon. Of course, you
Here's
want to
what
have
I
a
was going to
satellite
say.
around the moon. It'd be so cool.
If we know when
You don't need
the
satellites on the other side of the moon. We caught that part.
if
That's
we knew
right.
when
No,
Artemis
I think we broke
went out
it.
of if we knew when Artemis went out of range of communication and at the speed it was traveling, and then we predicted when it was going to come back into communication, and those things happen, we don't really need
This is
cameras.
why this no. This is why
Dude,
you
he's
believe
so
them.
works for them,
This
predictable.
is
bro.
He's
how
a broken
stupid you
record.
are. Hey,
He's
check it out.
literally a
Hey, guys,
broken record.
listen to me. Okay, listen to me. This is how stupid he is. Listen to me. If I told you guys, hey, everybody, in 10 minutes, you're gonna lose communications with me, and then 10 minutes after that, I'll be back on. Why?
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna time travel into the year 1920, but I'll be back, and then in 10 minutes. I log off, and you're like, oh shit, he must have time traveled because he told us that he was going to be gone in 10 minutes. And then I come back in 10 minutes. I'm like, haha, told you guys. I just went to 1920.
You're
That's how
going to believe
stupid you are,
that.
Chucky.
You're
That's how
going to
stupid you
believe
are.
that because there's no
You literally
explanation.
just said,
I'm
Chucky,
gonna say
Chucky, you literally just said, why we know that they did this because they predicted a time that they were going to lose communication. Then they came back. This is how gullible you are. They could have said in that time frame, the Earth is going to fucking pass 20 years, and you would believe them because you're a fucking idiot. You're a moron.
is it
He
even
is-
possible?
But if something
I
enters
want to
from
ask
the
Chucky.
left,
Chucky,
expect it
is
to
it
come
even
from the
possible
right.
to have
On the
satellites
right.
around the moon, Chucky?
Sure, of course.
It's possible, right? So with the technology that we have today
That's
and
why
the
I said
amount
yes.
of rockets, yeah, like what those little cube satellites, why wouldn't they be able to fire it like 100 of them up there
They
and
would.
get them to fly around the moon so that
They
they
totally
can always maintain communication whenever they wanted it?
Yeah, why not?
Get them
They already
in
got
Earth's
thousands of
orbit,
satellites up there for nothing.
and
that
then
they
you have
left
to get them into
free
the moon's orbit.
and out of commission. There's thousands
No,
of
no,
other
no.
satellite commissions, and they can't
They-
launch
they-
one just to see the other side of the moon. For real?
Well, think about this.
They have.
The question is, do I need
They've
10
launched
minutes
several.
of communication? Do I need 10 minutes of communication for $8 billion? And the answer is, actually, the cost benefit of that is not really all that great.
Cost benefit. So this is about money now?
Yeah.
Yes. Every project is about money. That's what
They
the
have-
job of
look,
controls
guys,
is.
guys,
You've worked on a
they
project,
have
right? You know how these work.
It's literally not worth listening to this argument. Like, you guys know your
They
argument.
have every
The guy-
excuse up their sleeve.
the-
Every excuse up their sleeve.
The guy that just said that. Have you worked on a project before, a large scale
Dude,
project?
it's literally not worth listening to you appeal to
Very
authority.
obviously not.
Have you
I don't think
worked
you've
on a project?
Right, here you go.
Are
again.
you
Hey Chucky,
aware?
hey Chucky,
No.
hey Chucky, do you worship man? Hey Chucky, do you worship man?
No. No, but I work on a
you do.
project.
It sounds like you worship
large
man,
project.
Do you work on a project, dude? Yes.
Hey,
And there are people
remember-
whose
Do
job
you
it
work
is
on a
remember
project?
to not
earlier-
spend money.
I am a good slave to the system. Do you work on a project?
You remember earlier when I said
Yeah.
when I
Do
told
you work on a project?
Hey, remember? Hold on. Remember earlier
I am
when
a robot.
brought up? Remember earlier when I brought up that how just because someone makes the tire on the car, and then they say the car's in space, and then they believe them, and they go, "Well, I know it is because I made that tire." The reason why he
Yeah, that
right
was
away,
ridiculous.
the reason why he right away is like, "No, that's not what I'm saying," but I know that that's where you're fucking taking it, and you're disingenuous, and that's why I said that because I knew you're gonna say that. Oh, well, I
That
worked
is
on a
not-
project. Oh, I did this, so that's why I believe it. See, you don't get what we're trying to tell you, bro.
Oh, God. Now his mic is fucking up. Jesus Christ.
How do we get a connection from the moon when we can't even get a connection from Chucky?
Does anybody else get like really tired of people just appealing
because
to the
I'm in
idea that
between
they're being told the
broadcasts.
truth? It's just you really want to believe when you're being lied to. That's all it is, dude.
No,
So,
I think that your
so the gentleman,
gullibility in believing Mark Sargent and everything that he says is not a good excuse for me to say, hey, I can actually think through the idea of a budget and a cost benefit analysis and say, hey, do I really need 10 minutes of communication? Or can I save $8 billion and just forego 10 minutes of communication? The answer is, yeah, maybe I want to use $8 billion somewhere else. It's
Dude,
not hard
that's
science.
The
you're
first step
justifying
is
the lie
before
right
you're
now,
going to build a
RC.
base
All you're
on the
doing is
moon,
just
right?
justifying the lie.
If you were ever going to
he's
build a base
explaining
on the
to
moon,
you.
the first thing that you'd need to
He's
do is
explain.
have some satellites going around the moon to set up a communication system.
He's explaining to you that when you have a budget for a project, you have to justify
Oh
every
my
add-on
God,
to
get
the
out!
project.
Dude, do you work for the White House? Are you a press secretary? Get the fuck out of
No,
here, dude.
You would
Get
think
out
a
of here.
mission
no,
to
I
the
work for an
moon, they would have
EPCM
a
company.
camera. A camera doesn't cost that much. I
I
can buy
work.
it. They're going to the
I
moon.
work
Why
for
don't
an
they fucking put some
EPCM.
of their budget
You're not
towards
talking about a
confirming
fucking
they
camera, remember?
Dude, they don't
You're
have
talking
any
about
hey,
launching a
they actually
satellite
went.
or
They should
several
invest
satellites
in
to the other side of the
confirming
moon.
their missions. Like, what the hell is wrong with you?
Hey, why did they use the rover
They
from
do.
Mars to film it?
There's literally
Why
no
would they?
evidence
Is
that actually
Mars even on that side? Is Mars even on the same side as the moon, or is it on the other side?
No,
Holy
this guy,
fuck,
scattergun.
dude.
Chucky, in this guy's mind, it's 20 miles away, right?
I know.
The moon from Mars, and it's always there. Like, Lord in
Hey,
heaven,
You guys are retarded, dude.
sorry,
you guys need to
I forgot your name.
you guys
You're
need
the
to
physics
actually
teacher,
hold
right?
your tiers of argument for like 10 minutes,
Yeah.
so we can
No,
have a
you
real
just haven't thought about it
conversation.
hard enough because you think you're being
Yes,
truth.
RC. Try to belittle
RC.
people and make people think that you're the great one, dude.
I'm
So
not.
You're
I'm not
another.
even great.
You are
I just
another.
understand what a budget is. Like,
Oh
it's not
my God!
great
It has
to
nothing to do
understand
with the
budget.
budget. RC,
Yeah,
if you
it
It's not
fucking does.
great. I
RC,
am no
RC,
messiah because
NASA's
I
not
understand
exploring
budget.
space
RC,
unless it's
I
profitable.
promise you.
RC. If you think the discussion is about a budget, then you're an idiot because it goes
Yeah,
It
way
is
beyond that.
definitely about a budget.
arguing
It is
about like the
definitely about a
cost
budget.
of putting a satellite in space is ridiculous.
Oh
I
my
just
God.
ordered. Hey, hold on.
Money is
I
no
just
limit.
yesterday I ordered a $200 battery, and I had to justify it on a $1.4 billion project. Everything has to be justified. If I didn't need the battery, it's going to get rejected, and I won't get the battery.
So they didn't need the gorilla suits on the ISS, I imagine.
It depends on who's doing the accounting.
No, because there are
Depends
no
on who's doing
gorillas
the
on the
accounting.
ISS.
No, dude, it fit the budget
Can
rather
you
than a
can you
camera.
do an audit on NASA? Yes or
No.
That's funny as
Why,
shit.
why
Can
would
you-
they
can
need
you audit
gorilla
NASA?
suits on the ISS?
Why
You
the
got
fuck would
hello?
they need golf clubs? Why would they need golf clubs on the moon?
They didn't need golf clubs.
Well, that would have been expensive,
They're
right?
playing
How did
golf,
it get approved for their budget?
Yes,
They're
I
just
wouldn't
like
have approved it.
playing with
The
this like
point
a
is, it's not
thing.
about the money, man. There's no problem with
Actually,
money.
it probably had to do with trying to understand low G environments.
Golf clubs.
Can you
You
explain
know
that?
how
Yeah.
much they could learn if this
Low
was
G
If they
true.
get
environment.
a hole
You
in,
know
hang
how
on,
much
they
they
get a
could
hole in
learn
one.
by having
Fucking
satellites
joke.
going around the
If they get an
moon.
eagle on the moon.
Do you know how much
Now
they
you
could
guys are just
learn?
throwing out just random ideas
I-
to refute. It's really
I
weak.
can't hear you. I can't hear you when you're all talking. Go ahead, whoever.
Random
Okay,
ideas
like,
getting
you know
thrown
how
out
much
because
they
you
could
don't know how to
learn?
Did they
refute
score?
How
Did
much?
they score an eagle on the moon? A hole in one?
I don't think
Okay,
they
so
were actually aiming at a hole, were they? Did they make a hole?
how good that would? How much information they could get by having satellites going around the moon 24/7?
Eagle is 4 under par.
They definitely didn't go
Priceless.
into the cabbage.
Priceless. It would be priceless. There would be no monetary value put onto that at all. It would be priceless.
Correct. There was no monetary value put on hitting a golf ball on the moon. It was PR, and maybe they learned something about low G, but
I'm
probably not.
talking about having satellites going around the moon. It would be
full story.
priceless.
What?
You literally
Yeah,
just
that's right.
made up a
No
story.
value.
We should all believe the story you just made up, right?
No. What story are you talking about?
The one you just made up.
Which one?
Whatever you just said. You
Which
didn't make it up.
one? He said,
Yeah, you're making up a bunch of shit. That's right.
he said, which
A
story?
whole
He's
bunch
losing
of
track of all the
there's an
stories he's making
explanation.
up.
You don't got a real one, so you got to scattergun a bunch of them.
I don't think I'm. The only story I would have made up is why they brought golf clubs to the moon, which I wouldn't have.
It's all good.
Wow, this guy, dude. You're
At least you
full.
tried, right?
It's called hypothesizing.
Hey, listen, it's really easy, guys. There is a push for people. I feel bad for the kids that RC teach because I'm sure he fucking indoctrinates them and shares all the bullshit with them. But the thing is that there is people who are looking at the Artemis mission, right, and critiquing the video, critiquing why they cut from the live shot mysteriously and went to CGI, and all of that. So then you have the other side that believe them, and they don't question it. They're not saying, "Hey, what happened to all that live footage?"
So
Now
are
here's the
you
beautiful part.
are you not
Hold on, Chucky.
very
Hold on.
little indoctrinated?
Hold on, Chucky. Hold on. Here's the beautiful part. Orion has been back now for quite a few days, and they still haven't downloaded the videos and pictures that they swore that they were going to share. They were like,
But
because people
I'm
are
not.
asking on live TV, people would call in the NASA studios, you right, the broadcast studios from here on Earth, which is across the street from the Artemis mission, and what they would say is they would go, hey, where's all the video and pictures that you guys promised before you launched this up? And then
Hey,
those three panelists, they said, oh, it's very hard to download. It's a lot of data, bandwidth. But when they get back, we're going to have all that video and photos for you. It's now been
so,
how many days? And they
you know what,
still haven't
Apocryphon?
provided it. What?
The shutdown of the cage that they promised would be over December 8th. We're still not moving material, but they promised it December 8th. There were some hiccups, so it's going to take a little longer. It doesn't matter if we want it to happen or not. There's no
Did your
material
dad
moving.
tell you he was going to go for milk and never came back? And you believed him?
No, my dad is living about 6 hours away.
I'm just saying, where did the abuse happen to where you put so much faith in someone that's lying to you and you still believe them?
They're not lying to me because the material is still not moving. So I know that the cage is not moving material because it's still not moving. What do you think they're lying to me about?
All right. So, all right. Yeah.
Everything.
That's fine. You're not getting it. It's all right.
But you
You're
think
not.
the material is moving? We don't have camera. Actually, we do.
What do you
All
mean
right.
the
need a camera
material's
to
not
show us the
moving?
material is
And
moving?
they don't. Kind of weird.
What's
All
that?
right.
What do you mean the
And
material's
you
not
just pretend you don't.
The material's not moving on the cage because the cage was supposed to be back on the 8th, but there's a problem with the level lock.
Back from
What
when?
cage are you talking about? Are we talking about
Yeah,
Orion?
what is that?
Still?
What is
talking
that?
about his
No,
job?
I said where I work on the project.
Dude,
So this is a
hold
project.
on. Your where you work at
Yeah.
is not the Artemis mission here. You're not recovering. You didn't recover Orion. You're
That's
not
correct.
downloading the videos and photos that they said they were. So you're saying because at work they're delayed for you. You're saying that's why that NASA's delayed
No.
is showing the public the video. That's what you're correlating.
No, let me tell you what I'm saying. What I'm saying is on a project you have a schedule and you try to meet that schedule, but sometimes things happen that you don't anticipate or don't go as planned, and you don't meet the schedule. So just because you really, really want those pictures today doesn't mean
So
you
do you
can get them.
think there was a schedule for when they're going to release photos and videos? You don't think they're just going to be like, wow, we have to share this with the world. We have to show China and Russia that America's the best. You don't think that they're not like, hurry up and download that shit and get it to all the news outlets because we want everybody to see our accomplishments. You don't think they're doing that?
They're in no rush.
All right,
Just
I won't fucking answer, fuckers.
no rush at all. Let them wait.
Dude, these guys, man, they are still polishing, bro. They will polish until it's fucking as
They need to, they need to add all the
shiny as ever.
filters and the effects. They need to scrub out all the glitches. They need to do a lot of Photoshop.
Dude, these guys, I'm telling you, they got a long way to go too, by the way, because they're fucking their live shots that they apparently showed from fucking Orion was so horrible. The moon was all stretched out. looking like a fucking egg, like look like like, dude, come on, dude. If you're gonna tell me, if I go in my car, okay, and I'm driving past a big, huge ball that someone made in their, in their front yard, and they put it out there. If I had a camera on that, okay, and for it to take an egg shape in real time, and like through my camera lens, if I'm looking at that clearly I have a filter. Something's wrong, right? There's something going wrong. But when I try to sell that, I'll be like, oh, look at this is, it's not an egg, people. It's just a filter. Then fine. At least I'm being honest. But to them, they're not being honest. They won't admit that there was a filter on it to make whatever the fuck they were looking at, make it look more round. But their video effects kick them in the ass. And I think
Yeah, I just
because it
want to
was
say, like,
live,
why
they
wouldn't there
couldn't
be a live
change it.
Why wouldn't they have their own live feed that once they get the file, that they could just upload it? It would literally take less than an hour, I feel like, with the kind of computers they have.
Yeah. Yeah. So their own live feed screw them over, and they expose themselves, which is fine because we already know that, but it's them that are still swallowing and taking to the back of the neck, and they won't ever they're like Stockholm syndrome, like, oh no, they're not lying to me. We love them. They won't lie to me. These guys, man, they're so full of it, and they're stuck. They're stuck in it. They are stuck in the brainwashing and the programming.
I was surprised to hear Ibro Mango seems to be a flat earther now, but he changed his name to act like it's not him. So Earth Awakening's definitely converted that dude, I feel like.
Well, maybe I don't know. Maybe he did finally wake up. Maybe a light turned on or something. Maybe enough of these arguments that go back and forth every day for so long. Maybe finally some people are finally turning around. I think the main reason why.
But the first day he met us, he admitted he was a psychopath.
Well, here's the thing though. A lot of them, it's not even at this point. I think it's more of a fear because, for instance, they hear the way people that don't believe in the ball get treated, and I think a lot of them can't handle that, berating, if you will. Like, they can't handle that, so they don't want to admit that what we are saying is making sense and what they are being shown is not making sense, but they don't want to vocally, say, yeah, hey guys, we do have some problems here and it's not adding up. But they won't.
I'll tell you, man, I think it's the fear of not going with the majority, where they think that the majority got it right.
Yeah.
People are already going against the grain, going against the norm, being part of minority. That's all.
They can't take the beating and they don't want to put themselves in there because they see the way how vicious the ballers are, right? The ballers are vicious.
Dude, imagine the level of comfort it must be when you start debating flat Earth and you could literally Google like any argument and it's all plastered right there for you. You could just read tons of articles to debate flat. It takes no effort to be a glober. So people get real comfortable. It's like, it's so easy because all the information is right there. How could they be wrong? You're appealing to the majority and you think all the answers are there. You're not thinking for yourself.
Yeah, I love those people when they jump in, these cocky globers. They jump in and think they know it all. They're going to come in here and crush us. I mean, that happens at some servers, not here though.
Hey, Darren.
Yeah, that when that happens, they act like there's something new, and like we haven't heard these arguments before. But their White House press secretary rebuttals are no longer working for them because just as the White House press secretary is being exposed and now everyone knows that they're lying, the same way with the ballers. Everyone, even ballers are seeing like, oh shit, like, okay, that's not making sense. But they can't vocally say that.
The architect from The Matrix? I figure most people feel like that, where they just got like 50 articles pulled up with globe arguments and they just such a unfounded sense of confidence.
Yeah. Well, the problem is they probably, here's the thing. They probably heard flat Earth somewhere. So they go online and they Google, is flat Earth real? And of course, you're going to get Professor Dave, right? Just slamming, just fucking, just like viciously fucking making anyone that even thinks that the ball, that it isn't a ball, is a fucking complete idiot moron. Then you have that little person that's Googling, like, oh shit, okay, yeah, no thank you, like I don't believe that, because they don't want to get treated like that. Like, or they're so prideful that they're like, well, I'm not stupid, I'm not ignorant, so no, I'm not going to believe this is bullshit, and they get behind that argument. But the more that if they did look into it, then they would see there's more and more and more evidence that goes against it. And then it just takes tough skin to finally say, hey, you know what? Yeah, the world's not a ball. We've been lied to. It takes tough skin to get to that point, though. That's for sure.
But if you're living a lifestyle that, your world will fall apart if you start telling people you're a flat earther, and then you got to internalize your honest thoughts and not actually express yourself as you're amongst all your peers and the people that you love, right? That's going to create cog dissonance too. But you got to be willing to tell people you're a flat earther, I feel like, or else you're kind of just fucking yourself. If you work in a place and you're not comfortable with your position, then I could see why you're not jumping the gun or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I know people that feared to lose their jobs and they fucking ran and got the jibby. But I know they don't believe in it. It's just because they feared losing their job and all kinds of stuff like that. So it went against what they truly believe. But they did it because they feared for their life. It's weird. Sorry.
Yeah, it's funny because the backing of such things, like, we started off with, like, earlier, before we're talking about, Artemis and Orion. Yeah, just for the way Chucky was defending the arguments, we can see right through it. We can see the lies. But there he is, defending it. And the funny thing is that the more, like, we're not even arguing with them anymore. We're more arguing for the audience who's on the fence, who's not brainwashed, or at least trying to maybe break free from the brainwashing, or is close to breaking free from the brainwashing. So when we argue with these guys, it's not even for them. I'm not arguing to Zanuck for Zanuck, because he's hopeless. I'm not arguing to Chucky for Chucky. He's hopeless. I'm arguing for that person that's sitting in the background, listening, and at least hopefully something that we speak clicks and gets the fucking mice running, and then they can start using their own critical thinking instead of the indoctrination that's entrapped their minds, and hopefully they break free from it. Because that's honestly who we're trying to reach, is those that are on the fence, or at least lending an ear to hear because they have a mind.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was on the fence with a lot of different topics, and I really had to just step out of my comfort zone, go where all the people disagreed with me, and just listen to everything they had to say, why they felt that way. And that gave me respect to their position when they were able to make sense of it, even though it opposed mine. Nothing wrong with that. But, what's the point of telling them they're wrong all day if you disagree with them?
Yeah, like earlier, he's like, well, tell me how it works. And I said, no, I'm not going to tell you because you're going to disagree. He's like, no, I won't. Just tell me. Right when I start, he's like, no. Like, dude, you did exactly what I said you're going to do. That's when we were talking about Wi-Fi earlier. Remember that? Or were you here for that?
Wi-Fi? What, with satellites and how the Earth should be blocking signals or something?
No. We were talking about Wi-Fi way before everybody joined right now. We were talking about, I want to say like an hour ago, we were talking about Wi-Fi. And then he asked somebody, I forgot who he was talking to, but he asked him, do you know how Wi-Fi works? And the guy's like, no, I don't. He's like, well, then why are you talking about it? And then I jumped in because I do know how Wi-Fi works. And I jumped in and I said, you don't understand what he's trying to say. And he's like, no, I do understand. I said, no, you don't. And then he said, and then he goes, well, tell me how it works. I said, no, because once I start telling you, then you're going to disagree with it. And he's like, no, I'm not. Dude, I wasn't even 2 sentences in. And he's like, no, that's not how it works. I was like, oh my God, dude, you did exactly what I said you were going to do. And then
Even if you knew how it works, it doesn't mean that it's not possible to have some type of technology to tap into that field.
I know. And that was your point, or that was the point. But he took it like, no, it's an omnidirectional intent. Like he just fucking went off again, the way a baller would, in their brainwashed fucking minds. And he just, I don't know. It was a waste of time. It's always a waste of time with them. But at the same time, it exposes them, and it exposes their tactics, exposes the way they think, exposes the way they deny, and that's probably good for the listener, for the person that's, what, it's better than them searching Google and being directed into a fucking shit show. This is the better shit show to watch, because at least you could learn from it. If you go down that YouTube rabbit hole, you're gonna fucking believe everything Professor Dave says, and he's not even a fucking professor. He's a fucking moron.
Everybody,
I've 100%
everybody
avoided
has
all
to
this
grow.
content. I don't even know what it sounds like.
Everybody has to grow a certain level of discernment for the, for the coming, revealing of the great deception. Everybody is like, you're on the right side of the line at the moment if you're learning to be able to discern between what is CGI and what's not. And life skills and survival skills and all of the other things, including medicine. All of the stuff that you talk about now on this stream and everywhere else at YouTube, whatever you're learning right now, it's all about discernment, because we have definitely been deceived. It's totally inverted. This entire realm that we're on is inverted, and I really hope that Witsit can come up with some type of a explanation for in a mathematical form to show how we've been deceived, and they back engineered the flat Earth and made it into a ball.
So earlier when when RC jumped in, I wondered, because I wonder if he's ever joined Discord while in his classroom, and I wonder if he mocks people, like look at how dumb these flat earthers are. You guys want to listen to how fucking you guys know more science than them. I'm pretty sure, because there have been times, maybe I don't know if it was like a break or lunchtime, but there has been times during the day that he's jumped on Discord, and I've wondered, I like, dude, aren't you supposed to be like teaching a class right now? But I wonder if he's like sharing with his students, like hearing people argue. And I don't think that's even something you can do.
Oh, I mean, you've got it easy here. I jumped over the other night, last night, when there was like, this channel was dead. There was like one person on here, and that was Livestream. And so I went to the other channel, and it was just so toxic. It was just so toxic. It was just arguments about toxic rubbish.
Yeah. That's why, like, I can't imagine like him exposing his students to grown adult conversations, flinging shit at one another, and using the foul language that we usually typically use. But I was just saying, like, I also feel bad for his students, because if that's the way he thinks, obviously that's the way he's going to teach, or at least have a bias. He can say he may say that he doesn't have one, but it's going to be clear that he would have a bias and teach people, and deflect anyone. If someone's like, oh wait, the earth is flat, he might be like, oh yeah, I have these discussions all the time. No, it's not. And then imagine a child listening to the teacher, who's the authority, and if the teacher says no, it's not flat, then that's what the child's going to believe. and I don't know. I just feel like, I mean, and nowadays, now you have teachers now teaching this cancer culture to kids, to children. They're teaching kids, the how America's racist, and they're teaching kids, respect the he and the she, and the boy Timmy could be Tabitha, and Christine could be, Caleb. Like, they're teaching kids these disgusting, weird, agendaed fucking, ideologies, and the teachers are, like, honestly, have a big part of this to save them or to perpetuate it. And
If I
it just
found out that that was happening at my daughter's school, I don't know what I would do. I don't know if I could control myself.
Yeah, well, there's apparently, like, I mean, at least here in California, there's been a lot of when they have the meetings, the school board meetings, the public ones. There's been a lot of, from different counties, there's been a lot of parents angry and going, and like, what do you mean you're teaching my children about sexual things that, in third grade and fourth grade? Like, who are you to be talking about things with my children that I did not want them to be knowing about? Like, I don't want them having a full-on discussion. There was this report, or this huge thing that just came out, like Project Veritas just exposed this fucking one dude from this one school, the principal or whatever he is, and he was like, not bragging, but he's like, he seemed pretty proudful about it. But he's talking about how they're passing around like butt plugs and dildos to like fourth graders, and they had conversations about sexual, like, sex toys and preferences, and like, dude, like, leave just like that song, dude. Like, leave the kids alone, dude. Like, what the fuck's going on? I would have, me personally, I mean, if I didn't, if I wasn't, if I didn't believe, let's put it that way, if I didn't believe in in the Bible, if you will, if I didn't have a spiritual side to me, I would have been somebody that already fucking would have blown, killed, knocked off, unalive, whatever the fuck you want to say. I would have done that to a shitload of people. If I was one of those people that just did, if I didn't believe in God, if I didn't believe that there's um uh, a legit repercussion for my actions, like you think of like people that are mass murderers and shit, like they know that they're doing wrong, but they still do it. But if I didn't have a belief, like, like, I probably would.
Are you comparing non-believers with mass murderers?
No. I'm saying,
The
if
law,
I
the law
said
has already
even
been passed.
I said even mass murderers know that they're doing wrong, but I'm saying if I didn't have a belief, I think I would have been fucking a mass murderer. Like, I would have knocked off a lot of these people that are doing these things to the children and to the public. I would have ransacked the government. I would have done a lot. I'm not kidding. Like, there's a lot of people that feel this way, but we're not stupid enough to do it. That's the thing. We're not going to do that. We have a heart, we have a mind. We're not going to, we, as much as these fucking pieces of shits in government deserve to be decapitated and tried for treason and punishable by death, as much as they deserve that, there's millions of us that will never even fucking lay a hand on them, because we have a belief. You know what? Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. So we know we're not going to do that shit. Although, but if we didn't have that, it would, this world would be a different place.
Think about this. Maybe the creators of the Bible made it into a pacifist religion, so the followers was easier to control. Exactly with what you just said.
Well, as I was saying that, I thought about it. Wait, maybe that's why there is a religion, because it stops the people from overthrowing the power.
There is people that, that is mythicists, that is reading the Bible like that and reading the history around the Bible like that, that it was created or designed to be a pacifist religion. So first of all, it would be left alone so it could grow. But second of all, Rome would like that, because if they have a bunch of pacifists, they can do what they want, as a government.
Yeah. So right now in the comments, as I'm replying, Persecutor said, "Nice to know the Bible's the only thing that's stopping this psycho from being a murderer." Guess what, dude? There's millions of people that it stops from being a murderer, because every day while you're driving, you see some fucking idiot doing something wrong or being stupid. And don't tell me that you've never just wanted to just wring someone's neck. This is just like almost natural, bro. Like in life, that's almost a natural thing. Like you just want to end someone, or someone, you find out someone did something to one of your friends, or someone did something to one of your family members, or someone did something, you want to end them, but you're like, wait, but okay, I'm not that psycho murderer, because I'm not, that's not who I am. I mean, not saying that I don't have the feelings that I want to. So whatever, dude. I just know that there's plenty of people that deserve it, but it's not that's not my job to give them their just desserts. That's all I'm saying.
I'm pretty sure everyone, like when they sit and they watch Boondock Saints, you know that movie with the two
that's a great
Irish
movie.
brothers, we all sit with the feeling that would be so awesome. Just go out there and get rid of the scums, the bad guys, the real bad guys.
Yeah, the people that deserve, like, man, I can't express enough how much I can't stand people that rob, rape, bully. You mean like even out at a club and some dude fucking like stalk somebody only because they know that that person's either weaker or not going to stand up for themselves. I hate bullies. I hate people that like purse snatch, people that sock old people out of nowhere. Like those people are just the scum of the fucking earth.
Yeah,
And
but in a different society, they would easily be dealt with mob rule, pretty much. The real issue is still the establishment, the centralization, the fact that near communities have nothing to say about how those the tax monies from that city is being spent, because it's all in the state or in the bigger government.
Yeah, oh yeah, and now here's the thing: it's not just those people that are the sickening, like people that boil blood. It's also the powers that be, like that say we're going to give $40 billion to this country when our own people are starving and need the money here. They won't give money into programs, as they cut programs from American citizens, and they say we don't have the money for it, but out of nowhere they fucking pull billions of dollars to give somewhere else. Those people also are, I put them together in the same fucking barrel of a dude that walked and just punched an old man in the face, a helpless man, or fucking snatched the necklaces off of an
Yeah,
old
I've seen
woman.
police officers do that.
Yeah. And there is, even in the police. See, here's the thing: there's even police officers now. Me personally, I actually support police, but the bad ones I don't support. The bad ones, they need to be. Yeah, they are also in that barrel. Cops who fucking bully people when there's no need to. Right? There's no need to fucking put your knee on the back of somebody. And I'm not talking about George Floyd or whatever, because that's a bunch of bullshit. I'm talking about people that don't deserve it. People who aren't, like, let's say you're
Your
complying.
question is,
Yeah, go ahead.
why do people do that? Why do people do these things that are just so fucking disgusting, right, in our eyes? And for me, it's like there's reasons why they do them. I'm not giving excuses. I think it's disgusting right there with you. But people are a product of their environment. They react to the things that, like, for instance, a bully usually is someone who's been bullied, right, or is being bullied, or something in that situation. So how far do we go back to the understanding of why someone is the way they are, and how we stop that right from the source, not from, like, we can't blame the system all the time. We got to blame people, right? And take accountability for our own actions as individuals, as human beings in this system.
I'm thinking of a kid that I knew in 5th grade. His name was Curtis.
Mm-hmm.
His father wasn't in his life. right?
Right.
His mother was smoking drugs, and he was a real bad kid. He would get in a lot of fights. He tried to fight me on the kickball game one day. He kept trying to like throw his hands at me, but me being the innocent, not engaging in fighting kind of person, like I didn't know what to do. But he did. He knew how to fight. And I figure it's because, I don't know, like whatever he went through growing up, his dad not being there, his mom not being fully attentive to his behaviors, he just went ahead and, perpetuated the behaviors he shouldn't have. Like, I imagine there's another kid, like, sitting in his backyard right now, and he's like shooting BB guns at a squirrel. And his mom opens the back door and says, "Come in for dinner." She doesn't say, "Why the fuck are you shooting squirrels?"
Exactly.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's people that are raised in this without a discipline of, hey, what you're doing is wrong. They're not raised of what
Standards,
is,
literally.
and they don't have they don't have that, upbringing. So, just as it says, you'll know them by their fruits, and the seed will begot the seed. So
That's
like
in the
if you,
Bible, isn't it? Love that.
yeah, and if you had, what did you say, that a bad tree will not produce, good fruit, you know and unfortunately, you're you're right. You got to start at the people that even raise them. Honestly, so many times I just wish I could be like Thanos in that show and just fucking snap, and then all the people that are pieces of shit just disappear. And
Or become good people, right? Not just this.
Right.
yeah,
It wish good people.
yeah, I guess that'd be better. But
It's difficult. It's one of those things where you look back though, but people may not be the product of their environment if we were not given the lies and the bullshit and the system that we're given either. So it goes hand in hand. It's not but accountability as human beings still needs to take place because we have lost a lot in our homes and what we should be doing and watching our children. I mean, you can see what's happened in 10 years to our children alone. So we have to take some accountability for that. You can't just always go, it's the system's fault, it's the system's fault. Well, no, your child's right there doing something wrong, tell it it's doing something wrong. But then again, that person who's raising that child was a child a lot of times and was never taught that either. So how do you pass that along if it's never been passed along in the first place to the person who's supposed to pass it along? I mean, our traditions are going out the window. Some of those traditions do matter, right? I'm not talking about Christmas, fuck Christmas, all those things that should matter as a family value, sitting down, having dinner with your family, wash your hands before you sit down, take the fucking phones away from the table when we're eating. My mom would never let me have my phone at the table and stuff like that. Well, those little values that we've lost along the way is what's taken away American people, and not just American people, everyone all over the world. But Americans especially, because we're so caught up into the mainstream and Hollywood, over here, and our gadgets. So it's sad.
There's a lot of things that like when you're talking about how, what has been passed down and where we are today. But it's interesting to think that where we are today was something that was planned 70, 80 years ago. And
right.
And the fact that it's like, wow, that mustard seed has definitely grown to be a gigantic tree by now. Because when they first pushed or just started to destroy the family values decades ago, way before any of us were here, our grandparents were probably the product of it, or the beginning of it, should I say. But they have been destroying the family unit since the 1910, 1920s, the early 1900s. So now we are here, not only 80, maybe 100 years later, and we are seeing the effects of what they did way back then. And it's sad. It's fucking sad. But I guess as they say, be the change that you want to see. So within your family, in your household, you take the phones away. In your household, you wash your hands before you eat. Now it sucks because you can't, change your neighbor's upbringing. They're probably whatever, they are who they are. But it sucks that they are a product of what was planned a long time ago. If you are not like that, then count yourself lucky, because because you are one of the
Yeah,
remaining.
my parents used to whoop my ass. I remember like one time me and my goofy friends, we thought it was cool to like smash up all these bricks we found and like lay them in the street to watch cars tires pop. This was in 5th grade. My
Oh.
mom beat the crap out of me. If she
Yeah.
didn't, no, what would have developed in my personality with thinking shit like that was okay?
It is funny. In reality, probably seeing
I
that
didn't
as
know
a
better.
kid,
Yeah.
watching back, the tires popping and shit. However, now as an adult, you realize the effect of that. You're like, yeah, that was bad. Shit, good job, mom. But
Yeah.
when you're a kid, yeah, you don't realize that
I'm
because it's
grateful for that
funny,
aspect.
right? You know,
Yeah. I
discipline.
imagine
Is
all
it
these kids I
needed?
went to high school with, I picture their parents were probably super bullying them, like, oh, you need to not be a pussy, like, treat
Right.
everybody else like you're better than them, and this is how you're going to win in life. Put everybody under you.
Especially
It's like a
men.
superiority complex. That's why I think some of these kids in my high school became cops because their parents were bullies and they rejected the concept of, I guess, being like a brute bully, and they want to help people as like
Yeah.
a good cop. I have this weird theory about that. Sorry.
There I see him even in my past generations, like my aunts and uncles, and even my grandfather. He was an alcoholic. He used to, oh God, he was amazing. He used to basically build everything here in my city. But the thing is he would treat even my grandma and people like shit. They had a certain standard even back then, how they talked to people and treated people, and how the households worked. Um, the woman's at the kitchen cooking all the time with the 8 kids and stuff, so they even had it hard back then, and my grandma used to complain. But you see how the generations even then had it wrong. So I don't even know when it started. Like, we think our grandparents had started at. It's just been going on for way longer than we could probably ever even imagine.
Are you
But
talking
this,
about destroying the family?
yeah, oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah. If you look into it, you'll see that started way back. Like I said, the early 1900s when
right.
when they first realized like that they could make more money, like like
Mm-hmm.
if the women worked as well, so they funded that feminist movement of equal rights for women, which allowed them to not be stay-at-home wives as it used to be, but it
Yep.
would like they were, so they played devil's advocate at that point. They're like, oh no, wait, no, you need to have rights, but all they were doing was setting them up to where, okay, now that you have rights, now go work. And once they were able to do that, they then systematically destroyed the protection and wages that used to be. So like and so like, remember back then the man could work and they paid good enough for you to raise a family and enjoy life and live the American dream, and you can have, and your wife and mother of children didn't have to work because you made good money. So systematically they destroyed the cost of living by raising the price for everything. So now that good money that you're making is no longer good money, because now you're living check to check. You weren't living like abundantly like the way you used to. And then the woman starts working to even make ends meet. Now you have the schools. Then I believe the Secretary Education was developed in the 40s, which just so happened to be around the same time of the Depression and the war. So, but all of this stuff came about once Rockefeller got really into our politics and started buying off a lot of shit, and creating all of everything that we see today was from back then. And it sucks, but it's the absolute truth, and that's that's why we are here where we are today. Fucked up.
Yeah,
There's
even my grandparents had it wrong. Like, I feel like, even though they raised my uncle and all that to be a man and to get up, shake it up, don't cry, don't do this, don't have any emotions. They, and a woman's supposed to be this. There was a certain attitude back even then in my grandparents' age, which was wrong. I'm like, I don't agree with the feminist movement. Absolutely don't in any way, shape, or form. But even back then, when I look at my grandma, my grandpa, there was a total different divide And a woman was supposed to be at that kitchen with her, you know, in her, even if she was in her slippers, doesn't matter. She had such a role in that household, but at the same time, yes, it was a good role, right? It was the household role, the mom of the house who raised the kids, who structured them and all that. But that mother was overwhelmed completely at that age. And they were tired. So yeah, when they got that given to them, oh yeah, you can go to work, you can get out of the house and not take care of the kids. Of course they were like, fuck this shit, I'm out. Because it's hard to be a stay-at-home mom and take care of the family. And back then they used to literally, my grandma used to get up, cook for the entire workforce of my grandpa, then get up, cook for the 8 kids, then get up, clean the house. You know what I mean? This was a constant structure, then repeat again for dinner. They never had a break. You know,
Well,
they worked on farms and everything. This was real hard work.
Yeah. No, here's what's
Hold on, let me
interesting
go
though.
real quick.
Go ahead.
They definitely perpetrated it. These elite people definitely was a huge mover in the women's rights and, you know, getting women out in the workforce thing. Because if you're selling goods, right, you're selling things. You can only sell so many things. Like that's why recently this thing where they gave every human on earth thousands of dollars a month, pretty much.
Yeah.
You know, with the thing recently, look who got all the money. It didn't end up in people's bank accounts growing steadily over time. Bezos got it all. Musk got it all. Like whenever poor people get money, the rich people get it all. So they want as many people get as much money as possible because ultimately they know they're going to end up getting it.
Yeah.
Goes back to them.
Yeah. So exactly. So they'll print money, $1 trillion, and then they'll give hundreds of billions to the poor because they know that the poor is going to put that right back into their pockets because they have investments in companies and they get interest. And then they're like, cool, we get rich. And then their children, the poor people, their children are going to end up having to pay the taxes on that debt that we just created for their parents. It's such a crazy sick system, but if you think about it, it's actually fucking genius. It's a perpetuating system that you cannot defeat it at this point, and it's genius, but it's fucked up. But it is
Things are
genius.
going to change soon. Things are definitely going to change soon because
going to need a revolt. That's for sure. It's definitely going to need a total changing of the guards, if you will, changing of the colors, if you will, because it's
just naturally going to have to change because with the automation and shit, like it doesn't make sense to have this whole system we got now if everything's automated. Like this is a dumb system if everything was automated. You would never do this in reality. The shit we do, where we design everything to break and have to make it 100 million times. Like no one would ever do that. That's not even reasonable. It's dumb. Like I realize the company wants to save 3 cents on some metal or plastic at this key stress point in the object, but that's not it's not realistic to do that over and over again. Just spend the extra 3 cents.
Logic, Jeremy, that if you think about it, if you go back to even like I said, my grandfather's time, and you would ask him to build something out of crappy ass material or shitty ass way, he would say no. Sorry, just straight up right back then. That generation would have said it's not worth it. And they always built stuff with, that had stability and would last, right, for a long time. That was the point. So if you go back to even 50, 60 years ago, this would not happen. It would not be even logical to these people, to us as human beings. No.
Right.
Well, this goes back to the saying where hard men make soft time, whatever that saying is.
Yeah.
It's hard times make hard men and soft times make soft men. So, but think about it, like you were saying, how the women, they couldn't handle it. But think of it this way. So like I have my kids' moms, right? So their grandma, she is like the hardest working woman I've ever met, right? She's like in her 70s now, still working harder than even a 25-year-old mother or 30-year-old mother. Right. And she was built that way, right? Like that because she was raising siblings, right? Like so like you have 70 and 80-year-olds right now that grew up in a time like with the war and everything, World War II. They grew up in time where the mom and dad did start going to work, so the kids were raising the kids, and they grew up a time they were like making dinner for the mom and dad. So there's just this weird like that generation, that I guess they were the baby boomers, right? They are just built different, and then their parents. So like my grandma, or I'm sorry, I guess my kids' mom's grandma, right? Her mom, the 7-year-old's mom, she was even twice as strong as her and did twice as much because she came at a time where she was the one at home, like you said, the one that was probably tired of it all because she's from the early 1900s, right? Late 1800s or 9. But so they're just built strong and they last and they can and it's not hard for them. But for some reason, the generations after that, like you're
Yeah.
saying, like a woman today, she'll be like, oh man, no way, I don't want to do this. I'll just go work. I don't. This is too hard because they're no
Today don't even
longer.
want to get off their ass and even go do schoolwork, do anything because they're like, I'd rather do drawing and artwork or do this at home than go to school. Well, you know what, bitch, so would I. Like, so did I. And I'd rather not go to, go to work at all. But that's reality. You have to go to work or in this system. But the kids nowadays, like I grew up at a time that I had to take care of my grandmother, okay, because we took her in, 8 years old. We had someone always living with us that needed care. So I was always having to get baths, change, potty chairs. I take care of that. Someone who was ill. This next generation doesn't even want to do their homework. They don't even want to clean their room. They don't want to do fucking nada. Right? They just want to be on their TikTok and their bullshit. They have no idea what hard work is like. Right? To be there to take care of somebody. To help your mother with 7 children, and you're part of that. Right? Going home and doing chores and cooking dinner and doing all that. No. They don't. No, they want to go home straight to their fucking Xbox and all that. They don't understand that kind of mentality. But there are still some that do and cherish that. Like go home and see their moms worked really fucking hard and start helping their mom as soon as they get home from school. But that takes love and compassion and a family to bring that in where you want that with your kids and your kids want to help you back and forth and tell your kids that they should be wanting to help. And to teach that to your children to help everyone, even on the street, open the doors for people when you're outside or you're elderly and all that shit. There's no respect anymore. You don't teach your children respect, and especially they should have to earn things. Just give them things. That's the reason they're so fucking spoiled. I wasn't spoiled in a way to, yes, I was spoiled rotten, but at the same time, we had structure. We had to get shit done. Like, we had things to do, chores, before I could even go play. It doesn't get done, you don't go play. But that stuff doesn't happen anymore. So you have kids that can't even help the mom out at the house. Hell no, you can't even get them off their Xbox.
Yeah.
This is a sad place that we live in now. And within 20 years? Quickly.
Yeah. Crazy, huh? How fast, like I mean, again, it took 100 years, but in the past 20 years, I think their tree started bearing fruit. Like they planted the seeds way back in the early 1900s, and not until these last 20 years has it finally that seed is now giving fruit, and they're now reaping the rewards of it because they look at their wealth is just fucking. If you look at how much wealth has been accumulated in the past 3 decades, it's disgusting how much money is going into their pockets these days. The wealthy families, that is, and that's all as a result of what was planned years ago, and it's fucked up.
People can't really realize that 10 years, just 10 years alone, you can go back and how different it is. And I did this the other day with someone. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm turning 40, who's turning 30, can't be that different than me. Well, actually, they are. Because then I realized 10 years before me is when MySpace, and shit like that was coming out. I mean, think about when MySpace came out. 10 years before that, I didn't have MySpace and all that, these social platforms when I grew up. 10 years before me, my generation and whatnot, I mean, after me, sorry, they had it. So there's a difference of 10 years between people.
Yeah.
Alone. And a massive change, because there's people that, like, when they have a wedding, you have to, like, scan something just to even go to the wedding to answer back. And I'm like, what happened to just saying I'm going to be there? Like, what?
Yeah.
And stupid shit like that. Like, it's a total different mindset of just 10 years because of technology.
Yep. The world's changing for sure. And you think about how how much it used to change for even our parents, how they saw it changing, because they went from like telephones to cell phones, and they saw that change. And I remember the first time I saw a cell phone, I was in the early 80s. It was a briefcase. My uncle used to have one. He made good money, so he was able to afford it. I think it was like buying a car back then, today, the equivalence of it. It was so expensive back then to have one, and he had one. And to see that they went from rotary phones to cordless phones, and then cordless phones to cell phones, and they saw the world changing too, just in a different way. Once online hit, I remember getting on Netscape Navigator when it first came out with with 11 kilobyte upload speed. Kilobyte, not megabyte.
Yeah.
Kilobyte. And then you had that.
Let me just
Go
speak
ahead.
on them rotary phones real quick. Them shits were built to last, right? Look
Yep.
at
Yeah, they
phones
were.
now. Yeah, phones now are fucking trash, right? You drop that shit, it's fucking broke.
Yeah.
That shit, you could slam that phone. Like, those rotary phones were like Nintendo controllers.
Yeah, dude.
Like, that's
for sure.
probably where Nintendo controller got their model from. Them shits were like unbreakable.
Throw them on the floor, you smash them back to someone's head. It still worked.
You
Yeah,
could
right.
slam the headset, the handset down or whatever it's
Yeah.
called.
Yeah, you could
Slam that shit.
you could use the phone as a weapon and then call 911 from it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, bro.
Well, just think about even our Nintendos. We used to slam them, like the cartridge in there to get them to work, blowing them like, work,
Yeah.
damn it. And they would work. They didn't break.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. But going back to the early 80s, when everything, it's almost like that's when things really started to change. Maybe more the 70s, but
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean,
mostly in the 80s, it just fucking just like switched, like a switch went on, because that was the early birth of technology, if you will, to where we are today. Like it was it was the quickest that technology was growing, I think, from the 80s into the
Pioneering the
90s.
speak and spell.
Yeah.
Like toys that could talk, like motorized dolls. Yeah.
Yeah,
Video
remember.
games.
And then in the
Yeah.
90s, that's when I think we were getting comfortable and used to electronics. Then you had, like portable cassette players, and that were like digital and had alarms and clocks, and they had like credit card size like organizers where you could have contacts, and everything's all digital.
Well, just like the Walkman was like the first thing you could like walk around with and pick what you listened to. That wasn't the radio.
Right.
That's dope tech.
Yo, remember those?
yeah.
Remember those earmuffs? Them AM, FM.
Yeah.
Earmuffs
Yeah.
Shit.
They
We
had
were
the
raised in a generation that was kick ass.
That
I'm sorry.
had like
Yes,
freaky
definitely.
freezies. You had gloves that tell you the temperature, let you know it's cold out. Like as if you needed that. But
Think
yeah,
about
No,
the
for sure.
technology that we have seen in our generation grow from, well, supposed how it's, because I believe that this technology is already here and they don't give it to us. And so they're kind of done with it. They're like, here you go, we're done with this shit. You guys can play with it now. But in reality, yeah, what we've seen as our technology growth is extraordinary, like literally in the last few generations of years. I mean, just when Apple came along and literally changed the Apple phone and the apps on our phones, so I think it's when destroyed technology and technology destroyed society. Everybody became the new thing where you had to have a app in your hand at all times and one to play on a game or something. And then we also gave away all of our information at that point because people just said, agree. So it was just like when that happened, everything changed in the world.
the apps like just almost like kind of destroyed the idea of like the desktop computer workstation that you had to like
Yep.
look at some kind of CRT monitor. Now you're like, I can be on my jet ski and broadcasting it, tweeting about it.
Hey, Jeremy, real quick, Jazz Kondo, who muted them?
I'm sorry, I almost spit my coffee out. Probably everybody. Anybody that could get the opportunity probably did.
Because he's asking to be unmuted, but I.
Good morning, Jazza, by the way. I know Jazza very, very well. He's probably laughing if he can hear me. He's like, what the fuck they say?
I was talking to my wife. What do you guys say?
No, I said Jazza Kondo was asking to be unmuted, and I said, "Well, who muted you?" And he didn't reply. But
Oh, I'll mute his little ass for a minute. I have fun with him sometimes. Sometimes he can be a little out there, but I have fun with almost everybody. I get past the whole globe thing, the debate thing, the bullshit. Jeremy, you know what I'm talking about. Back in the day, the shit we used to go through. No, I'm good with that now. Not happening anymore in my life. But like Jeremy gets along with Coach Show and other people and all that stuff too, and I get a lot of shit for it. But I don't really care because I think that some of these people we can have good conversations with and still have fun with. Do I think they're full of shit a lot of times? Yes, I still do. Of course I do. Coach Show, yes, you're full of crap. Just in case you're listening, because you're always listening.
he's on YouTube right now listening to this. He may not be here, but he's here.
Exactly, he's here somewhere. Coach Show's always here.
Not here that his AI is listening.
Yo, the Globers are
Oh,
always
yeah, they
listening.
are.
We were
He got his
in
AI
here talking one day.
Am I back on Stacy B? I'm just listening quietly in the background.
Good morning, honey. There you are. There's Jazza. Somebody unmuted him.
Oh, yeah.
It's good to still have you around. You're still getting muted, though. Same way.
Yeah, I think I muted him from last time. He was calling names or something. Behave, Jazza, please.
Jazza.
All day, every day, I'll behave myself.
I don't believe you.
Mm-mm.
For now.
For now. Well, Stacey B, sir, you have to be good now.
Yeah, exactly.
Like my name means something, right?
It'll be on my best behavior.
But I've been still waiting for that flight that you're going to take us on, like years ago.
Yeah, well, you have to come to New Zealand, and then you have to get on the ship to Antarctica.
He's just waiting till he's not drunk, and then he's going to give you the ride. We've been waiting
We're
2
going to
years.
go on a ride, guys. He's going to take me out on this little date and everything. He's going to take me on to dinner. He's going to have roses for me and everything. I'm waiting, Jazza.
Like, yeah, the Bachelorette.
Fuck, did I say that to you? I've promised.
No,
that
but he's like, wait a minute, I was drunk. Did I say that?
Holy shit.
You may have. No, I'm kidding. I don't think you did, sweetheart. I'm just messing with you.
I've got my flat earth proof cut out for me.
Yeah, that's how you do it around here. You just make everybody go on a date with you. Then you go, guess what? Earth's flat, right? No.
I thought proving the curvature of the Earth was just going to be going and doing it, and now it's going to cost me about fucking $57,000.
Oh, damn. It's like that? Well, I didn't know you had that kind of money. Jazza, Earth's kind of round right now. I'm just playing.
Shit.
You should have seen Kosho flip the other night. Blaze was in here saying something about, I know I forget, but Kosho flipped the script immediately. He's like, oh, I just got to go cook dinner for my friend. I'm like, you mean your girlfriend? It was funny.
Yeah, I've had Kosho flip to the flat side many, many, many times. All you have to do is just be like, hey, Kosho, want to go on a date? And he's like, flat. Men will be men at the end of the day. It doesn't fucking matter. For me, though, I'm sorry. I'm not giving up anything or even going on a date with anyone if they think the earth is a round spinning ball. God bless you. But I couldn't date you. I'd been down that path before. It's not okay. Doesn't work out so well.
Oh,
yeah.
Sweet baby Jesus, God help you, Savior and Lord.
You gotta agree on some things in a relationship. The foundation of life, like what we're standing on. If you don't agree on that, that's kind of a big thing for me. Like shit.
You do, totally.
Oh, I'll be right back. I got a phone call, guys.
Adjusting his Tinder profile accordingly.
Stop telling me what I'm doing. I'm not updating my Tinder profile. I'm going out for a smoke, and I'm going to get on my phone and update my Tinder profile.
Tony, the only way to fight back with these people is to let our money talk. These elite motherfuckers. That's all they care about. So we got to talk to them in money. Like, don't spend your dollars. We got to team up with other groups and shit, and just don't spend your dollars places that are fucked up. You know what I mean? Anyone that's doing that planned obsolescence shit or whatever, just put them out. They'll go out of business. Just stop spending our money there. I mean, that's hard to do. You know, to get everyone on board with something like that because they got us so divided. But
But Jeremy, what do you really have against hookers?
what?
What do you really have against hookers?
Hookers?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know. Just let's stay on topic, please. There's other servers if you want to talk about goofy shit.
You said don't spend all your dollars.
Yeah, at a place that's fucked up, like some of these companies and shit. Turn the TV off the stations. Don't give them the airtime, whatever. Like, we got to get on the same page with something at least as humanity. And that's the only way we're going to overcome these. Because united we stand. That's a real thing. So
Are you saying you don't order Amazon, Jeremy?
I do order Amazon. Yeah. So what?
You're the culprit, bro.
Well, as soon as we get on the same page, I'll stop ordering Amazon. If that's what we think some of the evil corporations are, it's not going to work if just I do it. We got to all be on the same page, like I said. Dude, you even listening, bro?
Look, you just get a bunch of shit, get a warehouse, start filling it with shit, and then you could be your own Amazon. Be like, order from me, and where I'll support you, or order your shit. You won't have to give it to Bezos.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you can just take all the tax money at the end and just reinvest it in your shit like he did. That would be great too. Can everybody get away with that? I'm not sure. Pretty good. Tesla made up pretty good. What's up, One Big Pun?
Sick. It's you.
Yeah, what's going on, man? Long time.
You're, you're alive.
I am. Good to hear you.
I was just listening to Jen.
You're on the listening, James.
Yeah, oh, well, that trip was over there. I sort of come in on a conversation where we're talking about kids at home and schooling. And, yeah, it got pretty trippy. But anyway.
All right. Any conclusions there?
Yeah, well, I'm still fighting with mine to stop poisoning my youngest. Yeah, there's a little bit there. Well, it still spins, so it doesn't.
Been pouring here for the last 24 hours.
Yes, has that. Well, that sucks. We just had a little short drizzle, yeah. But yes. Did you catch the moonset though?
I feel like the precipitation cycles are a little different. Like, if I think about
Since
like
when?
I've lived in the same general area for a long period of time. Yeah, it's weird. Think of other times it seems like it rains like a lot. There's like a lot of precipitation throughout. But
11:33 here. We've just got the tail end
Which I don't mind. It seems like there's a lot less rainy days than there used to be.
in that participation. Yes, nobody to talk to.
The weather's
Anyway,
improved. I shouldn't complain.
I'll mute and I'll let you talk.
What's up, SC?
What's up, Jeremy?
Chilling.
Hey, did you
Are
watch
you?
the thing with Fight the Tight Shirt? Or you just watched one part?
I saw most of it. When did it happen?
This was like a month ago, bro. And I made him look pretty bad, bro. I don't know
Yeah,
what.
you can get him to say crazier shit. You did okay, kinda. I mean, dude, you didn't bring up Gaussian curvature. You started talking about, oh, this is just math, da da da. You should be like, all right, here's the math for the constant positive Gaussian curvature. It's a non-developable surface. It can't possibly be 2D. You can't fit it in a 2D plane. Then they start saying the dimensions aren't length, width, and height. They start saying the dimensions are some other coordinate system. It's weird, bro. You can get them to say crazy shit.
Yeah. Look,
Like
I mean,
real
there's many
crazy.
ways I could have went, right? There's many ways I could have went, but yeah, I chose that path. But yeah, point taken.
Bro, I got
But
that
it's
from
not
Bev,
like she
bro.
destroyed me, like you're saying, bro. Come on.
I'm not you didn't get destroyed, but you didn't really do too hot. I mean, bro, I got that argument from Bev.
Yeah,
You
but
should
you're
have known
thinking
that
of
one.
one argument, right? I was thinking 2D curve. I was trying to make him say crazy shit in that manner.
All
But yeah,
right.
I could have went with the Gaussian curvature. Yeah.
And then
Don't forget,
non-developable
also,
surface.
I wasn't alone, right? There was all kinds of other people, so it's not exactly that you can home in on one. You know what I'm saying? It was
Yeah,
like
no, you got to hold the whole room hostage. Fuck it.
yeah.
Do what everyone else does. Just do what everyone else does. Hold the whole room hostage till you get your point narrowed out. We got all the time in the world, bro.
I can yell and scream and shit, but I try not to do that anymore. You know?
No, don't yell and scream. I'm just saying, like, we got time, bro. Like, dude, if you ever want 5 minutes or 10 minutes with somebody, just let me know.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah. You know, I had more than one talk with him. Huh? Did you see the LIGO thing I had with him? Bro, I made him say all kinds of crazy shit, bro.
I
Did you
don't
see
know.
the LIGO one I did with him?
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, go on my website after and check them out, bro. I think I did pretty good with him, given the circumstances, right?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not.
Have a
I'm
look,
not
bro.
impressed. I'm not impressed, bro. I'm not impressed.
Yeah. That's you. You're fucking looking for something.
I don't know.
How many fucking talks have you had with him there, big debater?
Fight the flat Earth. I mean, I've never even talked to him,
So why the fuck you talking then, huh? Where's your debate with him?
bro. You heard me. You've been hearing me debate these guys.
Yeah, but debating somebody and debating Fight the Flat Earth or McToon are two different things. These guys are the
What,
craftiest, sneakiest little bastards there is.
bro? They got what? Do they got some globe superpower, dude, or just they're better than Zanuck or Ruhif or Kosho or whoever? Like, I don't know. They're not like some special dudes or nothing. I feel like I need to go on there honestly, so we get like a good look once in a while.
Yeah. The super Jeremy's gonna go in and make us fucking low lives look good, right? You're
No,
full of yourself.
I'm just saying, like, we need to have a good look once in a while, just
Yeah.
one on
So
one.
send in Jeremy, the expert. Yeah.
I mean, you could do it if you have a one on one and you get some time with them.
Yeah, look, I'm not interested. I've had that. You know how many times Toon and Fight the Tight Shirt offered me to go on their shows? You know how many DMs I can show you? I've always refused them. Why? Because you know what they do, right? You're not going to get a fair shake on their show. I even
No,
told
I've
Wicked,
seen him. I've seen
don't go
people
on
get a.
their show.
I've seen people get a fair shake on there.
Where who? On Fight the Tight Shirt or McToon? Are you kidding me, bro?
McToon, Noah, that guy Numpty Noah. He had a. No, I feel like he had a fair shot on McToon's.
No chance, bro. No
That looked
chance.
legit, bro. Looked legit.
There's no chance that you're going to get anything fair with McToon or Fight the Tight Shirt.
Telling you, it didn't look bad. Go back in McToons and look at the one where Numpty Noah debated
Well,
him.
you go back and look at the ones I did with him. I made him say stupid shit with LIGO. You haven't seen the shit I did. You just probably saw one thing. You're pissed off now because of the servers and you're lashing out.
No, I heard the lie. I think I heard the LIGO one. I can't remember it though.
Yeah, go back and listen to them, bro. I'll post them for you. Listen to this one, bro. Now you got to keep in mind, there's a lot of people in there, right? So you can't really get to do your thing. So
yeah, it's tough.
But just listen to that. You tell me. This one, bro, I had more than one. This one, Zanuck and Brenda had to come in White Knight for him. Have a listen to this one, bro. I had more than one brawl with him. But like I said, with other people involved, right? You can't get your whole thing out.
Yeah, that's tough. People are always quick to jump in.
Here I was debating three of them. Fight the Flyer Alert, Brenda and Zanuck at the same time, bro. With other people, of course, getting in. And you know his game. His game is to just make wisecracks, try to get you upset. You know how this guy is. I don't have to tell you. Have you heard this one, Jeremy? When I went over to Gems and asked him what is a woman?
I think I heard that one.
Oh,
Well, a long
fuck.
time. That's old.
That's old, yeah. I've been
I
messing
watch the
these guys
channel
up
every
for
once
a
in a while.
long time, bro. I've been messing these guys up for a long time.
Well, you do all right. You do all right. You do better than some of these guys. I'll tell you that for sure. No question.
I do what I can. I'm sure I can do better. We can always do better. Like whenever I hear a tape of mine, I said, "Oh, I should have said this. Oh, I should." You know, it's always like that, right?
Yeah, that would always happen out where at Gems. I'd be like, "Oh, I should have said this thing," like a couple minutes after, and then it's too late.
Yeah, when you're in the sauce, it's different than when you're outside listening. Oh, you should have said that. Yeah, but you go in there, you try doing it live. You know what I'm saying. It's different when you're in the sauce.
I do it live. Yeah, I know.
No, not you, not you. I'm saying in general. You know. Like it's easy to play armchair quarterback. Oh, you should have passed it to that guy. Yeah, go try to do it, man, on the field, right? Yeah. But yeah, it's good to watch yourself after and see your mistakes and get better. Yeah, that's the way to do it. And listen to a commentary like from you.
My constructive criticism.
Yeah, yeah. So where's everybody today? Are they over at the other server? Or?
Maybe, yeah, I don't know.
By the way, I'm not a member there, huh? So when you said your boys, you got me a little bit pissed off there. They ain't my boys.
Sorry. My bad.
My boys are over here and over at Bev's. That's where my boys are at.
Bro, what the fuck? I've been watching a lot of Bev stuff the past couple days.
Yeah.
I mean, Bev's been invaluable throughout this whole thing.
Definitely.
I got a bunch of good arguments from him. I would still be walking around me. I mean, there probably still are flat earthers that think that there's actual spherical excess measurements, but literally, like I showed that shit to Bev, he had it in like 2 seconds. He knew instantly.
Yeah, Bev knows
that
his
wasn't
shit
a
when it
measurement.
comes. When it comes to geometry, man, Bev knows his shit. You don't want to go up against Bev when it comes to geometry. I tell you that, man. I don't care who you are and who you think you are. If it's one thing he knows, it's freaking geometry. Like I'm the last one. I'm not into geometry. I'm not into the the Gaussian surfaces and all that shit. I'm not, that's not really my thing, I understand it and respect it, but I go for simplicity, right? You're gonna explain people Gaussian surface, they're gonna say, what the hell is he talking about? I go for simplicity, water, humps, drops, stuff that people could understand, like Zanuck water going from a lower elevation to a higher elevation, crazy shit, like Fight the Flat Earth saying the earth is 2D, the surface of the earth is 2D. It's like, people listening, of course, we're not going to make any inroads with these guys, right? But people listening, that's my whole objective, is people listening to the crazy shit that these guys say.
Plumb, level, and square meant a lot to me. Vertical, horizontal puts a whole new meaning to it.
Absolutely.
That's what Bev done for me.
Oh, yeah. Me, I couldn't believe it. Before I met Bev, I was talking about water dropping and humping, the skateboard paradox. And then I heard about this guy. They were saying he's saying level is horizontal, and people were laughing at him. And I'm saying, what? They don't think level is horizontal? Let me go have a look. And that's how I found Bev. Like I couldn't believe that there was somebody that was disputing this, right? And then I met Bev, and I learned a lot about geometry, to be honest with you, from Bev.
And it's really just the simplicity of it that they have to falsify to go anywhere with it, because you must imagine anything other than reality.
Yeah. Like I had no use in my life. Why would I know geometry, right? But I knew how water flowed, right? And then when I got into it, I said, yeah, this is it, man. This is it. It's water and geometry. Game over. There's nothing that you can't argue this. No way, man.
Well, the plumb, level, and square is what brought me to it, and because that's the reality of life. Everything's measured plumb, level, and square in a box, and only boxes that sit next to each other with no spaces on a flat plane are squares, and that's the reality of it. Whether it's above sea level, below sea level, where's the room for the curve in a square?
Yep. You heard the talk I had with Bacon just a few days ago on that?
No.
You missed that one? Yeah. He had to admit it. He had to admit that water cannot, from a lower elevation, water cannot go to a higher elevation in reality. And Kosha was there too. So I made him say, he said that the only way that this can happen is in their model. So people listening to this are saying, hold on. He just admitted that water doesn't do this in reality, but in a certain model, it does that. It's like crazy talk, right? It's crazy
Right.
talk.
Because you could take any large project, scale it down, and still use plumb level and square and make it work with no extra special forces. You don't have to do anything crazy.
That's right. Yeah.
I have this Chesapeake and Delaware Canal here where I'm at. That's 13 3/8 miles long. It's 10 foot deep. And there's 13 3/8 miles, 10 foot deep. And only way that happens in a scale model is if the water, with no extra forces, sits level in a 1/4 inch deep trench over 50 yards. That's amazing when you look at it because there's no deviation in the water.
That's something, man. Wow. How long again?
How long?
Yeah, how long did you say it was?
Well, it's 13 3/8 miles long.
Wow.
And that's before they made it a sea level canal. That's between two locks, 13 3/8 miles. And you can put that as in a scale on the bleachers at a football field because we know the bleachers are built level. You can start there. Use something as simple as J channel to simulate your ditch. Put a 1/4 inch of water in it, 50 yards long, and run up and down it with your plumb bob and your square, and nothing ever changes. And then you take the model, which at 50 yards would be about a 112-foot rise in the hump, that they would say. And you can lift the middle of that ditch up 3 inches and watch the water run away from it. It's an impossibility.
Absolutely, bro. There's no way around it. No way around it.
And
I remember when I first met Rakia, I was on JG Chihuahua show. And I was talking about plumb lines from back then, before I met Bev, before I knew anything about geometry. I knew zero about geometry, right? I had no reason to know geometry. Why would I, I'm not in a field that does that, right? So I knew zero, but I knew how water flowed. I knew how a level worked, and I knew how a plumb bob worked, right? And I was telling him, because they were telling me, because I was telling him, if we tie a rope, right? Or we make like a line of wood for a mile long, and we put plumb bobs hanging on it. Would all those plumb bobs be plumb? Now I'm talking about years ago now, before I met Bev, before there was any talk of this, right?
Right.
When I saw that bridge, when they were talking about that bridge, that clicked for me, man. So I did the skateboard paradox. So I remember the first day I met Rakia, I was telling him, if we put a line and we hang plumb bobs on it for a mile, will those plumb bobs be plumb? And they were telling me no. And then Rakia comes in and he introduced himself. He said, I have a company. And I go, oh, shit, here's my boy. Right? And I asked him, and he goes, of course they're going to hang plumb. From back then, man, it's like, it's obvious, man. You don't need to know geometry.
That's like if you go look at the Amazon building that they built, the biggest building in North America. All four corners are still plumb.
Yeah. Look at the Angkor Wat thing. DP talks about this a lot. Look at the Angkor Wat. That the square water thing. That kills it right there, man.
Right.
There's so many things. Yeah.
That's your reflection pool in DC.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Look at LIGO. Look at the canal next to LIGO. I got Blue here. You want to hear crazy stuff, Jeremy? Blue told me he wanted to bet me $10,000 that I always laugh. That the canal next to LIGO, which is 2.5 miles long, is 3 feet lower on either end, bro. He wanted to bet me $10,000 on that. Like the stuff that have made these guys say during the years, it's just incredible, man. It's just incredible. How about the LIGO arm? Zanuck said that if we take 2 ball bearings, put them on either end, they're gonna roll towards the middle. The straightest thing in the universe. How about that one? It's just too funny, man. It's just too funny. Water and geometry. It's game over.
Must bend level, must curve a straight line.
Yeah. How about now? Now we got them. We got them to. Now they got rid of horizontal. Horizontal doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, I remember not long ago I looked up level on geodetic website and it didn't have a definition for it neither.
Yeah. Here's a new one for you, Jeremy. That I coined. Single point geometry. How do you like that one? You only have level at one point. How'd you like that one?
Your geometry changes at every point, you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah. We got them to, through what we've done throughout
Yeah, brush his teeth.
Go on. I was gonna say what we've done with this water and level stuff for the past couple of years, we've drove them crazy. We've drove them to say now that level is only at one point. So remember this, Jeremy. Single point geometry. You heard that from me first. Single point geometry, brother. That's what we made them do. There is no level anymore. Horizontal is gone. The horizontal is sacrificed. It doesn't exist anymore in their world. Only at one point. So yeah, I think we've done some damage to them. How about this? Another one for you, Jeremy. Before they used to say plumb bobs, right? What I just said now with the line that I was going to make. Through all these years, they were saying plumb bobs are not parallel. But we've made them say that so much, and it sounds so stupid that now they're saying, what do they call it? Geez. Give me a sec. It's going to come to me. Zenith angles. Now they've gone with diverging zenith angles because it sounds so stupid to say a plumb bob hanging here and a plumb. Oh, another thing I did the other day, Jeremy. Forgot who it was with. I asked somebody, if I stand straight up and extend my arm sideways, and I have a plumb bob on my left arm and a plumb bob on my right arm, will those plumb bobs be parallel? Guess what they said, Jeremy? They said, no, those plumb bobs will not be parallel. So would you say I've been doing a little bit of damage to these guys, Jeremy?
That's the reciprocal angles, Essie.
That's the reciprocal, yes, angles, yes. The stuff that we've gotten them to say, especially the boys on Next Level, is just unfreaking believable. Beyond belief. Jace has something for us. Apparently, Jace has some sort of way that life started. He was talking about in the water. He should be here later to talk about that. Interested to hear that. How about the thing we did with Blue, Jeremy? You remember that one with the size mama dish? You remember the talk I had with him and Chaiki when they detected the earthquake? You remember that one? Chaiki was saying the whole room was shaking. Oh man, we had some laughs. Then we have Soundly. Did you hear the thing I did with Soundly, Jeremy? Have you spoken to Soundly, Jeremy? You there, bro, or what? He's probably busy. How about this one, Jeremy? Blue says that the Earth is not a sphere. How about that one? You're making me go down memory lane now, bro. Here's one for you from the Blue Marble Scientists. This one, Jeremy. Which direction is down with Ruhif? Me and Rakia. Listen to that one. Hey, wait a minute. It's in a familiar. It's in Earth Awakenings, this one. Which direction is down? This one is a freaking classic, man. Check this one out, Jeremy. This is the one I was telling you with Chaiki. Destroying Blue's Cavendish, his mama dish. This is a good one. This one's good. When Left Lane had a logos moment. This is a good one too. Shout out Left Lane. Or Skylane now.
I did hear most of what you said just now. My wife came in, made me some eggs. Nice.
Oh, bon appetit. You're making me go down a memory lane now. I just posted some of the stuff I had with these guys, some of the crazy stuff they say. I just posted the one where Soundly tells me there's a 90-foot hump between me and him if we're on the other side of Lake Rakia. You're making me go down memory lane.
I know.
Should hear the one with Ruhif, which direction is down? Oh, man. You must have talked to a lot of these guys too when you were in Gems, no?
Yeah.
And you never talked to Fight the Flat Earth or Tooney?
Never ran into him. They ain't got some special Glober superpower, bro. They're just normal Glober dudes. They're probably some of the best Glober dudes. Are they
don't
better
have
than Rocket?
superpowers. They don't. I've posted you proof of that. The thing is the superpower comes in when you go on their show. You don't go on their show because when you go on their show, they get to do whatever they want, and they're gonna make you look stupid. They have the button.
Noah looked like he had a fair shot.
I didn't see that one, but if you think you have a fair shot, go ahead, go on. I'm sure they'll let you on. Go on the show, ask them, and see how you do. Maybe you'll surprise us.
What's that
Like,
supposed
I'm
to
not
mean?
saying you don't know your shit, right? What I'm saying is that they do dirty tricks. They're gonna play dirty tricks. They're gonna mute you. You're gonna try to get you mad. You understand what I'm saying? But if you think that you can
I
do it,
know
go
the
ahead, man. Give it a try.
I know
I'm
the
not
game.
saying. Sorry.
I know the game they play.
Yeah.
That they all do it. The good ones do.
Yeah, but if we get them in here, right, we can have a fair shot. But if you go on their channel, you're not gonna have a fair shot. Like, who gives a shit about McTuner? I'll talk to them right now. If they come here, I'll debate them right now. Right now with my
Yeah.
coffee. I don't give a shit.
That's what
Who
I
the
mean.
hell
I'll
are
do it
they?
over. I'll do it over these eggs, whatever. Like it don't
Yeah.
matter.
I'll smoke a joint and do it at the same time. Like, who the hell are they? They're not gonna change water. They're not gonna change level. They're gonna go down just like the rest of them. But on their show, you're not gonna get a fair shake. If anybody thinks you can debate water level, I mean, bring it on, man. Whoever you are, bring it on. You're gonna lose. There's no way you're gonna win a debate on water and geometry. It ain't gonna happen. Who the hell is Maktoon or Fight the Tight Shirt? Just a bunch of clowns. You heard me. I called you clowns, both of you. Because all
Well,
you do is
let's not name call.
yeah. Sorry. Did you see the one where Maktoon? Man, that's when I lost all respect for this dude. The little that I had. He had this guy on, and didn't know how to work the stuff good, and his camera was on, And the guy didn't want to be on camera, and he's telling him, "Oh man, no, sorry." And Maktoon is laughing. He goes, "I don't give a shit. It's your problem. I don't care." Like this. And the guy's like frantically trying to remove the camera, and Maktoon is like laughing at him. He publishes people's names like he's I don't want to say it because respect of the server, but you know where I'm leading. He's not a decent human being. I wouldn't give him a sweat off my arm. Never mind go on a show and make money for him.
Like, to be fair though, if McToon was struggling with his camera, I'd laugh at him. So
Yeah, I'd laugh. Yeah, I'd laugh at him.
What's up, right the hand? Let's have a good run this time. What do you say, kiddo?
yeah, well, just don't mute me when I don't talk. Like, you muted me. I wasn't even talking. Like, I think I have achieved the pinnacle of my my mission when I could get muted and I'm not even talking. That means I'm doing it all right.
So you're back, right the hand? What's going on with you?
I mean, I never was like fuck off. I got other shit. Like I'm arm wrestling pretty serious now. They're starting a Florida arm wrestling league. It's gonna be like NASCAR. It's gonna be like 11 events, and if you win an event, you don't you win the event, but you get points. So it's like at the end of the year, whoever has the most points is they got a $10,000 prize that's gonna be split amongst that's a big money for us anyway. So kind of been.
Yeah, I love that. I follow this guy on TikTok, the arm wrestler dude. He's like a smaller guy, dark hair. He's always like talking to people. You ever seen that? You know, fuck with TikTok. Good talk.
Yeah, so that's their latest thing now. Reciprocal zenith angles. And keep this in mind, we've eliminated the horizontal. There's no more horizontal. It's single point geometry. I coined that term. It's freaking beautiful. This is what it is. Ask any of them. Where is level? It's only at 1 point. So we made level only 1 point. Crazy.
No, their shit's level all over the place, but horizontal can only be at a point.
No, level is curved to them, bro. Level.
Yeah, but
is curved.
that's everywhere though. Shit's level at every point. Horizontal though is the point thing.
Yeah, the horizontal is at a single point. Exactly. Single point. Even if you get them down to the level, they're gonna say the same thing. They're gonna have to say the same thing. You know why? Because the surface curves at every point all around you in their fantasy. Everything is done on considering a plane, flying, everything, waterworks, construction, everything is done on a plane, a level surface, plumb level. Everything we construct, everything we build is that, unless we're talking about hydraulic sewer systems, right? Your house sewer has to be higher than the sewer in the main street. There's no way around that. Every single sewer goes down from the house to the main. Every single sewer line in every street in every part of the world is done this way. We know how water flows. There's no way around that. You cannot argue that. Period.
I just put it simply in my mind. I just like saying, if you believe in the globe, then you don't believe straight lines can exist. And it's as simple as that. You got to assume every single horizontal, no matter how far. If there's an error, it has a drop from it. That's absurd. But you have to
Well
believe
said,
that.
bro. They can't have straight lines. Exactly. They cannot have straight lines in their world. But you want to get their goat, ask them the radius that they make in their globe. Is that a straight line? Yeah, it's really bad for them. They don't realize how bad it is for them. That's why they hate Bev so much. That's why
Oh,
they hate
yeah.
Bev.
Yeah, Bev has dug his heels into that argument. I think he's smart for that, though.
There's no way around it. Level is horizontal, and that's why they hate him, because that kills their model. It's over. It's game over. I was doing the same thing without realizing it back then when I was talking about water and plum. It all comes to the same thing. They cannot have a horizontal line. There's no straight lines in their model. It's game over for them.
That's difficult. Yeah, that's why I'm not a Glober. Or that's why I don't believe the globe anymore. One of the bazillions of reasons.
Yeah, it's all about straight lines and water. It's very simple.
I drive down roads in New York, and the windows of the buildings, it's like everybody used the same, like blueprints, schematics, whatever. It's like whoever built the neighborhood used the same horizontal for every building. And you could see it. All the windows line up, and that was the design. Yeah, I should take pictures of that. Like it's everywhere.
Yeah, bro.
What's
And
that?
I was looking at the same thing, but down the other day in Old Montreal, because we have like an incline right towards the water, and you see all the buildings, bro, exactly the same. You can take a freaking like a plum and hang it, and you'll see every single pillar of every building is aligned exactly the same, bro. Exactly the same.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, do it with pillars. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, like San Francisco, right? Where those steep hills, just look at every building, man. It's standing exactly the same, vertical, all the way down, miles down. There's no way around it. None, zero. You get them into a conversation like that, every time they're going to look stupid. Every single time.
Hey, Jeremy, are you there?
Yeah,
Jeremy's
what's
having
going?
breakfast.
Right the hand is that the guy that was in here months and months ago that was named like Arbiter or something?
No, that was Data. Don't worry, you're gonna get along with Right the Hand. Great.
Okay, right the hand is the okay. I thought like there was like two of them that I think I was getting confused for a while, or like in my head I didn't necessarily know which was which or whatever. You're right, I think Data, Flat Earth Data, that's the one I had blocked. I was wondering why I could hear this guy. But no, this isn't him. This is the other one. Okay.
Jeremy calls Data flat earth liability, right? Jeremy?
I mean, he does all right. He doesn't He doesn't like sharpen his shit. Like he came in here with an argument about sunshine hours or something the other day, and he didn't know what sunshine hours meant. So like the whole argument was ruined. He does all
And this
right
is what
sometimes.
happens when you get too technical. You know, you start talking about numbers and this and fancy words, and then somebody will come and say, "Oh, diffraction," and blah, blah. Then you're lost in a freaking. Just keep it simple, man. You know, that's my way anyway.
Yeah, I think that's a big issue. People trying to get too technical and they try to basically take the other side's way of doing things and then use it, and just like you don't need to get in all that. Hey, guess what? Dirt is dirt. Okay, no matter what they say about what the dirt is made of, no matter what they say is going on inside the dirt with atoms or anything, none of that matters. You can't sense any of that. The thing you know for absolutely certain is that dirt is dirt, and it does what dirt does.
Exactly, bro. Well said. Yep. You see, look what they. Oh man, it's just crazy how people like they can't let go of the model. Their brain, it goes through the model filter. Every thought they have, they start off with that. You know.
I've been on Reddit quite a bit, even though they banned me like months ago. They permanently banned my account, so I can't post or comment or even upvote or downvote. Really, like I can press them, but I think they go away or whatever. And I've been seeing like people from like both sides of like the political spectrum here in the United States, and it's so like it seems crazy. It seems insane to look at a situation and like look at the details and stuff like that, and you'll see one side say, "Here's what this is," and the other side, it'll look like both sides are like literally like living in their own reality as far as what the situation is and like how it should be interpreted, like how they should feel about it, how they should act about it, like whether they think it's good or bad or not a big deal or a big deal or like it's like you look at both sides and it's just it seems like insane basically that it's like they're both living inside their own generated reality, and the things that happen have to like go through the filter of their reality wall or something to get to them, and by that time it's already like in the shape it needs to be for them to know that it lines up with their reality or something. I don't know how to explain it, but it's crazy.
I hear you, bro. It's like two different worlds. I noticed that in this community, right? We'll watch something, no matter what it is, right? A rocket launch or whatever. And one side will say this, and the other side will say that. Same thing with debates. We hear a debate. We know obviously one guy got slaughtered, the other guy, but the other side will say no, the complete opposite. That fascinates me, man. That really fascinates me. Yeah.
There's this guy I used to read some of his stuff. I don't anymore because I don't like him as a person, and or at least from the things that he said and or written, I'm not a fan of the guy. But for a while, I read what he said, and he talked about this back in like 2014 or 15. I think it was leading up to the 2016 election. He was talking about this idea of there being separate realities that people were basically living in leading up to the 2016 election, and he was like, it actually looking back, and even at the time, I think he came right out and kind of indicated that people aren't seeing what Trump is doing. Like they're living in their own reality or something. And it's like, and that's exactly what happened in 2016 was like this guy that like all these people, they had convinced themselves, it seems like, that there's no way he could have possibly won that vote. And like if you look at all the people who were, they just understood obviously Hillary was going to be the winner. Like that's just the case. Like there's no way Trump was going to do this. And it's like this guy was talking about like this basically this split reality. Like there was a whole group of people living in one reality and a whole group of people living in this other reality, not understanding like the same thing, even though they were both experiencing like the same stuff. Obviously, they're both like in the same world, experiencing the same stuff, but somehow they're both like separating it out into two different realities that they're living in, or something, like in their heads or whatever.
Yeah, bro, exactly that. It's almost as if we see a beach ball and one guy says it's blue and the other team says it's green. It's like fat. It's like, how? You see the freaking ball is blue, man. How are you saying
When
the
I
ball
was
is green? Yeah,
when I was
boggles
talking
my
to
mind.
I was talking to MC Toon and on the debate, right? And I go, so the angle to the sun is a better indication of the orientation of people than the orientation of people. And he was like, yes. I'm just like, so you're going to use, and this is how they do it. So to see A, they look at B, right? Oh, where do you see the ground moving? Well, when I see the sun move, I'm like, that's not the ground moving, that's the sun moving. No, it is. So it's just
right.
Yeah,
You
That's
could look
it.
at
That's how you do it, to make them look stupid. Exactly like that, bro. Yeah.
You could look directly at A and see what A is and see how A acts, and they say no, let's look at B and C and then do some calculations to find out what A is.
Yeah. Instead of saying, "Oh, the sun is made of these atoms," no, forget that shit. Right? You're gonna lose everybody. Yeah. Simplicity. What's moving, the sun or me? And everybody listening is gonna say, "Wait a minute, man. This guy's right. What's the other guy saying?" Yeah. So you mean to tell me that you think in 3 miles that way the water goes down? Is that what you're saying? And they're like, yeah. Okay, so what happens if I go there with the 3 miles where you think that boat there? Am I gonna see a drop there? No, right? And the people listening are saying, "What the hell? Does he think the water drops over there or humps?" Yeah, because regular people don't understand the fancy talk, right? Most of them, anyway.
Yeah, I don't think most people care, and I don't necessarily blame them. Like, think that that's a horrible thing in and of itself. Like, there's a lot of life that you can live without taking the time to like directly focus on the shape of the earth. But people, like, no matter who they are, they're living their life with the understanding that the ground that they're walking on isn't moving. Because like anybody who's experienced trying to walk on something that is moving understands the difference. So like, even without directly thinking about it, they know they're walking on something that isn't moving, because they know what it's like to walk on something that is moving. And they understand the issues with that. So like, I don't think it's necessarily I think somebody could live a happy, content, fulfilled life and never actually declare one way or the other what they think the shape of the earth is or whatever, or without even directly understanding it. I think the problem is the people
I disagree with that.
One that they cannot sense.
I disagree, because if you're living in a lie, you can never truly be happy, right? Like, and that's I think that's the point.
That's
is
the other
that
side, though. Saying it's a lie, that would be the globe part. That's the part that is a problem. I agree that that's a problem. But if you're born and you never give thought to the shape of the earth as a whole, that's not a lie. That's something that you have, like, kind of like right now. Like, I have an idea of what the tree outside in my yard is, okay? I don't have to go out there and cut a big hole in it and see the center of it for that tree to do exactly what I expect it to do, for it to provide whatever vegetation I expect it to provide. It can do all of those things. And I can go my whole life without ever cutting into the middle of that tree and seeing the middle of it and live a happy, content, fulfilled life using that tree for resources. I can do that, okay? And I think it's the same way with the earth. Like, people don't necessarily have to understand all of the details about the earth that they're living on to be able to enjoy what it is, because they are enjoying what it is. That's the truth. They are experiencing the truth, not a lie. They're being told a lie, and they're not always. And I agree with you. That's where the problem comes in, is when they're being told a lie and then they choose to believe the lie. Now they have a problem. But if they hear the lie and they decide they're not, like they never actually decide to fight against that. They understand the Earth is what it is, and they aren't determined to try and like convince other people. I don't think there's any problem with that, because what they're experiencing is whatever the Earth is, it is. And that is what they're experiencing, and that is how they're using it. Like I said, with the moving ground thing, they are experiencing a non-moving ground because they know what a moving thing underneath them is. So if they never decide to fight anybody on the ground, moving or not moving, that's fine. They're living their entire life based on truth because they know what it feels like to walk on something that's moving underneath them, and they know that the Earth isn't doing that.
Yeah, if they're like not giving into that, you know. But remember, ballers aren't ballers because they believe the Earth is a ball, and I think that's that's the biggest misconception. Ballers are ballers because of the way they process information, which leads them to believe that Earth is a ball. So and that's where I think if you have that, I don't know, you could call it a flaw or whatever you want, the mainstream way of processing information. Yeah, you're like, even if you aren't really involved in any of the bullshit, magnetism, science, all that, you're going to be hindered a little bit because of how you process information, even if you aren't processing like the ball Earth.
That's what it
It's
is.
a lack of
They
like
start off.
and criticism to the information they're given by people who allegedly have like the know-how, the knowledge, the experiments, whatever it is that they say that they have. It's a deferment to that and a lack of criticism or critical thinking for the information that's trying to get in.
Yeah, it's given accepted knowledge. Given accepted knowledge. That's what it is.
Everybody knows that. Everybody.
Yeah,
This
of
is why I
course
think it's
everybody
so
knows the Earth is a sphere, right? Yeah, you dummy. Yeah.
This is why it's so important to, you know, this is what I think, you know, if you agree that flat Earth is a psyop or not, like the reason I think it is they're trying to create people, right? Like they want people to think a certain way. And when you give somebody information and they just accept it and then go with it, it's going to shape how they think, right?
Absolutely. Just the flat Earth, right? Just that name. We know the Earth is not flat. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And look how they get people who know it's not a ball and also know it's not flat. So they know it's not either, but then they'll get them to side with one of those. It's how they got people to side with something they don't believe in. Just they pick
and they
which
call
one.
themselves flat earthers, bro. I mean, think about it. It's genius what they did.
Yeah, it's control, man. Absolute control of the mind.
That's why I say ditch the term flat earther. Go with truther or true earther. I've been saying this for a long time. Ditch that term, flat earth. It's a psyop term. When you hear a person use it, you know it's a psyop, man. Simple.
Amen. Amen. Sing it from the mountaintop. Sing it from, go to the highest building you can. Go to Pikes Peak. Go to Mount Everest. Sing it. Preach it, brother.
That's it. Yeah. Realize that you're in a psyop. This is a psyop operation, 100%.
I knew I liked SE a lot. I knew it. I knew it.
Yeah, there's definitely a difference between the people who hear the thing and don't concern themselves with it, and the people who hear the thing and now they want to be the ones who push it on other people. Those are two completely different groups of people.
Yeah, those are the Stockholmed. These are the ones that blow my mind. Like, they're fighting for the captors. These are the worst kind of people. And some of them don't even realize it. This is the thing that boggles my mind. Like, you're fighting for the person that put you in jail. It's crazy, man.
SE, what's happened? I've only been doing this 13 and a half months. And what I see what's happening, XE and SE and everybody, is that they've come, people who have gone from the dark side, the globe, have gone to a lesser of a dark side called flat Earth. And they are actually proud that they realize that they don't live on a ball, and they've gone over to flat Earth. Well, flat Earth doesn't help. It rejects people. Flat Earth Society. Flat Earth Society is to Flat Earth what Donald Trump is to conservatives. They do nothing for conservatives and for Flat Earth. And so we should reject, my opinion, we should reject Donald Trump and Flat Earth. So
You should reject anyone that puts themselves in a position that you need them, right? It's like, oh, if it wasn't for me, or you got to listen to me. I'm the guy. Because everybody wants to be that guy. We're that
That's
guy.
the
We have to
thing.
do it for ourselves.
And people like insisting or trying to convince you that without them somehow the world is destroyed, or you're perpetually in danger, or you have all these things to fear if they don't exist. And it's just like, that's not, it's not like everything we have today was just here when we got here. People existed just fine and very obviously thrived without all of this infrastructure and devices and government bodies. All of this stuff, none of this stuff was there at the beginning. It couldn't have possibly been there because it was put there by humans eventually. So it wasn't there to begin with, and somehow we still made it. So anybody coming along trying to convince you that the whole thing all of humanity collapses if they're gone, or if their organization is gone, or their three-letter agency is gone, suddenly everything dies or goes away. No, that person should be ignored and possibly removed from society.
this is what I've seen, getting to appreciate Matthew like I have recently, is that there are two types of globe earthers out there. Two types, maybe three, but there's two types of globe earthers. There's the academic, credentialed academic, which I consider Matthew a credentialed academic. And then there are those who go on social media all across the platforms and just lie through their teeth. I mean, we can disagree with Matthew and all that stuff, but I don't think Matthew intentionally lies through his teeth. I think he's a true believer. I've kind of come to see that.
He's one of them, bro.
Yeah, I've come to see Matthew as a true believer, but I don't think that Matthew is your traditional glober on TikTok, Discord, Facebook, Instagram, that just goes out and just lies through his teeth. And I see people who lie through their teeth, and I go, I want no part of them. I'll debate them one-on-one, but I will not engage with them in everyday activity on social media. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. Matthew is a gentleman. Matthew is a product of the educational system. That is the perfect example of somebody Stockholm. Then I'm not putting him down. I like Matthew. I would talk with Matthew. I'd have a beer with Matthew any day of the week. He's a gentleman.
Likewise.
But he is, oh, you're here, Matthew.
That's what I don't talk about Matthew behind his back. I only talk.
I didn't know he
Matthew
was here. But it's the truth. It's the truth. What I'm saying. Yeah. But he's a product of the educational system. Stockholm. Sorry, Matthew, but I really believe that, bro.
No, I understand. Obviously, that's if you have a different opinion than me, then that's okay, and it makes sense that you would say that I must be deluded somehow.
A long time ago, I went into a master's program at Illinois State, history, poli-sci, and I got a teaching assistant job, so I didn't have to pay for tuition. I appreciate that. And I went into a Russian studies class. I've never been in a Russian studies class. His name was Dr. Don Davis. And I walked in there first day. Dr. Don Davis says he has a brother teaches out at University of Berkeley, California. And he says he was left of Lenin. He was more leftist than Lenin from the USSR. And Don Davis said, Don said he was really, really big leftist. And it's like, okay, this is going to be fun. And I was like 22, 23 at the time. And I appreciate where he came from. He listened to me. I spoke up. And, because back then I was a big conservative, Reagan conservative. And Don Davis and I started playing tennis together. We go out and find two other partners, and we played, 2-on-2 or even 1-on-1, and we became really good friends. I disagree with him on basically everything, but we became tennis partners. And I look back at that and I go, who's two people that should never ever get along? It's Dr. Don Davis and one of his students, that staunch Reagan person, like I was back then. So I kind of see the similarities between Matthew and I in that situation. Now, I don't think Matthew's, Don Davis never said he was a Christian like Matthew is, and Don Davis didn't know the Bible like Matthew does. But Don Davis is a good guy. I realize to this day, 30, 40 years later, I go, that was fun. I'm glad I got to meet him and know about him. We got a chance to hang out together.
Yeah, you know what? I would say education is great if you have good teachers. So I aim to be a good teacher, and I have fond memories of my teachers.
Isn't education just indoctrination?
No,
It is.
I mean
It
some
is.
education might be, but good education is not indoctrination.
Well,
And
how do you
public
separate good
education.
education? How would you know good education from bad education
If you have
it's all
if
just
you have wise teachers who help you
okay?
think for
But
yourselves.
okay, so you could have a teacher telling you that the Earth is a ball and there's people upside down, and you would think that's a wise man and it's good, right? But so
No, that would be just telling somebody that wouldn't be good education. You would need to help them think for themselves and present all the evidence and let them think for themselves. That's true education.
Okay, but wait. That. Why do you need somebody else to present to you evidence
You
and then
don't.
help you interpret it? Right. That's
A
again.
good teacher points you towards the evidence and helps you think through things logically and teaches critical thinking. That's what good education is. Now you're
That seems
right.
like he's
Sadly,
thinking for you. Is he
most
thinking
education
for
isn't
you,
like
or are
that.
you thinking?
No. Good education teaches you to think for yourself, not for you.
Well, but how could good education teach you to think for yourself? Do you see the conundrum there? How
No.
is someone
No,
hold on, wait,
again.
let me get it out. How is someone else going to teach you how you should think?
They shouldn't teach you how to think. What you should think. They should teach you how, but not what.
Okay, so
Especially
yeah,
if it's how versus what.
so they're teaching you how they process information, and they're saying this is how you should do it as well. Don't do it the way you do it. Process information the way we tell you to do it, and that's education, not indoctrination. I think you
Indoctrination is
might want
telling
to.
people specific things to think. True
Now,
education is helping people to become critical thinkers.
okay, let's say I wanted to tell you that the Earth is a ball, I wouldn't just come out and tell it to you. I would indoctrinate you in such a way that you thought that when you saw something moving, it wasn't moving, it was you that's moving. And then once I've done that, once I've taught you how to process information, I can now then give you anything, and I just have to code it in such a way that because I know how you're going to process it. So I just code it the way you're going to process it, and then I can tell you anything. Since you're not thinking for yourself, you're using the breakdown that was taught to you. So you're not thinking for yourself. It's indoctrination.
I think that's would be the key difference, essentially between like something that is education, like actual education, but doesn't fall under the indoctrination. So at any point that somebody is attempting to force you to think a certain way or believe a certain set of things rather than allowing you to decide for yourself whether or not you think that way or think those things, anytime that they're trying to force it to instead of leaving it up to you, that would be indoctrination. They are trying to make you think the way that they think or think the things that they think. That would be indoctrination. But you can educate somebody without actually forcing them to think your way. You can simply show them reality. You can show them reality and say, see, look at this. You thought it was this, but now we come over here and we move this little bolt over here, and look what happens. What do you think of that? Now you've educated them. You've given them more information that they had, but in no way have you instructed them on how to think about it. You've just given them more information.
Now, I would say like if you want to talk education, right? Like education would be like I don't know how to play the guitar. Somebody who does know how to play the guitar, teach me. Okay? Now that's education. Everything else to me is psychological indoctrination, right? So if you're in a classroom and you're not physically learning how to use an object that you don't know how to use, and you're only thinking, that's indoctrination, not education.
That's the whole thing behind propaganda, propaganda indoctrination. You get them young, 5 years old, you tell the lie often, and you ridicule the opposition. I think those of us who have become, know that we don't live on a ball, and in my case, know that tiny invisible microbes don't cause illness, disease, and death. We were all taught that starting at age 5. And we have to admit that we were indoctrinated at age 5. And if it wasn't for COVID becoming COVID in my mind, I'd still be a Globie today. And I'd still believe that tiny invisible microbes cause illness, disease, and death. But when I realized, I don't appreciate that COVID came along. I definitely don't. But it actually woke me up, because if it wasn't for COVID, I'd be as asleep as I ever was.
So don't you have to appreciate it in a little bit of a regard, right? Like and that's why I think the lie is so ridiculous, because that's how you get out. When you finally go, you know what, like, they're giving you everything to not believe, right? So if you just can accept that you've been fooled, it's all there, right? Yeah, and bro, for me, it was, everybody has their thing that they're like, okay, this is too much of a clown show. There's something going on.
And it's not necessarily just you. If you're coming to that realization, there's also the aspect of you have to understand and accept that the people around you that you've spent your whole life with, that you've known the entire time you've been alive, they have also been tricked. They have also been bamboozled. They have also been indoctrinated. It's not just you. It's not just a personal realization when somebody is figuring something like this out, right? It's everybody around them is now no longer like them. They are no longer like the people that they know. They are different because they see something that the people around them refuse to see.
Yeah, it's not like you wake up and you're from a coma and your family's there. I'm like, oh,
right.
You were asleep for so long, right? It's like the total opposite. Your family's there, and then you wake up and nobody's there, and you're like, oh shit, I'm fucking alone in this one. Okay.
Right.
I went to the Trump rally at Southwest Airlines where the Dallas Mavericks play, Mark Cuban's building in Dallas on October 19th, 2019. Got there at 9:15. Doors didn't open until 4. They actually opened at 3. But I got there at 9:15. Awesome people. Even had some Q people come up to me and give me their flyers, so I listened to their podcast. I met Juanita Broderick, who Bill Clinton, sexually assaulted in 1970, in the 1970s. Around 20,000 great people, not one bad word, not one racist slur. Gay people, women, black people, men, young people, old people. It was a love fest for 12 hours. We all came to listen to our orange idol for 90 minutes, and we all booed the news media, that was there. And I thought I was awake. Because I was a Trump supporter, right? And looking back at those over 3 years ago, I was asleep as any liberal Democrat who's now become a woke Marxist totalitarian thug. I was asleep as they were, but I had God on my side. If the American flag, the Pledge of Allegiance, Star Spangled Banner, MAGA, and patriotism let me down. And so we were as indoctrinated on the right as anybody is on the left. And when you realize that you're lied to about the earth, you're lied to about viruses, you're lied to about the Cold War, you're lied to about nuclear weapons, you're lied to about everything, basically, of anything importance, then you are awake. But you're not totally awake, because every day you want to become awake more.
It's not even what's important. It's like, when they say, oh, the devil cannot tell the truth. Literally, bro. It's like, everything. The smallest detail. Oh, yeah, when you see the car, oh, yeah, you actually see it upside down in your brain. Like, nothing, there's not this, to the smallest fucking thing that there's no reason to lie about. They lie about it. Just because you can't, it's like, you can't say a truth. You can't do it.
Yeah, we have to, and I didn't know this. I didn't know any of this stuff 3 years ago. We have to realize 2 Corinthians 4:4, Ephesians 6:12, and Revelation 12:9. The devil deceiveth the whole world. If we don't realize that by now, then we are continually to be deceived. And it's really quite amazing that you kind of, as an individual, you kind of see things differently now, and you look around you, and your family, your friends, not all your friends, but your family is exactly where they were before COVID. They learned nothing in the last 33 months. Absolutely nothing. And that is really sad.
That kind of goes back to what I was talking about earlier with SE and looking at Reddit and reading about different things and looking at basically both sides of the major political sides in the United States, how a situation is being talked about on both sides. It's like they're both living in their own version of reality, and it's like these people who come out of the whole pandemic and stuff, and they're still doing things like saying, "Hey, get that vaccine 5 times because it's a good vaccine." It's like, wait a minute, that's not what vaccine means. Now, you might have went on Google and changed the definition. It might be different now somewhere, and you can go point to it. That doesn't change what it actually is supposed to mean. That's not what a vaccine is. That's not what happens with a vaccine. You don't go and get 5 of them because it's not working well enough. That's not a vaccine. That's something else. You've tried to change that. And it's like, but there's this whole set of people who are looking at it like, no, go do that. And yeah, even though we have information that will tell you literally these masks are not doing what they say they'll do, and we can read that information, but we should still wear the masks because they're helpful. They're saving lives. And even though the flu magically disappeared apparently during this situation, and now it's coming back magically again. Well, no, that's just, COVID, like, we did good stuff and it got rid of the flu, but it didn't stop the COVID as much. It's just,
Hey,
it's
can we
people
stop
living in
saying a
a
couple of
different
words?
reality or something.
Yeah, let's ease
There's
up
a
on that
couple of
word there.
words. Yeah, please.
Yeah, that I said it once and or twice. I apologize. There's two.
I've heard the word like 12 times, and I've heard a couple of other words we shouldn't be saying right now.
Was I saying words that might cause them to come look at us or something?
Saying the word
Yeah, the C
zebra.
word.
Just be shut down, bro. That's what it is. Yeah.
There's 2 V words and 1 C word.
Federal
We shouldn't
agents
say.
in this Discord server.
Okay.
Yeah, and in no way are we giving medical information. It's just opinions.
Well, anyway, yeah, I can
All
say
of the
it without
words
saying
you've
that
heard
stuff.
in this
The point is,
call are
it seems like people
coincidence.
are content to design their own reality in their mind rather than look at information in front of them and actually think about it. They're content to just sit there and live in a reality that's either they create or someone has created for them.
They create it. That's why they'll never destroy it. Right? I forget what movie. It's a good movie or it's a good scene, and he talks about how New York became like a prison or like a mental prison, right? All these people that think a certain way. But since they built the prison, right, they never give you like a lot of this stuff. They give you the pieces and you put it together. Like they never give you the whole ball earth. Like you put it together. They never give you the whole virus and stuff. They just give you masks and social distancing, and then you put it together. And since you're putting it together, you're not going to destroy it because you think it's your idea.
That's a very, very good point. That goes to the thing when I talk about like the syndrome, the Stockholm syndrome, right? These people, it's like you have 3 lawyers, right? They believe and they fight for it for free. That's the magic that they do, man. It's like they inherit the lie, they inherit the information, and they make it theirs. I don't know how you can be fooled like that. It's astonishing, man. Astonishing.
What did Mark Twain say? It's easier to fool people than for them to admit they've been fooled.
It's easier to fool somebody, yeah, than convince them they've been fooled. Of course, because you're trying to. They know it, right? Like Lord Armstrong, he's a case study, and he's like he was on To Catch a Predator, and he hasn't changed in 20 years, right? And one of the things he says, he'll always be like, they don't know me as good as I know myself. Like, well, when you lie to yourself constantly, yes, people can know you better than you know yourself because you're not being truthful with yourself.
Here's the great thing. Dan's here. Great thing about Dan is that you can actually, if you get involved with Dan's new radio station, you can actually, and I said this the other day, you can actually go out and make some relatively inexpensive business cards. Put the name of the station on it, whatever Dan wants the name of the station to be. You can put your name on it. You can put your burner number or whatever you want to put, to keep a little bit of privacy. And you can just give it out to every single person you run across anywhere out in the real world. And they'll look at that. They may throw it away, but they may go, "Hey, I'm going to tune in. I'm going to see what this stuff's about." And it's just a little step, and I really appreciate Dan for what he's doing. And so it's just a thought.
Hey, thanks for the shout out. That's cool. I really hope all the stuff sticks. The other thing besides the radio station is I'm going to give us a place to run to as Facebook disappears out of our lives. We've got our own Facebook called FE People. It's going to be ready in a couple of days. There's some glitches right now. And inside that's a new free people finder. So I'm going to shoot down David Weiss, charging people $10 for that. And try and give us, meaning Flat Earthers, more stuff that belongs to us, that we don't get shot down, taken down. We're allowed to talk about this or that and not get in trouble. That's exciting.
Think of all those things that we never hear about on TV or radio. Think of all those things they told us, hey, you can't talk about on Twitter, Discord, Facebook. Nah. We'll put you in timeout. We'll take away your chance to communicate. Nah. And along comes Dan. Along comes, I think Rofkin is like that too. And along comes Rofkin and Dan and go, hey, whatever you want to talk about, go for it. We actually still have freedom of speech in some parts of the world.
If anyone has the time to go to femgp.com, you can see all the new apps. And if anyone wants to mother the news and start doing daily news or weekly news, I'm really excited about someone reviewing stuff that goes on, kind of to open up the morning and open up topics. And we can also, if we do a 5-minute news segment, we can have that run at the top of the hour. So I'm going to figure out, once I see the software, whose time slots, want to fill up compared to what stuff we're going to run as tape, as rerun, as yesterday's stuff running today, for instance, everything, the Discords and stuff. See who lets me put those recordings up. And just really excited about the new format, because right now we're 24/7 music, but no one really cares about that. So 24/7 talk, it's going to open up a lot, and it won't be too long down the road where YouTube ain't going to be there, and Facebook ain't going to be there. So people are going to be back to their browsers typing in Flat Earth, and I hope that's where they can find everyone. Eventually I'm trying to work on something I call the Internet TV Guide, where people can just see what's on now as opposed to what's there, in live shows, like a whole live guide. So trying to work on that too, but that's, kind of further down the road. And unfortunately, I got to make sure David Weiss doesn't look to steal anything I do, because that seems to be his game. So now I'm fighting more Flat Earth on Flat Earth fights everywhere I go. Can't believe it. Believe it.
Here's what's fascinating about Dan. Dan can go so many different directions because it's 168 hours a week, 24/7. So Dan wants to, have somebody who's a true earther or an SGP and debate, one-on-one for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. If Matthew wants to come on and debate a true earther, about something, it's great. It's awesome. It's one-on-one. It can fill up time during the week, and then you can have discussion period after. And you can do Dan's 24/7 opens up so many possibilities. It's just unbelievable, and it's just I kind of marvel at his enthusiasm for it and what he's wanting to do, because I think it's great.
And then all the old shit that we used to watch years ago, which is nowhere on YouTube anymore. I'm going to get permission from everyone to let me run that on the Flat Earth channel as a smart TV app, so we can start to learn to get to different audiences, which is the nicest thing that Weiss does. David Weiss does manage to get to different audiences for us. And the biggest audience we want is legitimate PhD fuckers to come around and talk, because they're all silly. They're totally narrowed in their mindset. And it's exciting to talk to people in position. Hi, Matt. How's it going? It's nice.
I'm doing well, but I don't have a PhD.
No, but you represent logic. And unfortunately, you also represent a biased position. And admittedly, you and I are on opposite sides of bias. So it's, at least we're civil, right? You know, I mean,
right.
That's fantastic. I don't mean at least. I mean, the fact that we're civil is fantastic. And you're appreciated for that reason.
There's 150. I've looked at. There's 151 private Christian colleges that I can find online. Biola is one of them, and there's a lot of private Christian high schools that have masters. You know, people who teach there. There are so many opportunities to go there. I've already reached out to about 10 of them, because I want to get involved with debating people, either or just being allowed to go and explain our position on biblical cosmology and flat Earth or true Earth. And so, but there's such an opportunity there to invite academics like Matthew in to talk on a flat Earth channel. I think you can get so much exposure one-on-one versus globe Earth versus flat Earth.
Yeah, and Jim, as
The
far as
other
I
way
know,
around.
all 150 of those Christian universities all teach the globe Earth.
I know they do. Hey, Matthew, my sisters, 2 older sisters, went to Wheaton College in Chicago, where Billy Graham went. I went to a Christian college. My wife went to a Christian college. Her whole family went to a Christian college. Her dad was a minister, Nazarene minister. My youngest daughter went to a Christian college, and all of them, of course, globe. All of them globe. All of them, didn't look at the Bible, didn't look at any part of the Bible that says we don't live on a ball, and we all came out, as globies, and so. Appeal to authority, appeal to diploma, appeal to majority, appeal to consensus, repeal to regurgitation. We see that, and a lot of us, some of us just said no more. We're not going to appeal to those things. So yes, I married into a Christian family. I went to a Christian school. My family was Christian. My mom and dad, I truly believe, are in heaven, but they were never confronted with the globe. And the globe argument. They just went along with what they were taught. That's what happened.
Hey, Matthew, do you think there's any chance of one of us here getting an audience in your university?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Whether we can put it into a religious context, because there's a lot of people because you're a Christian, right? We have a lot of people that could go at it from that angle, or a cosmological angle. I think that would be a real good start, an inroad in a university. What do you think?
It'd be an interesting thing to do. I don't know what context, who would want, who would talk to you, but it'd be an
You think they would not talk to us, or they would?
I'll tell you what'll happen. I've spoken to PHs before. This is what's going to happen. They'll talk to you right up until the point where you start disagreeing with their teachings. Okay, then they're just going to reiterate their teaching. I've been told this. This is correct. And if you're going, well, can you demonstrate, or that's it. They just shut down. And because here's the thing, if they would have this conversation with you, they would have had the conversation with themselves, and they wouldn't be where they are.
So the idea of people, I get it all the time. People, they block me or they ignore me because of, whatever. I'm like, you're not blocking me. The only thing you're blocking are the ideas and arguments that I bring. And it's the same thing like people in these positions, they don't want to hear it. They know they're right. Like Professor Phil was like, oh, you expect me to not drive a Mercedes? He's never going to give up a Mercedes to believe the truth.
Wow.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, but they're gonna revert to dogma. Yeah,
That's an incredible admission too. It just speaks volumes for the entire attitude of those people.
Bro, that was an actual quote, bro. I'm like not even trying to be a dick. He actually said, "So you want me to stop driving a Mercedes?" And I was just like, "Wow, bro. Wow."
There you go. There you go. Popularity and money.
it's like the guy with the steak. This is a perfect example. The guy with the steak.
Hey, bro, exactly. It's a documentary. The Matrix is a documentary.
Yeah.
So
And
Matthew,
the thing is,
go ahead. Go ahead.
God will give you a Mercedes. I was just gonna say, God will give you a Mercedes, right? If you're like a good person and you do what you got to do, and you're like, God, I really, I've housed 1 million people. I really would like one. I'm sure he'd be like, yeah, take one for a spin, man. You're a good dude. People think like God, like you have to live like Jesus to be in God's good graces. Like I don't think so. Like I think you can, it's when you make your life about these things that he hates.
Matthew, I'm going to ask you to put yourself. Put yourself in a different form, or just let me ask you this question: do you think there are private Christian colleges or even Bible colleges like Moody Bible and Dallas Seminary down here in Dallas and other places that that people go to learn about the Bible and become pastors and preachers? Do you think they'd be open to hearing a different viewpoint?
They might be interested in terms of like a philosophy class might be interested in hearing why you say the Earth is not a globe. They wouldn't take it seriously. They wouldn't like the science class wouldn't take it seriously. They would be more interested in like figuring out why you say that. I think.
Yeah, that's my whole point. And right, the hand is right. They're gonna revert to dogma, but I know that's gonna happen. But my point is, just get in there and start the convo, and maybe it'll catch on to other. There's definitely no way you're gonna change their minds, right? But just get the word out. Maybe other people. That's my only hope. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's there's Liberty University, Falwell's University, over in Virginia, and there's my daughter's where she went to school at. She'd hate me if I ever tried to do that. And there's Wheaton, and there's Olivet Nazarene, which is very, very conservative. And there's, like I said, there's Moody up in Chicago. There's Dallas, seminary down from where I live here. And there's a lot of seminaries that you go teach, learn the Bible. And it's just like, does anybody ever approach people there and go, hey, the Bible that you preach doesn't preach a ball, doesn't preach a globe, doesn't preach a planet. It preaches this. Can I have an opportunity to talk with somebody about, or a class, or debate it with somebody in a nice way, obviously a nice way? And can I have the opportunity and leave it at that?
There's going to have to be a very fine line how you walk that. I mean, it's you're going to have to show them by the text itself why it's important, and of course it is there why it's important. But
absolutely,
well,
that's not the only problem. That's not the only problem. Yeah, it does say it's important, but that's not the only problem you're going to have. Like I've said before, the most dangerous lie has the most truth in it. And when you go to these places that are selling the truth, or these so-called Bible colleges, you're going to not only be preaching against their view of what creation is, but also the rest of their ideologies. So, don't just go for one, because if you give them a little more truth to put in their lie, it only makes their lie stronger, and people will fall for their lie much easier. So.
Yeah, but isn't there in the Bible, and I'm the last guy to talk about that. I know the least of, I'm sure, all of you guys, but doesn't it say that God looked at the earth as a whole and four corners? Like, can't you use that as a I don't want to say flat earth, but as a plane?
They'll spin it. They'll spin it, right? Oh, the corners. He's talking about the hemispheres, right? Like the four pieces of the globe. You take 4 quarters, right, and you put them together.
You know, and it's always like they literally in the Bible it goes he stops the sun moving, right? He
Yeah,
makes the
that one
sun
too. Yeah,
stand
yeah,
still. Oh
yeah.
no, well that yeah because the Earth he technically he stopped the Earth. That's what did he say? I stopped the Earth spinning. You know, because it's if you want to believe it, you're going to, and that's what I've learned from this. You know, and that's what really that's why I question everything. And I think people are like, "Oh, Eric, you're a sophist." I'm like, "Well, you gotta be very, very skeptical in this world. Even the Bible, you got like, you know, I know this is probably not going to go over great, but they gave you the Bible too, right? The same people that gave you
That's
Ball
right.
Earth,
I'm glad you said that. That's right. Yep.
The Bible was sitting right next to it, right? And it just some people picked up the Ball Earth, some people picked up the Bible. Now you can be like, yeah, well, the Bible comports more to reality, sure, but maybe the Ball knew that. Maybe they knew that it wouldn't sell everybody. So we need something else that more people or the rest will buy. And then, you know, yeah. So I again, for me, I believe in a creator and I know he made me. And I'm like, I think when he made everybody, I don't think he was like, all right, guys, you're going to live. And until you find that Bible, you're going to be fucked. Like, you're really not going to know what you're doing. So I'll put it out there. Like, I don't know. I don't think we need the Bible to know what God wants us to do. I think that's part of the journey in your life is to find out, right? Like what God wants you to do through like Earth is God. You gotta talk to him. You gotta interact with him. You gotta be out there with him, and he'll show you the way. You don't just sit in the classroom reading.
Well, it was interesting, you know, Hosea, you were alluding to Hosea 10, chapter 10, verses 12 through 13, where Hosea needs some more time to defeat the Amorites. And so he asked God and wants God to stop the sun and the moon in the sky so he has an extra, whether it's 12 hours or 24 hours, whatever it is. I think it mentions the time frame in verse 13. But he actually asked God to stop the sun and the moon in the sky so he has more time to defeat his enemies, the Amorites. It's really, really interesting. And you know, in Matthew 5:35, Jesus actually says he causes the sun to rise. And excuse me, that was Matthew 5:45. And in Matthew 5:34 and 35, he describes that the earth is God's footstool, and you know, a footstool is flat, and it says it in Isaiah 66:1 as well that the earth is a footstool. And so, whenever you ever seen a ball footstool, it's flat, it's level.
Well, even the tree grew big and strong and could be seen from anywhere on Earth, which is impossible on a ball because you wouldn't be able to see it if it was on the other side. And that's why they cut the trees down. I think that was
impossible on a flat Earth too because of angular resolution.
When you're speaking of that tree, it wasn't a literal tree. If you look in Daniel 4, it was speaking of a kingdom, Nebuchadnezzar's kingdom. And so, you know, you need to go back to, you know, the verses that speak about creation itself.
That's how you interpret it, though, right? Like, because
Well,
the
that's
Bible,
not
and this is the
oh,
thing.
no. Just a minute.
You
Just a
hold
minute.
on. You can't just tell me.
Just
You
a
can't
minute.
just be like, "Hey, look,
I'm not
this
just
part of the
telling you
Bible.
that.
This is how it is." Yeah, well, you
Okay,
are.
bro. I'm not just telling you this. I'm telling you, go to the text. It's not my claim. It's the claim of the text. The text
So the
tells
text
you.
says you can see the king. You can see a kingdom. So the text, when I read the book and it says you can see the tree, like he didn't use the word tree. That's just a lie. They just put a wrong word in there. And that all those Bibles that have that word tree, that they're broken and they need to be destroyed. And the word kingdom needs to be put in there because you're correct and I'm
Let me
wrong.
answer
It's
you.
not an interpretation thing.
No.
Sure, yeah.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you're taking one statement from a complete chapter, and you're saying this is what it is, and you're not. The
I just
standard
quoted
has
it, dude. I just quoted it.
you
It says
quoted
the
one.
tree could be. Oh, okay,
Can
but I
somebody
quoted it,
moderate?
and what you're
Can
saying,
somebody
you're telling me
moderate?
is that I'm wrong. You're just
All
saying, oh,
right,
you're
now.
wrong. He didn't mean tree. Okay.
Can I
Well,
get
then
some
why do you say tree?
moderation? Can I speak? Or are you just going to continue to straw man and tell me what I'm saying without me being able to speak? So what I'm telling you is when you read chapter 4 in Daniel and you're speaking about the great tree, the kingdom that has went out throughout the earth and is ruling over the earth is Babylon. That's what it represents. I do not disagree that the scripture teaches a stationary plane, you know, in creation. I'm not against that. The scripture clearly teaches that, but you can't use verses like that because you're going to be defeated easily at these Bible colleges or just any church across the street, anywhere, you know? So when you go to the text, let the text be the standard and tell you what the tree is. You can't tell me what the tree is without the text. So
Bro,
I
the
would say,
text says tree. It says tree.
I would say this.
It says tree, right? Did I quote the
Does
verse
it
wrong?
say
It
kingdom?
tree.
Does it say
Wait,
kingdom also?
did I
Does it say
quote the?
it's you and your kingdom? Does it not say that?
Okay, but did I when
Does
we're
it
talking
not
about
say
what I
kingdom?
dude, it's
Does it
you're
not
asking
say
no,
kingdom
it doesn't.
in the
No, it
chapter?
doesn't. It does
Does it
not.
not
It
say
says
kingdom?
Bro, you
all
can't,
right, you gonna
guys.
let me
Hold
talk?
on.
You gonna let me talk?
Yeah, hold on.
So I made look.
Oh yeah, forget it.
Here we go. Okay, I know because I trigger you. This is what happens when
I'm
you
just gonna
question their Bible.
temporarily mod you guys.
Yeah,
The
I wish
person
you
talks,
would.
I'm
I
gonna
wish
just
you'd
do
have started
temporary
modding like
mute. Yeah.
2 minutes ago. I wish you'd have started modding when he was cutting me off continually. Yeah.
Late than never, though, right?
Yeah, right. Now, one thing I would like to say to SE
You're not gonna let me
was
finish
that
my thought? Okay.
yeah, I'm done with that, man, because you're not going to
Yeah, but I
continue
was
to tell
talking
me
though.
what
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying.
I
You're
let
not
you
going
go,
to
and then you're gonna
continue to.
change.
You're
I'm
not
gonna
going
speak. You're talking over me, dude. It was my turn to talk. Let me just get my thing out. So when I said this, Daniel, what's it called? It says the tree grew big and strong. I didn't quote anything about a kingdom. I said the tree. Now you're just saying, no, that's not what it means. And I'm going, okay, well, if when you read tree, you want to say tree is kingdom, you can do that. That doesn't mean that that's what I have to do.
I'm not trying to force you to do anything.
Sounds like
but
it.
I am telling you this. So when you go to chapter 4 and you're reading about that tree that all of creation is depending on and looks to, if you read that whole chapter, the tree is representative of a kingdom, the kingdom of Babylon, which ruled over the earth. That is what that whole chapter is about. Now, if you would like to read the whole chapter and let the chapter tell you what the tree is, instead of you saying, well, it was just a tree, that would be where I would start if I were you, because you're going to get totally destroyed if I start reading the chapter, right? So
Okay, well, if you want
I'm
to.
done. Excuse me. I'm done with that conversation because unless we go to the text and we're going to read the chapter, we're not going to come to a conclusion. We're just going to argue back and forth. So the last thing I would say is this. You're going to get into some very interesting conversations, you and SE. Speaking of, the sun stopping, because remember, in that text also, you have more stones that come from heaven that killed the enemy than the swords of Israel. So I was wondering, has anyone looked for those stones, or were they hail stones, or what kind of stones they were? Those kind of things were intriguing because we know if something stops and it's spinning or rotating or fly, there's going to be gravel or something slung. So there's a lot of interesting conversations you could get into. But yeah, read the chapter, or we really have nothing further to discuss.
Okay, well, I don't need to discuss anything with you. Okay, then. So, but I know that when I read words, okay, words have meanings. And if I was going to mean kingdom, I would write kingdom or some kind of word that means kingdom. I wouldn't write tree. Now, if I did write tree and I meant tree, I wouldn't want somebody coming around and going, no, read the whole thing. Look, the Bible isn't very interpretational, right? That's the thing. Now, what you're trying to say, I love when he's like, I'm not trying to force you. But means forget everything I just said, because what I really mean is if you don't follow what I say, you're going to get destroyed, right? Like because you could somehow win a debate on the Bible, right? You could somehow win that, yeah, because it hasn't been going on for however many thousand years and nobody's won. But I'm going to lose if I don't do what you say I should do in the Bible. But this is the ego that these people have. This is, again, why I think the Bible's such a fucking problem, is because you get people like him that they look at the Bible like it is God. They don't see God anywhere else but the Bible. And then if you touch the Bible the wrong way, or you try and call a tree because it's called a tree in the Bible, oh, you're wrong. I'm right. You got to read the whole fucking book. It's just, I fucking hate these whole. Hold on, I'm not done. You fucking preached your whole fucking spiel for a long fucking time, dude. And then you got onto another fucking topic, right? You're like, I don't want to talk about this because he's disagreeing. So I'm just going to disengage. And then when I bring up what I say, now you're all ready to jump in again. Right? And this is the problem with people who have this book that dictates their life. They can't think for themselves. Rocky has said it the other day, and it blew my fucking mind. He goes, "When I don't know what to do, I just pray and go to the Bible." I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? If I don't know what to do, like I was trying to redo a lawnmower, I didn't know what to do. I didn't go to the Bible. It's not going to help me fucking redo a lawnmower. You gotta look within yourself, not within the Bible. And this is the fucking the big con that I think the Bible is. It gets you to look into it and not into yourself.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to read this part to you. This is the interpretation of the tree. Verse 20 through 22. The tree that thou sawest, which grew and was strong, whose height reached into the heaven, and the sight thereof to all the earth, whose leaves were fair, and the fruit thereof much, and it was meat for all under the beasts of the field that dwelt, upon whose branches and fowls of heaven had their habitation. Verse 22. It is you, O king, that are grown and become strong, for thy greatness is grown and reacheth unto heaven, and the dominion to the end of the earth. So where you saw the watchers come down and cut it down, it is your kingdom they will cut down, and you will lose your mind for 7 years or 7 times, and you'll eat grass in the field. So the interpretation that Daniel gave, who is the prophet, not you, he said the tree you saw is you and your dominion, your kingdom. You have lost. If you want to debate, that would be fine. We can get moderation. Thank you.
Okay, and when he said that, right? Now you either A, take the Bible literally, or you can take it as interpretive, right? So if you interpret what he said there, when he talks about a kingdom, he's talking about a fucking tree. Now, you can interpret it your way and be like, no, my way's right. When he says kingdom, he means kingdom, right? Just like when he says whale, he means whale, or whatever, however you want to interpret it, right? And this is the thing, you keep saying I'm going to get destroyed. To what? Your interpretation of the Bible? I'm going to hold on. You're interrupting. You're interrupting. I need you're interrupting. You're interrupting. Calm yourself. Be a civil Christian, dude. I sat and listened through your entire thing, and this is the difference. See how since I don't have this fucking disgusting connection to the Bible, I can sit and listen to people talk, but he cannot because there it goes again. There it goes again. Because it's like they can't hear the Bible be questioned and just let it go. It's like a ball or rumpus when they hear gravity's sake. They got to hop in. Okay, so your interpretation, I'm almost done. Your interpretation of him talking about a tree and a kingdom, and you interpret, he talked about both, okay? And you took that to mean kingdom. Now, somebody else could take that to mean tree. That doesn't mean either one of you are right. Those are just your interpretations. Now, I would never push my interpretation on the Bible and say, well, if you don't think of it as a tree, you're going to get destroyed if you go out there by people like me. I don't do that because I'm not that type of person. You are. You're the exact type of person you said you're not. You became what you hate, which is the fall of all men when you follow illogical, untruthful doctrines. You become what you hate.
Bible or not, though.
So if you're finished,
Bible or not, Earth measures flat. Thank you.
So just to respond, that's the guy that was just cutting in a while ago when you said he's doing it again. That wasn't me. I wasn't interrupting you. That was someone else. So
that was correct. Yeah, that was me. I was interrupting, just like I am now. Thanks. Sorry. Thanks.
So I would like to say, it is not my interpretation or your interpretation or anyone else's interpretation. Daniel the prophet interpreted the dream, and he said, the tree that you saw in your dream is you and your dominion to the ends of the earth, and your kingdom will be taken from you. So he interprets the dream. I do not interpret it. The text interprets it. So that's what I'm saying. Now, all these other accusations you're making mean nothing to me because I'm not interpreting it. Daniel interpreted it. I don't have to interpret it. It's clear.
Yeah, you are interpreting because the Bible is up for interpretation. Now, you could say, and which is what I'll do, is that when Daniel was talking to him, he was talking to him not literally, right? So when he says, "Hey, that tree you saw, that's your kingdom," he was not being literal. That's an argument that somebody could make, and I'm making it. And now the only defense you can make to that is, you have to think the way I do. And that's the whole reason I'm here. Hold on. That's the whole reason I'm here, is to just bring the other side. Maybe SE doesn't want to argue against the Bible with somebody who believes the Bible. You know, I understand that, but I have no problem doing it because at the end of the day, it's a fucking book that was here. Now, you can't connect that book to some intangible creator. You can't, only through your beliefs, right? So everything you're giving me right now is just your beliefs, like a baller. That's how I see it. Like, you're not giving me anything tangible. I'm almost done. You're not giving me anything tangible in reality that I can use. You're just giving me your personal interpretations of a book. So that's really, I think,
Let me just say one thing before you respond, because my name was mentioned. I always argue the Bible with them right to hand. Always. Not in this particular way, but I always argue it in a sense that the Bible was given to you and it was like for the Jewish people. And yeah, I always argue it, bro.
So yeah, just to respond to him, you know, saying that all I can say is that's not all I said to, you know, support my claim. I went further in the text as the dream was interpreted, that the tree represented the kingdom and the kingdom was to be taken from him and then given back to him after 7 years. And that actually happened. So yeah, the dream was interpreted and it was fulfilled. So by the text, not by my interpretation, by the clear words of the text, that's what it was. So, you know, all of this, all you can say is and all these things. That's all you can say is I can interpret it any way I want. The tree is a tree. The text doesn't mean anything. It's still up for interpretation. When Daniel interprets the dream for me, then I can interpret it again. That's ridiculous. You have lost. If you want to have a moderated debate on Daniel chapter 4 or the entire book of Daniel, anytime, I'm here.
Okay, just saying I lost doesn't mean I lost, right? So that's when you're like, oh, he had this dream and Daniel interpreted, and I know that happened. Were you there? You like, hon, just a yes or no. I don't. Were you there when Daniel was doing this interpretation? I'll answer. No, he was not.
That was not my. Yeah, you asked me a question. That was not my claim that I was there. I said it happened.
Well, how do you know it happened if you weren't there?
Historically, it happened. Do you think Nebuchadnezzar existed or no?
I'm saying, how do you know it happened if you weren't there?
Nebuchadnezzar existed or no? Are we going to take any history as valid or no?
Okay, so see how you're just interrupting me now. You're interrupting. Okay, so he says it happened.
I'm just asking you a question. I want to see if you answer.
You're interrupting me.
I answered your question. I just want you to answer
You're interrupting. You didn't answer my. I'm talking. So I asked him if he was there. He never answered if he was there.
I said
he just
no.
asked me.
I said that's not my claim.
Okay, well, you're interrupting.
You're straw man.
But you're interrupting. But let me straw man you, and then you can respond. Don't interrupt. Be civil, right? This is a conversation, and above all, it doesn't matter whether you're right or wrong. We're not here to push our beliefs. We're here to be civil and have a conversation. But you seem to be more on the side of pushing your beliefs because you constantly interrupt when I talk and disagree with you. So anyway, I asked him if he was there when Paul did that interpretation. He said no. So to say that it happened is just a baseless claim, right? It could be a complete dream that somebody had, right? So to say it happened, got to disagree with you. You don't know it happened.
Okay, so we could go back in history and we could talk about if Nebuchadnezzar actually exists, and we could discuss if we even trust any history, if it's reliable or not. But just making the text itself the standard, it happened, my friend, because it's in the text and it's clear, okay? So the man actually went outside, his hair grew long, his nails grew long, and he acted like a wild animal or a beast of the field, and he ate grass for 7 years. And then his kingdom came back to him. So, and we could go into all the details of that, but I clearly answered your question. You did not answer my two questions. So I'm just wondering if you knew what my questions were, or are you going to continue to monologue and accuse me of things I have not done and build straw mans?
Okay, so all he said was, yeah, it happened. It's in the book, it happened, right? And this is my problem with the book, because with the Bible, people look at, it's in it, it happened. Yeah, well, but how did it? I don't care. Don't want to hear it. It happened. Got destroyed. You lost.
I didn't say I didn't want to hear, no, you lost. I said, if you want to read the actual text, which is the standard from which you are speaking, you brought up the great tree. I did not. I did not come in and bring up the great tree and say you have to believe like me. I came in and I said you have to be careful when you're using things in the scripture to support creation, because some things symbolize other things. Creation is spoken about in the scripture. However, your point of Daniel 4 and this great tree that represents a kingdom, not according to me, but according to Daniel the prophet, the man of God, who interpreted the dream in which the tree was seen by Nebuchadnezzar. It was his kingdom. And there's only so many times I can go over this with you. I mean, if you're not going to hold the text as a standard, don't even quote from the text. If you don't hold it as valid, why do you even quote from it? That's ridiculous, man.
So now we found the problem. That's the actual problem, right? Bro, I can quote something, right? I don't gotta. So just because I quoted from the book, therefore, like I have the whole thing. This is your problem, bro. This is the exact reason why I don't really give a shit about the Bible, and I have no problem admitting it, because people get locked in. They get locked into this Bible. And remember, we were talking about ballers are ballers not because they believe the earth is a ball, but because the way they process information. And anybody, in my opinion, who can just say about the Bible, it's a book, it's there, it happened, right? That's a way of processing information that's going to lead you down the wrong path. Like, to say that something happened that you were never there to observe and verify, like that, that's not what God, and again, this is how I see God. The only thing he wants you to believe in with blind faith isn't in him. That's why he hasn't shown himself. So blind faith, and if some guy tells you that he's got an investment and all he needs is $10,000 and you're blind faith and he'll give you 100,000, God, I don't think wants you to put your faith into that, or into some book that was written by men or whatever.
How much time are we getting here, Jeremy? You know, again, if we're going to hold the text as a standard, I mean, if you want to go in and cherry pick a statement or read half a verse and then build an ideology off of that, I'm not stopping you. The only thing I'm going to say is every time you say something means something when the text clearly is against your stance, I'm going to come in and I'm going to say the text does not support that. This is what the text interprets as that. Not you get to interpret it, but the text, the standard. You know, it's a standard you have to go by, right? So if it goes directly against the text within the same subject matter, that's going to be a problem if you're going to try to debate that with anyone. I mean, this is elementary, friend.
Yeah, well, I can interpret, right? Since the Bible's up for interpretation, my interpretation of that whole thing is that he was trying to use a kingdom, right? He was talking about a kingdom metaphorically about a tree. Now, you're going to say he was talking about a kingdom literally about a tree, right? Like the tree was the metaphor for the kingdom. That's how you interpret that. And I'm going to say, no, I interpret it as the kingdom was the metaphor for the tree. And you're going to say, no, I'm right. Go read the text. And I'm going to say, I read the text. I see exactly what it says. I'm just interpreting it as the kingdom is the metaphor. Okay? And you're just going to say, no, right? Is that not where we're at right now? That you have your interpretation of this story. Hold on. Isn't it? Are we not at a point where you have your interpretation of this story, which is different from my interpretation of this story, and you're just going to keep telling me that your interpretation is correct and mine isn't? Right? That's where we're at, I feel like.
Well, it's not where we're at, because earlier you could not even convey if the tree was representative of a kingdom. When I asked you, was the word kingdom in the text, the only thing you seemed to remember was half a statement in the whole entire text. So that's going to present a problem. And, you know, the text itself also says there's no prophecy of any private interpretation. You're a private individual and you have your interpretations, yes, but that's not how you interpret scripture. So the text or the standard itself tells you you cannot interpret scripture in that way. So, yeah, you're going to have a big problem trying to say anything from this book, man.
Look, I'm not arguing for the book. I'm arguing against it. And what you're saying is that everybody has to take what is in the book literally according to your literal interpretation of it.
Nope.
That's what I'm getting from you.
Well, I just described symbolism, right? I just described symbolism with a tree and a kingdom, didn't I? I mean, that's literal.
Okay, so how do
You
we
are the
know? How
literalist.
do we
You're the
know?
literalist, right? You're the literalist,
How do
not
we know
me.
if that?
I mean, that's ridiculous. What? Oh
So he
boy.
talked about a tree and a kingdom. How do we know which one he was being literal about and which one he was being metaphorical about?
Well, the
Wouldn't that be
dream was
open to
about a tree,
interpretation?
right? Is your
It's
dreams literal?
interpretation. That's
Are
your
your dreams?
interpretation of it.
Is a dream literal? Or when you see something as a dream, is it literally happening?
We're not talking about a dream. We're talking about stories in a book.
No, you just said literal, right? So
No,
I'm
well,
asking you.
literally means from literature. Like, so when you read the book and you got from that book that there's the tree, which is a tree, and then there's a kingdom, right? Now the kingdom can also be a tree, and the tree can also be a kingdom. It could hold on.
That's not what it
Right?
says. That's not what it says.
Okay.
You're
So
quoting it
when you,
wrong. You can't even quote it right, bro.
I'm
You
not
said a
quoting,
tree is a
bro.
tree,
I'm
is a
not.
kingdom is a kingdom. You're not even quoting it. You're not even holding to the standard, man. Yeah.
Okay. So in that thing, there is a tree mentioned and there is a kingdom mentioned, correct?
I don't know. Why don't you read it to me?
Okay, so you don't even know. Okay, so there is a tree mentioned, and there is a kingdom. Now, one of the guys in the book in this story, he says that tree is not a tree; it's a kingdom. And the other guy in the book sees the tree as a tree, not as a kingdom. Now, your interpretation, you see that, and you go, well, it's not the tree that's real that he saw; it's the kingdom that's real that this guy saw. Right? This is what you're attributing two people that you've never met in a book. The two characters in a book have two different views of an event, and you're going with one of those characters. And if I go with the other character's story, I'm wrong, and I have to change the way I believe, or I'm going to get destroyed.
Well, your
Again,
character depends on my character. Your character depends on my character to interpret the dream for him to tell him what it means. And when I came in, I thought you were saying you were going to try to help out with, debating some of these Bible colleges and things and telling them how the scripture teaches, stationary earth. And you were going to use the great tree in Daniel 4 and how it's a real tree. And it's not a real tree. It's not even a real tree. It represents a kingdom. And it's just, it's hilarious, it's just hilarious to me the way you're going at this, man, and you keep going at it. But yeah, you've already lost, man, by the text. It's not me, it's the text, man.
it's hilarious to me that you think he was talking about an actual kingdom. That's what's hilarious to me.
You want to take a vote?
Whatever, man. Hey, it's yeah,
You
because
want to take a vote?
consensus is
Let's
facts.
take a vote, man.
Yeah.
Let's
Okay.
take a vote.
And then after that, we'll vote in the world how many people think the Earth is a ball, and I'm sure the majority will say it's a ball, so therefore it's a
Oh,
ball.
in this room.
Oh
In this room, let's
yeah.
take a vote.
Oh yeah,
You
because consensus.
trust
Yeah.
the
Okay. Hey,
opinion of
bro.
many people in the room, right? You
If
trust
you
the
want, hey,
opinion of.
no, I don't
Can
need
everyone
anybody
read
else.
in the room? I'm pretty sure they can.
If you need help from other people, if you need to go out and say, hey, how many people agree with me? And then everybody raises their hand, and now you can feel better about yourself. I don't need that. Hold on. I'm not.
Why are
Hold
you
on.
even speaking to me? Why are you even
I don't.
speaking to me? Why are you even speaking to me?
I don't need to ask anybody else if they believe what I believe in order for me to have any substance to that belief. Right?
So stop talking.
Hey guys,
Stop talking.
let's hey guys, I think everybody's just kind of talking past each other, and I don't think anybody's going to get any further in this conversation. One of the issues I'm seeing is I don't know if you really fully understand the text right the hand, because you're talking about somebody seeing a tree, but that tree was seen within their dream, right? Like it wasn't physically
it's my
seen
understanding.
when it comes to the text. Right. So if the text is stating that the tree was seen within somebody's dream, and you're saying that that is a actual tree that was physically seen, I think you're kind of starting from a false premise there to begin with. And I don't really see you backing down from your argument. And I think you guys are going to just continue to talk past each other. So maybe we just need to move on, if that's cool.
Yeah, well, I just don't understand why you had to point out. I don't understand. Well, I get. Yeah, you were just like, oh, you don't understand the text, right? The hand. Therefore, bro, no, I do understand the text, right? Or I have my understanding of it. Hold on.
under
You're
the
interrupting. Bro, let me get
interpretation.
it out. Bro, come on. Let me get it out. So you're saying I don't understand it. You understand
understand it, right? That's what you're saying. And what I'm
Well, I
saying
mean,
is, no, I understand. Oh, you're interrupting me again, dude. Let me just get my thought out. And this is this is the real problem. And this is why
finish your
every
thought.
time I come here, don't interrupt me and I will. This is why every time I come here and play devil's advocate and have an alternate view,
Finish
people
your
cannot
thought
let me
instead.
speak.
Finish your thought
See, there
instead
you
of
go.
talking about
I,
finishing it.
yeah,
Finish your
I'm
thought
having my
instead of
thought, and this is it. This
rambling
is the
on about
problem.
it.
Yeah. How
Be
about don't
concise.
interrupt me? How about don't interrupt me?
I'll
Can
interrupt
you
you
do
if you don't
that?
make your point.
Oh, so
Make your
you
point.
can't be quiet. And this
Make
is
your
the
point.
point is that I'm making a point. The point is that somebody can't be quiet when their
Oh
beliefs,
my
their
Right
God,
the
make
hand.
your
We're
thirst.
not.
that's
Hold
all
on,
you're
hold,
Right
doing.
the
oh,
hand.
I'm not.
Hold on.
Yeah, look.
Right the
See how
hand.
I do it?
Hold on, bud.
Not.
You
That's
you
a waste of
can't
fucking
just
time right
sit
now.
there.
You got. No, they got to get civil before I'm gonna have a conversation with
You're
them.
over talking me. Right the hand. Yeah, exactly. Go
We
away.
don't need
That's fine.
kids. All right, what do we need kids for? All right.
Hold
No,
on,
I think
guys.
you made
Right
a
the
good
hand
point.
was right in this instance, man. You guys
No,
got triggered, and you're telling him what he should think and what he should know. I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna stick up for right the hand, even though I've had a lot of arguments with him. He's right in this
SE,
instance, man. He's
SE, did you not
absolutely
hear
right.
him?
the
SE, did you
problem,
not hear
SC.
him cutting me off like multiple times before Jeremy came in?
Hey,
And then he
Yeah,
guys,
but
played
you guys
victim.
get
Wait a minute,
triggered
just
when
a
he's
minute,
trying to
just a
explain
minute,
to
because I'm
you
about to
how
leave
you
the
get
server, bro.
triggered when the Bible
Okay.
comes up, and you just gotta cut in. And he's right about that, man.
Yo, check this out. He brought it up, and I was just pointing something out, and I was really calm when I spoke to him about it, both you and he. And I haven't had really no attitude. He kept cutting me off. I was begging for moderation, and then he played victim after it happened just a little to him when he's continuing to accuse instead of making his point and straw man. And now you're saying you're going to stick with him?
Yeah, you know
That's,
why?
that's
Hold on, not because
ridiculous.
of you,
That's
because
ridiculous,
the
man.
mods.
That's
Hold on.
ridiculous. Goodbye.
Listen, bro. Listen, you gotta chill, man. It's not a you. I'm talking about the mod. And usually, when he comes in, he's usually on point here. But today, he was not on point. Sorry, bro. That modding was not necessary. You didn't
well,
have
the
to tell
problem
right
is
the hand. Well, you don't understand because that's the whole issue that they're fighting for. And that was a
what
good combo. Shouldn't have went down
here's
that way.
here's the thing. They were continuing to talk past each other, and we're getting nowhere. And if I don't know, are you familiar with the verse within the Bible that he was referring to? It's talking about a dream where a tree was seen within a dream, right? So I don't know how else you can interpret that text to mean an actual physical tree, especially when the interpretation of that dream comes in to say, hey, that tree that you saw within your dream is not a tree. It's a kingdom, just like North was talking about. Trust me, I don't get into Bible arguments. You've never heard me get into a Bible argument. But this is just a clear case of somebody not really understanding the text at all whatsoever, but is never going to back down from the opinion that they put forth, regardless of what anybody says.
I'll
That's all I was
disagree
trying to
with
say.
you on that, bro, respectfully, because that's not what Right the Hand was arguing. Right the Hand was arguing, how do you know that he had that dream? Because he's using that dream as one of his arguments, and Right the Hand's telling him, how do you know? You weren't
That was his
there.
second.
And he's
That was his
absolutely
second
right
argument.
on that, bro. You
That,
can't
that was his
argue that.
second. That was his second argument. His first argument was that it was a real tree, bro. That was his first argument, that the text says it's a real tree.
No, he said to take it as the
No, no.
word
That's,
is written. It says
excuse
tree.
me.
It doesn't
He
mean it
changed it.
doesn't mean kingdom, and he's right about that, man.
He
It says
changed his,
tree. It doesn't say
he,
kingdom.
he
So
changed
it's
his position.
take.
If you go
He's
back
right
and
about that.
listen, If you go back and listen, he changed his position because he was trying to evade it. Listen, he started out saying the tree was a real tree. I come in and said the tree was not a real tree. It represented a kingdom and a dominion of Nebuchadnezzar or Babylon. He said, no, it's a tree. It's a
Yeah, because
tree,
it
bro.
says
That's what he
tree.
said. It represents a tree. He said it was a real tree. That's where he started at.
I
You're
don't know
you're wrong.
about the
He
real
did he
tree.
did
Yeah,
change the
the text
goalpost, but
says tree. So therefore, it means tree. It doesn't mean kingdom. I specifically heard him say that.
The point being, SE, is that I don't even think he knew at all that the tree that was seen within a dream to begin with. And that's the whole problem. and he's never going to admit that he didn't know that, right? So there was, even within the text, there was no physical tree that was seen. The tree was seen within a dream. So that's why I'm saying the argument was going to go nowhere, because he's constantly changing his position to just continue to argue. There was no point. That's why I stepped in.
Yeah, I guess, but I guess you were trying to do good, but I guess it was interpreted in a different manner. I don't know, whatever. I think Right the Hand should come back and we should continue this conversation. That's what I think, because it's pretty interesting.
SC, tell me if you think this is fair. If you're going to tell me this is what this book says in this chapter and in this verse, that there's a tree that reaches the ends of the earth and the height thereof is to heaven, and all the creatures are under it, and they're benefiting from this tree, right? They depend on it. So if you tell me that that's in a chapter, how am I going to know more about the tree unless I go to the text that's claiming this tree, has grown to the heights of heaven and extended to the ends of the earth? Am I going to know it because you tell me what it is, or am I going to know what it is based on the text that tells me about the tree?
Well, I understand and hear your argument, absolutely. And looking at it in that perspective, yeah, you're going about it by what the Bible says, right? But Right the Hand rightly says, and I have to agree with him on this, is how do you know? How do you know really that happened? I mean, that's a logical and a valid statement, bro.
Well, I tried to get to that, and I told him we could talk about if we hold any historicity as valid, or we think that Nebuchadnezzar even existed. I answered those questions, and I wanted to go into further detail, but he kept moving the goalpost. First, he believed in a literal tree. Then he's telling me how do you even know it happened, right? So he's arguing against himself at this point. First, he makes a claim that the tree was real. Then he says, how can you prove it's even a dream or was dreamed? So well, in that case, if there was no dream, there was certainly no tree seen in a dream. So what I'm saying is, if you're going to go by the text and you're going to quote from, if you're going to pull out pieces and cherry pick from the text, which we always talk about, if you're going to cherry pick from it and build this interpretation, when the text itself gives you the interpretation from the man of God who is to interpret dreams and visions, not just anybody, because there's, so I think it's clear, and anyone familiar with the text or with the standard that they're holding to or what they're quoting from, it's fairly easy to see. It's fairly easy to see. I'm not coming in saying he has to believe like me, and I'm not attacking this man. I'm just telling him, I was trying to warn him to be careful. I wasn't even trying to debate or argue with him when I came in. I was just saying, please, look into the context of what the tree represents before you go out and try to support flat earth in these Bible colleges by telling them it's a real tree. You're going to make us look ridiculous. Ridiculous.
If I could chime in for a second, we all have an owner's manual in our cars or whatever we drive. And when we have trouble with it or want to have some direction, we go to the owner's manual. That's what Christians do to the Bible. What happened? I don't think Copernicus lived. I think he was a creation of the Catholic Church through the Catholic Encyclopedia. But what Martin Luther did is that Catholics were not allowed or not encouraged to read their Bibles. They were encouraged to listen to the Pope. So, and the church, the Catholic Church back then in the 1500s was selling repentance, was selling salvation. You go in and see your priest, you give him some money, he would listen to you and say, hey, your sins are forgiven. And it was really bad. So Martin Luther came in, he opened his Bible, because he wasn't encouraged to. He opened his Bible, and he saw that the earth did not revolve around the sun. He saw his Bible said something differently. He saw that the Catholic Church was trying to sell salvation. He wrote his 95 Theses. Got kicked out of the church. Along comes Calvin, and Calvin says, and I paraphrase, "You will find those that are so deranged that they will see that the earth moves around. They will say that the earth moves around the sun. And when you see them, you will consider them devil possessed, and we will put them as mirrors so we can see what not to become." That's a paraphrase. And so I find it really interesting. It's hard to debate the Bible because it has much to do with faith. And here's my last point. Here's my new question for flat earthers, true earthers, STPers. Do you believe that the sun illuminates the moon as we were taught since age 5? Or do you believe that the moon is self-illuminating as it suggests in Genesis 1:16-17? I dropped 5 videos that I have just recently in Livestream. You can go see them, where the sun is clearly not illuminating the lit part of the moon. So, do you question Genesis 1:16-17? Do you go along with what you were taught since age 5? Does the sun illuminate the moon, or is the moon self-illuminating? Just questions to think about. Thanks.
It's a shame because this was a good conversation. It's a shame it went down like that.
It's really hard to debate the Bible, debate all 66 books and what was taken out, what was put in, what was taken out in the first century, what was taken out in 325, AD. It's all very difficult to debate because none of us were there.
Yeah, there's so much information to take in. And so it is very difficult if you're not going to be, if you're not going to put the time into it, and be patient. Again, you can't cherry pick verses and build ideologies if the text is claiming about itself to the contrary. So you can't do that. I think it's fairly easy to come to conclusions, and it's not very hard if one approaches it the right way. The accusations and the cutting off and all of these things and the getting all hyped up, that's the only problem I have, is when people build straw mans, they put words in your mouth or they cut you off. And then, if you do it to them as they're monologuing and straw manning you, trying to tell them that's not what you said, and then they play victim, and you have other people come in and say, well, this shouldn't have went down this way, and this was just wrong. I mean, why wasn't it stopped from the very beginning? So in the very beginning, if anyone's going to disagree on scripture, and we know we're limited to time, there should be moderation from the very start, because we see where it goes. It's fairly easy in what I can see.
Yeah, I dropped those videos. I dropped 5 of them at 57 after the hour, which obviously would have been last hour. So if you want to see them, please do. And you want to comment on them or PM me on them, what you think, or discuss them, that's great. Because I like that kind of discussion. I like discussing sun illuminating the moon as we were taught since age 5, or the moon being self-illuminating. I think that's an interesting conversation.
What do you think about the one I posted earlier about the Soldier Field, the fair, 1933, the harnessing Arcturus's light into photoelectric cells, and then that's what lit up the spotlights and all these different things. Don't you? I mean, the bell worship that was going on that day. You had Admiral Byrd's ship. You had a dome Earth map. You had so many things going on that day. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw it posted. I haven't looked at it yet. Sorry. But yeah, 1933. I think that's really interesting. And something I like to ask, I posted it last night. I can post it again about that little, what do you want to call it, 1950s. It's in Spanish, about somebody, getting into some sort of little craft and they were hovering. They were moving around. Happened in the 1950s, 1960s. Is that electrostatics? Is that some sort of that? I'll drop it again in Livestream now so you can see it. But I find that fascinating that hasn't been approached to us and just shown on a video from the 1950s and 60s.
Well, I'm sure you've seen guys flying around in their bathtubs, right?
Well, I haven't gone there yet. I haven't seen that.
Oh yeah, man, that's years ago, bro. Man, just put a couple of boards across the bathtub and made him like a little drone, but he's flying to the store in a bathtub. So yeah, it's possible, man. There's so many things that are possible, and the technology is quite old.
Yeah, I dropped it just now, 24 minutes after the hour. I'd like to somebody explain that to me. Is that fake or is that real? And if it's real, what caused it? I like to have that conversation with anybody. I don't care if it's Austin or anybody. That's really interesting.
Have you ever heard that birds do not fly, they're flown, and fish do not swim, they're swam?
I haven't gone there. I'm just learning that bumblebees
about
get
it.
around. I just found out the bumblebees get around because of electrostatics. That's interesting. That's fascinating to me. It's like, tell me more.
Yeah,
Exactly.
if you're interested, there's actually a lot of animals that do that. Like spiders, they pretty much fly using electrostatic. That's how they can get from like one area to another to gap, to like make the gap so they can make their webs.
It's all about the medium.
They've got a name for it. I can't remember what it's called, but you just look up spiders and electrostatic.
Spider ballooning.
It's all
Just
about
ballooning.
It's all about the medium they're in. And speaking of fish or birds or bees or anything like that, I'm sure you've seen the fish going upstream and just sitting still while the water's flowing past them, right? So there's so many things to this creation that are amazing if we just take moments and look at it.
Everything is amazing, bro. Everything. I talk about the tomato seed all the time. Anybody that doesn't believe in a creator, make me a tomato seed. Game over. One statement.
Yeah, I think
Which
electrostatic.
came first? Which came first, the tomato plant or the tomato seed? Which came first?
Good question. Good question. I would say the tomato. I would say the creator would create the tomato. If you ask me why, I would say because there's seeds in the tomato. But it's just a guess.
Yeah, I'd say that they were invented or created at the exact same time because a creator would have to be preeminent to all creation, right? I don't know about like an order, but it would make sense that it would just all happen at once.
Yeah,
be
it's
careful.
an
Be
order. It's an
careful.
order. Just like when you have Adam was formed from the dust, it was a complete formed man, right? It wasn't a baby. And so when you go back and you look at when the grains and the fruit that Travis was speaking of, the trees and the grains, also you had the herb yielding seed, the herb yielding seed that was here too. So of course the plant was here first instead of the seed.
That's interesting. Yeah.
What I find fascinating is, electrostatics replacing G with A, so you get A equal 10 meters per second squared, not even trying. It's a simple experiment, drop from almost 4 meters. You come up with acceleration equal 10 meters per second squared, which is within 2% of what gravity has been for how long. And we're not even trying to get closer. And then you come up with, acceleration, height, time, and velocity. And there's 4 things that any of us can go out and do. SC and I can go out and do that ourselves from any height, anytime we wanted to. And then you come up with density and buoyancy. With buoyancy, you replace G with A, and everything makes sense. You get away from hitting an apple on top of somebody's head back in 1666. You get away from the bending and warping of space-time when we saw a star through an eclipse, and Eddington had to explain it away, and Picari and Einstein had to explain it away to come up with bending and warping of space-time. Nobody knows what bending and warping of space-time is. So we live in a cartoon world. We live in a fairy tale where all you got to do is look at A equal 10 meters per second squared, get a little bit more detailed with that, and you got a whole new paradigm, a whole new reality that's actually the truth that anybody can verify on their own.
Yeah, we talk reality, they talk fantasy. We feel stationary, they say movement. We see the sun move, they say the earth moves. I mean, it's, we see water horizontal and level, they say it curves and humps.
I know.
Who's in reality and who's in fantasy? Yeah.
They say level is curved. I'm going to go to the dictionary, and it's going to tell you that level is curved. Guess what? The people that run this world write the dictionary too. They write the textbooks. They control what we see on TV. They control what we know from age 5. So of course, the dictionary textbooks are going to say level equal curved. Of course, they're going to. It proves nothing.
It goes back to the conversation we're having with the Bible. And right, the hand was spot on, right? The Bible, and I don't want to insult anybody, right? You have to believe what it says, right? The same way where you have to believe what they write, what they say when they tell you water curves. So, in that sense, it's a belief system. They're both belief systems, but the thing is, at least the religious people, they say, yeah, it's a belief. And the other side doesn't say that. They say it's fact.
Well, they define it in different ways.
I hate to say this. Sorry about that. I was going to say I hate to say this, SC, though, but everything is a belief system. Even your belief in flat Earth is a belief system. You may not accept that, may not want that. And I've said this 1,000 times on you. Right. So don't disparage it. But I mean, what evidence is your faith or your belief putting? What evidence are you putting your trust in? That's the key question here.
See, that's the difference. I don't claim that the Earth is flat. From the beginning, I've always said I don't know what shape the Earth is. From the way beginning, you hear me talk from years ago, you're going to see I say the same thing. That's why I chose SE, stationary Earth, not FE, as my thing, right? Because I'm sure, and I'll argue with anybody that the Earth ain't moving, but I don't know what shape the Earth is.
Yeah. The globe has a claim, and we have observations. That they say belief is the enemy of knowing, because a belief system can be changed within a twinkle of the eye. Just watch a TV show, you can change your belief. And behavior psychologists know this, and they've known this for the last 33 months. They've known that we can have, they can put something on TV, and within a week, 60-70% of the public will believe with them that they didn't believe before. It's just a fact. I hate to say it. Behavior psychology, belief is the enemy of knowing. You can know that you don't live on a ball. You can know that. You can know, and I know I'm going to rifle a feather or two here. You can know that tiny invisible microbes don't cause illness, disease, and death. You can know that. You can know those two things. And once you know those two things, it really, really makes you it takes you to a place you never thought you could go before. And it's really fun. It's not always fun, but it's very self-illuminating, and it's very entertaining to talk to people who don't believe that way.
I want to ask you a question, Jim. Hold on. You said no, you can know these things, but here's the. I hate that no thing. Okay, because you're trying to say you have something beyond anybody else.
No,
but you even have. Hold on a second.
Hold on a second. That's a straw man. I admit that's a straw man.
No, I said that's. Well, I've heard this on both sides. I've heard the Globers say we know the Earth is a globe. I've heard you say I know this. I've also heard everybody else say I know this. Well, I'm just saying that's what it feels like. If I'm wrong, that's fine. I get that. Okay. But let me get clear here, though. Let me go a little bit further. Knowledge is based upon certain beliefs. all knowledge is. For example, SE say, I know the earth is not moving. And he's saying that because of his sensory input. But here's a catch. How do you know your sensory input is giving you the proper information? How do you know that?
Agreed. I'll agree with you on that. Yeah, that's
okay. So
that's like a belief, because there's really no way for me unless I'm outside this, and I'll go with you on that one. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So that means you have to have a suppositional belief that it cannot be proven that your senses are telling you the right information. You have to have that. So it's based on your knowledge of the world around you is based upon a belief that you're telling you your sensory input is giving you right information. So so when it comes to this idea of knowledge, it's okay to say, I believe the earth is a globe. I believe the earth is flat. I believe the earth is stationary. I believe that this is the water world. Whatever you want to say, it's okay to say that. But what justifies that belief? That's the key question.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. Let me say this, Paul.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that, because when I say I know I'm not moving, right, I base it on obviously my sensory perception. I'm very sensitive. Like, if I go on a boat, I'll feel it, like I'll get seasick and stuff like that. So I'm very sensitive to movement, number one. Number two, the fantasy says not only are we moving, we're moving in approximately 11 different vectors, and we're moving at tremendous speeds, which amount to 1.5 million miles an hour. Now, this is what I'm basing it on. I'm saying, hold on. Now, there's two stories here now. What I feel, what I see, what I sense, and this story, right? So for me, it's obvious which one is true and which one is false.
Well, here's the thing, though. Could you agree with me on this? That we have all of our senses have a threshold. For example, dogs can hear sounds that we cannot. Certain insects can see visuals, can see light that we cannot. I mean, you can actually touch, like there's certain threshold on when you can actually feel someone touching you, even though there may be contact on your skin, but it reaches a certain threshold before you feel it. And the same thing with temperature. There's a threshold that your body has that we all know it. Just from, I mean, I know it, I guess, but we experience it. Like
you're going with the constant motion argument, right?
Right.
Constant motion.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm only making the argument that your body has a certain threshold of sensory input. I don't know. I mean, I can't trust my senses to tell me if the earth is moving or not. Because if there's a threshold, then there's a threshold. Okay, tell me disagree with me and explain to how you can say your sensory input does not have a threshold.
Yeah, no.
Does it have a threshold?
Absolutely agree with you on that. Absolutely. But listen to the threshold that they're trying to convince you that you can't feel, right? Now, I'm sure you haven't gone past the speed of 550 miles an hour unless you were a fighter pilot in the army, right? Like the rest of us, right? Have you been past 500 miles an hour, what a commercial aircraft can do?
I mean, I've been in a KC-135, and I'm not sure what max speed we hit while I was there, so I don't know. But I mean, just think about this. Why is it when you're sitting in a car, and if you just start barely moving, you think, I mean, you cannot necessarily feel that. Even if it's just a slight movement, you don't feel it. You may, now, if you closed your eyes and I started barely creeping in the car, you may not sense any movement until I open my eyes and I start to see things move around me. Another sensory input tells me that, oh yeah, I'm moving. That tells you that even in that, your feeling of motion, there's a threshold. If I hit the accelerator really fast, oh yeah, you'll feel the movement immediately. But if it's a gradual increase, you may never feel it. So I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying that's why you can't use your senses, whether it become measuring the horizon, measuring movement. You cannot use your senses because your senses are not sensitive enough necessarily to sometimes catch those things. And I have to say that is a valid argument. That's why measurement has to be in place.
100%. I'll give you that.
Measurement has to be in place.
Right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Right. You did no argument with me on that there is a limit to our senses. Absolutely. But you have to understand the model they're trying to sell, right? They're trying to sell okay, let's just start with the rotation of the Earth, right? Even that is not a linear motion, right? It's not constant. So even that should be felt. Number one. Then we have the orbital motion, which is not circular, it's oval, right? So there's changes in the major axis, the minor axis. I don't know if you're familiar with those terms, but yeah. So that's another thing. Then there's the rotation of the galaxy, the solar system in the galaxy. Then there's the rotation of the galaxy. And then there's clusters that rotate. And then there's superclusters that bunch together and have other rotations. And then there's other ones, and there's like 11. Go on and on and on until they circle what's called the Great Attractor.
Yeah.
You have galaxies called Latakia super galaxies and all these crazy names. Now, you're going to tell me, Paul, like, really, you believe we won't feel any of that? Seriously?
I think Paul went on mute. Self-mute.
Or maybe he got a call. He got a call. Damn.
That SC, that Great Attractor is hilarious because it got rid of the sun being the center of our universe, and it made something that I have no idea how far it is away, but made that be in the center of the universe. So heliocentrism just in itself is debunked right there, because in the 1970s people started going to the Great Attractor for the center of the universe, and the sun went bye-bye, no more. So people who say the sun is the center and we're heliocentric have no clue, because heliocentric says sun-centric. That's what it means. But we haven't been sun-centric since the 1970s. We've been Great Attractor centric, and few people know that.
Very good point, my friend. We're tractor-centric.
Yeah,
that's right. And not only that are we tractor-centric, we're doing that at about 11 different vectors. And that's where I stopped counting. I looked at this like a year ago. I'm sure if I dig more, I'll find more clusters and more rotations and like more fancy, crazy voids. And it's all a fantasy, man. It's all a fantasy, I'm telling you.
It is. It's all gone. I mean, heliocentrism remains in education, indoctrination, and entertainment, which is indoctrination. That's the only place it remains. That's it. But they started at age 5, and people grew out of Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy, but they never grew out of their ball because they kept the indoctrination going.
If you sit in a chair and I can turn the chair around, and I gradually start turning the chair around and round, you gonna feel that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Like I said, I have sensitive ears, and I'm okay on top of a boat, but if I go under and there's like waves, I can't have a meal.
Paul, are you back?
Yeah, sorry, I got a call. My wife called me, sorry. But yeah, I'm back now, yeah.
It's all cool. What's your feeling on the following statement? Belief is the enemy of knowing.
On the surface, I know why it's there, why you say that. But I've heard that a lot in the flat earth and in the conspiracy world in general. So, but I mean, I've done a lot of reading and research in philosophy and knowledge and epistemology. And that's why I made the argument, blind belief is I would qualify and say the blind belief is the enemy of knowledge. But evidential belief will bring you to true knowledge. If I was going to rephrase it,
that's why I tried to answer this earlier, and I wanted to let you guys continue. But when you say the word believe, those who are believers in the Creator, they look at this word a little different than I guess everyone else really does. The believe that like to believe on Him. This takes action. So I believe the stove's hot because I know it's hot. I have experience when it's red and it's glowing that it's hot. So I'm not going to touch it. I believe it's hot. So I'm not going to take the action to touch it. I'm going to move away from it. So there's experience You can't compare people who believe in a globe to people who believe in a creator, because people who believe in a creator, a lot of those people have experienced said creator and have experienced truths that they can't convey to you or, you know, convert you in that way. It's not like you touch me and all of a sudden you'll have a relationship too, you know. And they don't make that claim if they're true believers. So they just define it in different ways. So it's not the enemy of knowing or anything like that. It's part of knowing. The belief that takes action is because you've already had the experience and you know.
Can I finish off with Paul before we get into this belief thing? Before he had his call, because it was pretty interesting.
All yours.
Thanks. Paul, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I don't know. Did you hear part of my rebuttal to the movement thing? I think you got a call, but did you hear any part of the motions that I was saying? The Earth rotating, the solar system, and all that stuff. Did you hear any of that?
No, I mean I know what everything's supposed to be moving at. You know, I know the movement and the what's claimed. I understand the claim and I understand your argument. Your argument would be if we were moving that fast at those speeds, I should feel it. That's your argument.
Yes.
And I've heard that argument. And the question though is, how would you prove it? That you're saying I would feel it, but that's your.
Yeah, this is just a pure logical statement, right? I'm not making like a scientific statement, or I'm just making a pure logical statement.
Well, but see,
11 different vectors of motion. If 1.5 million miles an hour, I should feel this. That's I don't know if you want to call it a logical statement or just a statement of belief, but yeah.
Well, here's the thing. It's funny. If you go back to Richard Feynman, one of the first videos, everybody goes back and look. He calls, if you notice, the word experiment has the word he actually used the word experience. If you go back to his old lecture, one of his black and white lecture, and I thought that's interesting. So, and let's go back to what North said. Okay, if you're saying, yeah, if we analyze both of our experiences, I would have to agree with you that I feel no motion. The claim is this, I feel it. So our ultimate experience would say, oh yeah, we're probably stationary, not moving. But the question, we've already established through the previous argument that we know there's a limit to our threshold of sensory input. So then that being said, can we trust our experience of no motion to say that the earth is not moving? So we have to go outside of that somehow to measure whether, like, what it would be the threshold, or could we feel if it was happening? How far could we feel it? But how could we do something that's outside of our experience? Because some people may have, your inner ear may be more sensitive than mine, which means I may have a lower threshold of movement than you do. You know, some people that have really high thresholds of movement get vertigo. They feel like they're spinning, even though they're not. The room's standing still, and they feel like the room is flying around them. So, how would you go outside of mine and your so-called experience to that be something objective outside of us to say if that statement is true or not? That's where science comes in. That's where the measurement comes in. That's where all that comes into play. And I'm not saying any argument, but in any case, that's the way you have to prove it, not through you just saying, I don't feel it and it's not there. That's not good enough.
I agree with you totally. So I would be interested in somebody that's good in math to do these, just take 11 different vectors and the speeds. I even have them written down. I can tell people the different speeds and just work it out and see, is it really possible not to feel that? I'd be curious. Even though I'm sure, like for myself, there's no doubt, because I told you I have sensitive ears. And even on a boat journey, if I'm down below where people are eating and it's like wavy, I get like seasick. I wouldn't make a good pirate, let's put it that way. So I'm very sensitive to motion. That's why I feel strongly about this.
I've heard of the 5 speeds, but I haven't heard of 11. So if you want to drop that somewhere or possibly send me a PM SE, I would love to know that.
You know what? I haven't written down. This is me. I'm the one that talks about the 11 different vectors. I have them written down. You know what? Maybe I should write them down and
drop them in
yeah.
VC, please.
Yeah, it's gonna take me a while though, because
Okay.
yeah.
Send me if you remember. You don't have to, but if you remember, send me one in a PM, please.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the lineup for the next manned moon mission?
Oh, do tell the one with the astronauts this time instead of the mannequins.
Yeah, I'm going.
No.
I'm
This
going.
time it's gonna be. This time it's gonna be like it's like a diversity cast. It's being put together by this Japanese billionaire. Like he's sending this DJ, electronic music producer, Steve Aoki. You know, the last time we sent men to the moon, they were supposedly highly trained, professionals. And now we're just going to go ahead and send a DJ to the moon along with some I'm not going to, you can just look at the people and imagine the words that I would use to describe them.
When did you hear this? This is
I'll
new.
post it right here. I'll post it right here. Yeah, 1 second.
Oh man, wow.
It's new information. I want to warn you guys right now. It's new information, so not everybody knows who's going. I'm going. I've been selected. So if you describe me, you be nice. Okay? Thanks.
Very well.
This is interesting. You heard about the thing they did? They faked in England in an old American military base a show. Faked. They had like 20, 30 candidates who's gonna go and experience orbit, and they put them through the paces and they did tests, and eventually they chose 7 or 8, whatever. And amongst them were plants that knew they weren't going in space, and they convinced them that they were in Russia. They flew them around in circles, whatever. They fixed up the whole base. They went in Russia. They bought Russian candies and Russian drinks and cigarettes. They convinced them they were a town in Russia. You guys seen that?
No, I haven't.
Let me see if I can find it and post it. And they actually, you know how they got away with gravity when they were in no gravity, when eventually like they pretended that they were in a capsule and they were in space. You know what they told them about the gravity?
What?
Wait till you hear this. That they had an anti-gravity machine and they bought it.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Yeah, it's about as fake and lame as it gets. But I posted the news article for
Thanks, bro. Wow,
the
look
new
at that.
crew. Yeah, dude, they're sending a DJ to the moon. They can't even get self checkout right at the grocery store. I'm there like trying to scan this friggin', trying to weigh out my bananas for 10 minutes. But they're gonna send a DJ to the moon, so that's cool.
Yeah, let me see if I can find that. I think was it BBC that did it? It was one of the something from England. Let me see if I can find that. That freaked me out when I saw that. How easily they were fooled.
Yeah, and we shouldn't have to wait too long either for this to happen. They say that they're going to do the launch in 2023. So,
Dude, there's no way. There's no way that's even remotely true. They're gonna bring some DJ Steve Aoki. This is all just a giant propaganda campaign designed to get all of these like people who are into like electronic music just like a bone to chew on. Like, oh, look, our favorite EDM artist is going to the moon. There's no way this is ever going to fucking happen. The whole thing's just gonna get scrubbed. It'll eventually just probably the page will just be deleted one day. You know.
I already got my money on that the fucking rocket just explodes. I'm not
Yeah,
laughing
I found it, guys.
because I
You
think people are
gotta
going to
watch
die.
this. Sorry to interrupt you, bro.
Oh, you're good. Go.
I found it, guys. You gotta watch this, man. If you think people can be fooled, watch this.
Oh, they're going
You're gonna,
nowhere, dude. Yeah.
you're gonna
We're
blow your
not
minds,
going
guys.
anywhere.
Yep.
You know, it's funny. You said something you said in that. I've not watched the video, just analyzing what you said about the video. There's a key piece of information that they had. If they'd known that not to be true, or had evidence that it was not true, they would have not pulled that off. And you called it out as the gravity thing. They convinced them that they had an anti-gravity thing or a gravity thing. So that one belief that was based upon no evidence caused them to believe that. You think about it.
Exactly.
But if they'd have known that we don't have that, mainly if you just analyze even the current understanding of how gravity works, which means it's a bending of space time, how are you going to create bending of space time in a capsule? You know what I mean? How are you going to do that? It's impossible. Exactly. It can't be done. Can't be done. So just if they'd had some level of knowledge or understanding or evidence, that to the contrary, that they would have not pulled that off. And not even watch the video, but just that one piece of evidence. Remember, it's an evidence-based belief. Was there evidence for that? Or they just believed the person that told them that? They just believed it. That's interesting. Just think about it.
Yeah. Share this video out, guys. Share this video out. Let people see this. Imagine they went down to the bubble gum. They went to Russia and they bought everything: cigarettes, candies, chocolates, everything that you can imagine. And they built a little mini Russian town. And they convinced them. They flew from England to Russia. They never left the country. They just flew around and then they landed in that military base, which was all set up for them. So NASA fanboys, if you think you can be fooled, you can.
I was just thinking about this. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just thinking there'd be another way to fool somebody, that we have cryogenic sleep. Say, look, we have to put this injection in your arm, but when you wake up, once we put this injection in your arm, we're going to put you in this tube. But when you wake up, you're going to be hundreds of years in the future. And you wake up, you change the environment around them. What are they going to know any different? How would you know any different? You would. You would not know any different. I just thought of that.
Oh yeah, there's many ways to do it, I'm sure. Or just under threat of the Secrets Act, right? You're in the military, you just can't talk about it, period. End of story. You don't have to put anybody to sleep or any of it. But your point is well taken, and I hope mine is too. You can fool people if you want to. Actually fool people that they're in space.
Well, it's not hard to believe, dude. These people get like, what is it, $90 million a day? If you can't fool people on a budget like that, you'd have problems. Like you'd literally have like downs or something. Like, dude, these people get $90 million a day. Think of how easy it is. If you got $90 million a day, do you think you, with a team of people, get an organization, get all this stuff, do you think you could fool people? Well, of course you could. It's fucking easy. You have $90 million a day. What can't you do?
Well, the thing is,
Like,
they could do a lot better. I always say they're doing it poorly on purpose, and that's the weird part. They get all that money, and it's like they're flaunting the fact that they don't have to do a good job, because the controversy about it is what it's all about. They make it
well, no,
fake
but
on purpose,
listen, the
so that
reason.
we're arguing about how fake it looks, and then they're gaslighting the people that believe it by making them bend over backwards to defend the shit.
The reason why it doesn't look so good is because they think about it like this: like they do the bare minimum. If they can pass a fool job, if they can pass a hoax doing the bare minimum, looking the worst it can do, then the next time that they go to fool you, all they have to do is make it look a little bit better, right? So they're not going to give
Right.
you the
Yep.
best possible thing
That
because
too.
they have to constantly outdo themselves, okay, to
Right.
make it believable. So they the reason why it looks like low budget trash is because it is. That's the lowest common denominator that they can give you, that it's going to
Yeah.
pass off as palatable,
They lower
as
our standards
believable,
of
as
acceptance.
acceptable.
Lowers it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of that, and maybe even a bigger plan. Who knows? But Paul, did you ever look into the threshold? How they determine the threshold for what we could or couldn't feel? Did you ever look at the
I've
studies they've
heard
done on that?
I've heard studies about it. I've not actually looked at them directly, but I've heard people make arguments about it. But I mean, I don't know what the threshold is directly, but I've heard about it. I mean, even
I'll
just
post something.
experientially,
But
though, we know we have thresholds. We know we do, whether we
yeah,
accept it or
well,
not.
I was just going to jump in and say that just because we can't always rely on our senses doesn't mean we should just negate our senses altogether as a
No, I agree.
determinant whatsoever.
No, I
So it's
agree.
just taking an extreme point of view. I put something in there about the threshold that they supposedly, this is what Matthew Learns posted when I asked for the evidence. If you think that's good enough, and actually in that study, they're even saying that it's there's a lot of question marks about what this really is determining. And then the other thing is, I always get on board with Montreal about this because it's ridiculous. When we're talking about a change in vector, a change in direction, you feel, and that's by their own standards. You would feel a change in direction, or a change in momentum, or change in acceleration, and all those things are included with the globe model. And the globe model doesn't even work. I'll post something else that shows that the orbital mechanics literally don't work. It's not like they have a perfect model, because the math doesn't even work. They're using geometry and kinematics as if they are determining forces. But to determine forces, you need to use dynamics. Now, there's math involved in dynamics that says these are what the forces would need to be. You would need a tether. You can't have an orbit. It literally doesn't work. I know you're not a baller, but for anyone listening that thinks it's all worked out, I'll post something by Michael Brenner that shows you that this doesn't even work the way they say it should, because they're not even using dynamics.
Well, I mean, I'm going to make another argument in a different vein, but it's still related. Okay, in either case, let's say the creator made the world in the heliocentric model. I would imagine, this is just my imagination, obviously, that he would not have our sensory input sensitive enough to pick up those vectors, because that would something we'd have to be constantly having to adjust for. In a constant sensory input like that, constantly would probably drive you nuts. And also, like, for example,
Oh, you cut out.
It's always at the best part, man. Damn.
you would not even be aware of it. So on one level, so that's why I think even from there are not
for like 10 seconds. By the way, we didn't
I'm sorry.
half of what you said.
I said I'm going to make an argument from the creator about the sensory input. If let's say the heliocentric model is correct, I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying if it is, but we still have a creator, I think that he would not want us to be fully aware of those vectors, because it would probably drive us nuts, constantly having to feel and adjust, and okay, this day I'm feeling this day I'm feeling that. It'd be overwhelming, because even now, you actually do hear your heartbeat, and you just don't hit, you're just become so attuned to it, you don't notice it. It's not there, it's not even in your awareness. I think there would be some level of that. So I don't know if, again, that's making the argument. I don't think you can trust your senses even in that scenario, even for the heliocentrics. But even if you're an evolutionist, it's the same thing. You grew up, you evolved in this environment. You evolved in this environment. So if those vectors are in play, you would not know it anyway. So again, I think measurement is the key. Measurement is the key, not our sensory input.
That's an argument. That's an argument I was going back and forth with Eggshells on the other night, and just because you're used to it, that you wouldn't feel it. You have nothing to compare the 1,000 miles an hour at, because you're already going 1,000 miles an hour, and that trick of the mind that you could actually buy into it that way. But like, say you're living at the North Pole, right, and you're supposedly moving 0 miles per hour, and then you take a flight to the equator, and all of a sudden you're hanging out there on vacation, and you don't have any adjustment period. Your body doesn't notice now that it's going 1,000 miles an hour instead of 0. Think about that.
Well done, bro. Well done.
And the vestibular system also. And speaking of vertigo, that's what that is, man. That's it's letting you know. So it's at all times it's working. Yeah. And if you're really quiet, you can hear your heart beat. If things are really quiet around you, perhaps you need to go out into the woods where there's no nature around, but you can hear that. So you trust your senses.
Here's just the thought, and I got to go. Thanks for the conversation this morning. If I remember right, Space Force gets $24.5 billion fiscal year 2023. NASA gets $25.5 billion fiscal year 2023. That's $50 billion divided by 365 days is just north of $136 million per day to not explore outer space. While 9 million people around the world starve to death every year, 800 million have starvation issues every day. While they say 25 billion could take care of hunger in the USA, why 900,000 go homeless in the USA and the UK alone, 5% of the world's population. We tell people that they go into outer space, that they spend $136 million per day for a lie. And if we can't get mad about that, just like we can't get mad about having our 6-month-old babies stabbed with something that doesn't exist, if we can't get mad about those two things, what can we get mad about? Thanks.
Look at Space Force.
We can't get mad about the fluoride in the water that we all know very well has been taken out for a reason in some areas under court rule. And if people can't even be aware of that, how are you ever going to get convinced that there's a bigger thing going on? Sorry, go ahead. Whoever was trying to talk.
How do we explain Space Force boot camp, man? Has anyone seen that? I mean, these obstacles, man. It's so.
CNN had a little classroom with this. Sorry to interrupt you. Forgive me. CNN had a little thing a few months ago where they went into a classroom and talked to the Space Force cadets, and they interviewed them. But they're going into outer space. I wonder if they knew that then, or if they're going to be told later that that's just a joke.
Yeah, just watch that Marine react to the obstacle courses there, and tell me those. I mean, just look at those things, man. How close they are to the ground. It's quite ironic. Yeah.
This is so funny, man. This is so funny. What are they going to give him? X-wing fighters? How many people here are aware of the X program? I think it's the X-32 now. I forget which.
37 just landed after over 400 days aloft.
That's the one. How many people are aware of the X-37 here?
I was pretty unaware. Evidently, people were tracking it and talking about it. Why they would never take, why it's a secret, I have no idea. And then the ballers say it wasn't a secret. I'm like, really? How come we don't have pictures, of it as we're flying by? I mean, the thing evidently was tiny. Evidently.
Yeah, where's the mission things? Where's the pictures? Why does it do? What is it doing up there? 400-day mission.
Yeah.
What's going on? Anybody?
Those are real questions. Those are real questions.
And it resembles the space shuttle, like almost to the T.
And it's just like not the first flight.
No, this has been going on from the X program has been going on from the 50s, I think it is. They used to launch them underneath the wing of the B-52.
Yeah, I'm reading to try and figure out what they're actually doing up there. That's a damn good question. It claims to have electromagnetic propulsion called a plasma thruster.
I believe it's unmanned, right? This one?
Right.
37?
They're claiming it could take people, but this was unmanned, yeah.
Yeah.
Up to 6 people, they say.
Up to 6 people, huh? 400 days, huh? Wow.
Yeah, and the other missions were really long too. The first mission was 224 days. Wow. That's the first mission in 2010. Second one, 468 days. Third one, 674 days. I mean, these are 2-year missions. These are long missions.
Do you see an altitude there, Dan?
That's a damn good question. Not yet. Hang on. Yeah, where was it? 262 miles up on the first mission. Let's see. This one was at
262 miles, did you say?
hang on, let me make sure what I'm reading. Let me put this in chat just in case people can't keep up, or I'm not keeping up with people. It'll be here. Says circling the Earth once every 90 minutes at an orbit of 249 by 262 miles. So about 250.
That's a space program, ladies and gentlemen. How many people were aware of this one?
It's 5-year mission to explore a strange new world. Boldly go where no man has gone before. Oh.
Yeah.
It says the altitude was the same as the ISS. But it doesn't say anything about the mission. Like why they're there, you're right. And what the purpose
Yeah,
of
it seems to be very secretive.
Let's see if I can pick out anything.
I want to know. I want to know when we get to meet the Romulans and the what was the other one that Kirk and Spock always fought against? Romulans and the Klingons.
Klingons. The Klingons.
When do we get to meet the Klingons and the Romulans?
Oh,
That's
you wait,
next
bro.
year.
They're gonna do the outer ponder. This is all leading up to the outer ponder psyop. You know that, right?
Yeah.
They're gonna say the aliens are from the outer ponds, and that's why we had to lie to you about space, and that's how they're gonna get away with it, because they had a treaty, and they had to keep the secret. But these outer ponds are places they've been going this whole time, and that's what they're spending their money on. That's why they needed Space Force to fight the outer ponders. That's what I think they're gonna do.
So imagine an almost secretive space program that absolutely nobody heard about, and now you're gonna see, now that we talked about it, me and Dan, now everybody, all the ballers, they're gonna be X-37 experts. Watch.
Hey, SE, did you see that meme that I posted right above last couple links? You need to make one with the 11 vectors. I only did what is it, 4 or 5 there.
Yeah, I gotta do that. I really gotta sit down and do it and type it out good and do a diagram on it. Yeah. When I find time, I'm gonna do it.
Well, one of the points I make in the little text that I wrote there is that their vector maths, are ridiculous when you really cut when it comes down to it on a practical sense. Just in a way that you just thinking about that they could make 11 vectors into one mathematically, and then have people believe it's one smooth motion is just preposterous. Without even going through the math, you just on space, you'd have to think that any baller would be like, okay, I guess that's it, I guess. But obviously, change in direction. Oh, also, there's a really great video by Owen Benjamin that I like to post on this when he talks about the change in acceleration that we would do in our orbit, and if you compare that to how fast we're going, that little bit of change would be so much more extremely harsh than what you might think of it as far as the fractional mathematics they show you. Have you guys seen that? It's called what is it called? Checkmate or something like that, or the end of the globe. Oh, the death of the last death, and I don't know. I'll find it.
Sounds interesting. Even look, it's so easy, right, to dispel the myth, right? You don't even need the 11 vectors, right? All you need is the rotation of the mythical sphere that they're on, right? There's no way around it, even by their physics, right? You just use common sense. Linear motion, you can argue it can't be felt. I'll even argue against that because I'll use vibration and this and that, right? But forget about that. We're not talking about linear motion. Something orbiting is considered constant acceleration. So you're constantly changing vector. You understand? So that constantly should be felt. There's no way around that. 1,000 miles an hour.
Exactly. And they use spherical geometry. It's all supposed to be, completely spherical to begin with. We're on a oblate spheroid, so none of that even makes sense to begin with. It wouldn't be as smooth as they say, but just the rotation.
Yeah, we're not talking about rectilinear motion here. We're talking about rotational motion, and there's nobody that can argue that. Yeah, that it's constant a vector change. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, yeah.
XB-37 must be a weapon system because it's not big enough for anything else. And the more you read about it, it's clearly run by Space Force, which is different than any other research. There's no research being done by a military outlet, So it must be deployed. And that's why it's up all the time. That's why it's up all the time, because it's a weapons platform.
If I would guess, it's probably weapons and spy platform. I mean, why do you want height? You want height advantage in the military, right? For spying and for first strike capabilities. I mean, that you don't have to be a strategist to figure that out, right?
Yeah, they're saying it's not a good spy thing because it's spottable and it maneuvers poorly.
Sure, yeah.
In other words, these days you just have a tiny satellite that you wouldn't be able to see because you only need essentially a super GoPro, Once you're up there, you probably don't need very much. They're not looking out millions of miles away. They're only looking 200 miles down. You can do it with a 300 lens on your fucking regular old 35 millimeter camera. They're up there in the cupola with only 300 lenses. Man, I used to be a paparazzi. I'd shoot with those lenses. I mean, it's not that hard, to shoot straight down. Pretty sure, these images we want of buildings in other directions, I think that's going to emerge as a bigger issue now that you start looking at their, what they shoot. They could clearly shoot things and you can tell the direction, So why they just don't go left and right, pan across and shoot something else is going to become sort of comical at this point. Just like, did you guys hear yesterday the moon talk? When they were talking about if you really jumped out on the moon ever and had a camera on you, the Earth would be directly overhead, 4 times the size of the moon, and a brilliant thing to see. The fact that they would never think to shooting that is insane and stupid. Imagine 12 noon above your head, the Earth, 4 times the size that we're used to seeing an object out there, and not photographing it, even after 5, 6, 7 missions. Sorry. That's good evidence right there. They didn't even try. And it was directly 12 noon. It's always right there, straight up. Think about that. They didn't even shoot it once. That shows you that the Apollo missions were horseshit. It really does. And I just heard that yesterday for the first time. But logically speaking, There's just no way you wouldn't shoot it. It's the first thing everyone would have spoken about. Wow, it's directly overhead. Look at it. It's by far the most interesting thing that could possibly be from the result of the mission. The most identifiable, unique image ever. Our Earth right there above you. Nope, didn't even try. Didn't even try. Not a blurry one, not a half one. Nothing. Now they're going to say, well, the camera was attached to his chest. That's great. Fucking knock him on his back and take the picture. Let's go. You know, I mean, you can't lean up against something and it's not even possible. 5 other missions, they can't bring another camera. Give me a break. I just think that's strong evidence I never looked at before.
Hey, I found that Owen Benjamin, by the way. It's called Nail in the Coffin. Check that out, SE. You'll love that. He just goes off about how extreme that little bit of a adjustment would be if we're going 66,670,000 miles an hour or whatever.
Nice. I'm glad people are talking about this, man. Yeah. And Benjamin is good. He's freaking funny.
Yeah.
And this Ed White picture that you just posted, Montreal, they really did have a unique suit supposedly for that with the helmet pivoting just for that mission.
But this is not about the suit. This is about the camera, bro. Look at the camera.
In his
it's an off-the-shelf camera. It's not even Hasselblad. It's attached. See what he's got in his hands there? Cylinder. That's a jetpack. They went Jetsons on us with this one. This is complete and utter joke. That camera couldn't function there.
And also, I think it's like he's only 62 miles up or something like that. And it looks just like all the ISS stuff. Same
I
height
don't
as
remember
ISS
the altitude. Yeah. I don't remember the exact altitude.
He's either 62 or 75. I can't remember. I mean, there's a few Gemini missions. I get them all confused.
Yeah, that's the first time I said, wait a minute. Is that a camera? Hold
Little
on.
Pentax, normal little Pentax 35. Sure looks like it.
Yeah, that's what got my gears going on the camera thing. And then I researched the moon camera, the Hasselblad. That's even worse. Worse conditions on the moon. Yeah, crazy mythology this is, man.
Well, supposedly the reason why it would be mounted on the chest is because it's heated and cooled through the coolant system for the dude. So, I mean...
Negative. Don't even repeat that, bro.
I'm just saying that's their story. That's their story.
No, where? Show me one instance of them saying that.
That's why that's why supposedly it survived the temperatures because it's
negative. Where? Show me one article that says that.
I made that up?
You made that up, bro.
I'm gonna go look now. Jesus. I better not have made that up. That would be fucked.
You made that up. I assure you made that up.
Cooling on Apollo cameras. I know it's connected to the suit. That's why it is connected to the suit.
No, bro. No. You're going to be in for a big surprise. Unless I miss something. And I'll be in for a big surprise.
I'm pretty sure that's why it was mounted on the suit. And that's why it might...
Or why they say it was mounted on the suit. We all know it. It didn't happen, obviously, right?
Of course.
Yeah, why they say. Let's make that clear. Good point. We're talking about something that did not happen.
Could you imagine not shooting the Earth over your head? Just going, nah, full, like it's full. The whole, it had to have been a full Earth above them.
I'd just rather shoot these rocks instead, yeah.
Then they never even talk about it. Like, wow, we should come back with some cameras there, Houston. It sure is beautiful. Like, not a word, nothing. They never mentioned Earth 5 missions. Wasn't in the script.
I forgot to. By the way, I forgot to check the re-entry that they say they did with Artemis. Was that just completely what we expected, completely fake looking, and all of a sudden,
big chop,
absolutely,
big chop. There was a time lapse of like 6 hours on the way in, and right at the point when the Earth could form and you could see, we could see something. Poof, gone.
Yeah. It's gaslighting, obviously.
Thank God, though, because they were looking clean on a lot of stuff. They had new images, They were looking sharp. Dave, by the way, Ghost 16 is blowing me away. If you look up the shots from that, those are all new. The Ghost 16.
What's 16?
It's a satellite, and they have like a shitload more sensors, and
A
so
satellite?
they're assigning less artist color. You know, they get more color input.
Oh, okay, cool.
Are you
So, yeah,
checking
for
the
my art.
camera thing? Oh.
Yes, I am. Thank you. I don't see shit so far.
You know how many people I've shocked with this, bro? It's so easy to kill the moon just with a camera. One camera. The Hasselblad, the most famous camera in history. And it costs about the price of a car, by the way.
Who is this Carl Zeiss lens guy? Zeiss lenses. Why is he
Very
so
famous.
famous?
Very famous lens maker.
Wonder what he knew or what he did different, or if it was a process and not a like, was he like Henry Ford where he just made it easier, or did he discover something?
I don't know that. It's about the camera. Don't focus on the people. Focus on the camera and the mechanics.
I'm coming up blank on this fucking cooling shit that I was
You won't
telling
find
you about.
nothing, bro. You won't find nothing, I assure you.
I can't have made it up.
You probably heard it somewhere from one of these NASA boys. And when you're done, I'll tell you what they actually did, and you're gonna freak out.
Yeah, I'm looking done so far. I must be typing the wrong search in. Cooling, ultra temperature. Let's see. I think it's all water cooled.
That's the suit, supposedly.
So far it's mounted on a bracket only. You might be right. Okay, the water diverter. No, that's in the suit itself. Well, I just fucking made it up. Fuck me. What a flurf I am. I'm definitely not finding it.
Crazy, huh? When you do a little digging, how easy it is to, yeah. You probably heard it somewhere. You incorporated it. It made sense because you know it wouldn't function otherwise, right? Makes sense to you, right? Having used the camera.
Yeah, the film should melt or crack from cold. One or the other. Both.
Just one of the things. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's
Both.
intuitive to you, right? You know this. Yeah. So you ready? You want me to tell you what they did to modify the Hasselblad camera for the heat and the cold?
Yeah.
Get ready. The Hasselblad camera came with a leather casing around the metal. So they removed the leather and they painted the metal surface silver.
That's not much.
Yeah, that's what they did, bro.
Yeah, that thing would be a fireball on their chest.
Yeah.
Half the guys said that it was hot when they slept, and the other half said it was freezing when they were sleeping in the LEM.
How many people know that on the moon it's 14 days day and about 14 days night? How many people know that?
Say that again? What?
On the moon, it's 14 days of sunlight and 14 days of darkness, apparently. I didn't know that either. So when they went to the moon, apparently, it was during the daytime period. So it ranges from, I think it's 200 degrees, 200 and something degrees Fahrenheit, and constant sunlight. But if you go into a shadow, right, on the moon, that's the story, it goes to minus 200 degrees. Something crazy like that. So how the hell could a camera system survive in those conditions?
Impossible.
No chance. And I'm not even talking about the vacuum yet or the radiation.
Or how they took that many photos during the time period they were there, right? The number of photos is really high.
Yeah, there's like 5,000. They said they would have to be taking one every so many minutes. That's right. That's another one.
It was like one
And
per minute. It was like one per or 3 per minute or something crazy.
some crazy number
They'd
like
have
that.
to be
Yeah. And
shooting
they're
the whole time.
perfectly, yeah, they're perfectly framed, Dan. Perfectly, right?
Mm-hmm.
As if a studio dude, an experienced guy, took them. Exposure right, the F thing right, you know, everything correct.
Yeah, there should be a lot of crappy shots out there. I wonder if they have those out there, or if they say they pulled them.
They have a few bad ones that they show here and there, but the good ones are practically impossible to have been taken under those conditions. Impossible. Physically impossible.
I wonder. You don't hear a lot about the cartridges that they would have had to have that much film too.
Not only that, I'm glad you brought that up. They changed the cartridges on the moon surface.
No, did they?
Yeah, yeah. So that's direct exposure. You know how a Hasselblad is.
Do you remember
But
35 millimeter cameras? You had to get your fingers in there, man.
Yeah. Well, this is a cartridge, to be fair, right? It's a cartridge. You take it out, you put it in, but there's a plate that you got to pull out. What do they call it? It's like a dark protective plate that you got to pull out. There's a couple of procedures, you know, but that's not the part of it. When they crack that open, right? They expose the film practically. They expose like the innards of the camera. There's so many things that it's impossible. Impossible.
Here's some detailed explanations where they're talking about the fact that it's a vacuum and there's no moisture, but they're really not accounting for all the expansion, contraction, and literally melting of the equipment. That camera off the shelf has got what, like Bakelite and other heavy plastics. I mean, I don't know.
There's no chance, man. You know it. If you're a photographer, any photographer listening right now knows with film, that could not happen in those conditions, period. The pressure, lack thereof, the heat, and the radiation. Game over. And you see, you thought the cameras were warmed up with the suit, right? But now you know they're not, right?
I assume that's that's the only reason for mounting them on the chest. That's what I thought. Like, I'm like, well, there must be a good reason to have them mounted on your chest. And I figured it was for cooling and heating. Can't believe I fucking made that up. I want to fucking shoot myself.
You kind of broke up there, but we got the gist at the end. Don't shoot yourself.
Yeah,
Thanks.
don't say shit like that, dude.
That's bad. If I'm making shit up, though, that's really nasty. Bad.
Yeah, no, it doesn't deserve a gunshot though. 'Cause let's be real.
It's still a wake up call. You got to shoot across. You know,
maybe like a
shoot
BB.
close to my head.
I could shoot
Let me
you in
hear
the
it.
shin, in the shin with like a fucking paintball.
Need
That
my
would suck.
bell rung somehow. Yeah.
Now ask yourself, how did you think of this yourself, or did you hear it somewhere?
Like I said, I hope I didn't make that up. I logically must have made it up out of logic, assuming that there was a reason for both things, both why it was mounted on the chest and how it survived. As a matter of fact,
Yeah, but you're looking for a logical reason when it's obviously just a story made up. So there would be no logical reason except for maybe the excuse that they needed. Actually, they might have actually started that whole idea that it was mounted on the chest because there's an obvious photo of one of the astronauts on the moon that you can see the other guy and he's got no camera, right? He's not aiming a camera at him, but where'd the picture get taken from then, right? People started
Oh,
asking about
right.
that, right? You see in the reflection of the helmet that the guy's standing there, and then they say, oh well, it's because it's mounted to the suit, so that's the reason.
Makes sense.
It makes sense as an excuse. Yeah, all of this is an excuse. None of it's real, obviously. So it's not logical in any sense, practically in real life.
Ask any professional photographer, ask him about the Hasselblad camera. He'll tell you it's the best one in the world. And ask him if the film could have survived, that camera could have survived on the moon taking pictures. They'll laugh at you.
It's the emperor wears no clothes. That's the best analogy that you can make for this. They can't do it so well that that it seems plausible to the critically minded. It needs to seem fake to the critically minded so that then they can be forced to believe that the emperor is wearing clothes when it's obvious he's naked. They want to make it like completely fake on purpose so that then it's a matter of faith that it happened.
And when you tell people this, they just shut off,
Yeah.
There's a guy on Terry's, I forgot his name. He's a camera expert. I think it's Alan Evans. I'm sorry if I got the wrong guy. Anyways, it's one of those boys there.
Yeah, that's him.
That's him, right? Yeah. So this guy's an expert in cameras. And I brought this up to him. He goes mental. He won't talk to me about it. It's like ECV, right? They block. They put a veil. It's unbelievable. Like to a point where he booted me off. He banned me or something. But Terry took care of that. Yeah, that's how triggered they get. Camera expert.
It's because of one critical thing like that they know is a contradiction that would pretty much make the whole thing a sham. They see the avalanche, and it's also tied into every aspect of our lives that people just see that avalanche coming and they step aside and they deny that it's even possible, no matter how practical your argument is. It's crazy. That's why, like you said before, SC, that's why I stick around, because I can't believe they actually believe it. I'm just curious if these guys actually believe it, or if they're just here to convince us, or if they're here in total cog dis, or what. Some of these guys, they seem like they totally believe it, which amazes me.
Yeah, it's fascinating, that aspect of it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like Matthew, right? Matthew, you see, he's a nice guy. He's not a bad person. You can tell he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
But he believes. He bought the story. He believes the story wholeheartedly.
That's what baffles me. I actually left the conversation as far as the talking to ballers for a long time, just because I figured they were all shows. I just assumed they were all hired to try to convince us, because nobody with any common sense can believe this shit. Nobody. Are these guys completely lacking common sense or any skepticism whatsoever? Is that really who we're talking to? It doesn't seem like it, so I'm baffled.
Yeah, you see, they have expertise, they have education, but they just can't think logically for themselves. That's the problem.
Can I ask you guys a question? I just got off with the phone with somebody, I guess, that we kind of know, and I was getting the God talk, and getting told that it's obvious, and that it should be obvious as a flat earther. But, and I don't like to talk about it, but I was just wondering in particular, what do you do with those thoughts, new perspective, when you think about a creation and like, do you ever entertain it? Because I'm getting hassled by religion and stuff, emotionally. I'm getting hassled by it.
I think that it's a major tie-in to the Bible for the Earth to be flat, and I think that if you don't take the Bible's idea of creation, there's an intelligence to all things. And I think that there was an argument that was going on the other day in the other server that was interesting, in that one side was arguing that everything is God, that the world created itself and it was always here and always will be. But I think they missed the point where that the essence of everything has that God intelligence, that everything could be God. We could just be little tiny pieces of God. Not to say we're God, but we're just a small piece of God, and altogether we're this one thing that you could call God, because there's a unifying connection to everything. Like we're like the central nervous system, and there's a universal consciousness that we all share to some degree. We all know that intuitively. So I think that whether you say that, I think part of the psyop might be to make us see God as separate from ourselves. Then it becomes this overarching ruler that can judge you and make you do things that maybe man made up for them to want to follow, more so than what God would want. To have a jealous God makes no sense. To have a selfish God makes no sense. To have all these things that are kind of like backwards excuses for the two sides existing, when we have to have both sides for it to even work. We have to have that contrast. If heaven was always good, it'd be a hell. It'd be its own form of hell, because you would never have that contrast. You wouldn't know what good is after, especially eternity. The only thing that scares me is an eternity of anything, whether it's chocolate cake or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that was a lot of thoughts about that. But I think separating us from seeing God as something outside of ourselves that created us might be part of the trick, instead of seeing all of us as God and that connection.
That's what I told him. I said, I refuse to believe in all of my ignorance that God isn't working through me now. I go, I may not have a relationship or an understanding, but I know I'm on a mission that's greater than myself.
Sure.
So I appreciate what you just said, because it really paralleled my thoughts on the matter.
Yeah, I thought that was good perspective. That was good.
Thanks.
I'd like to say one more thing on the camera to Dan before we bore everybody. The moisture excuse in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Whoever wrote that article has no clue. Just check out cold welding, bro. Okay? Metals in a vacuum, they weld together, as if you took a blowtorch to them. I think even Veritasium does a thing on that.
I'm not sure moisture has anything to do with that, though. And I'm not sure, once iced, I'm not sure water's considered moisture anymore.
But regardless, there'll be none in a vacuum, right? But check out cold welding, bro. You're going to freak out. There's no way those gears could have functioned in a vacuum. That's another thing that kills the camera.
Gears in a vacuum? That seems like a mechanical thing that'd have no problem in a vacuum.
Absolutely not, because number one, if there's lubricants, they would boil off in space. Number two, once that happens, the gears will stop to function, because they would literally weld together.
Depending on the materials, you're right, but they probably could overcome that.
No, they cannot. They cannot overcome that with metal parts. Cannot. Impossible.
They're definitely full of shit claiming that paint is going to help something with that much temperature variant.
That's another nail in the coffin. But research, Dan, trust me on this one. Research cold welding, bro.
Isn't that HHO? Isn't that Stanley Myers stuff?
No, this is a known thing. Metal in a vacuum literally sticks together, bro. It's a phenomenon.
What does that have to do with moisture? What does that have to do with moisture?
Zero. I'm not
Oh.
talking about moisture. I'm talking
Oh, that-
about metal parts in a vacuum will meld together, will fuse together. I know it sounds crazy, bro. When I first found out this, when I was researching it, I couldn't believe it, but it's true.
Oh, here's what you're saying, that it's the vacuum pressure itself instead of
Yes.
heat that's used.
Yes.
Me see
A
what
vacuum.
you say. Now me see what you're saying.
Aha, grasshopper.
Also referred to as contact welding. Cold welding uses vacuum pressure to join two or more metal parts.
That's exactly right.
Pressure
Now,
itself. So, but pressure would have to cause friction and heat. I'm not sure pressure itself.
pressure
without
itself,
friction.
the lack thereof, will cause metal to fuse. I know it sounds crazy, but like I said, even I think Veritasium or Smarter Every Day, one of those guys, they show it.
Listen, it says when two or more metal parts of the same material are directly exposed to each other under the pressure of a vacuum, they'll join together. Like wax. Like as if you put wax in there.
I told you, bro.
What?
And then there's also the Casimir effect. When you have two metal plates close together in a vacuum, they're going to move towards each other, which could be part of the thing that we're observing with Cavendish.
Yeah, that's another effect. But this is really something crazy. Like a lot of people haven't heard about this, right? Yeah, it's called cold welding. Of course, they named it wrong. It should be called vacuum welding, but there you go. That's what it is.
Yeah,
So there's no way that those Hasselblad cameras could have functioned on the moon. That's another nail. Cold welding.
You have certain types of welding here, like TIG welding, that it is heat and it's chemical and it's filling the void with, a metal or, whatever you want to call it. You're filling that void that you're trying to seal the two ends of a pipe together. So you bevel it and then you have a void and you fill it. But that heat and gas mixture is creating a vacuum in that area as you're filling that void. That way it's super, super tight and strong. The welds are usually more dense and stronger than the actual metals that you're welding together.
Huh. What's it called? TIG welding?
TIG welding. I mean, you can have stick welding. It's just arc welding, but TIG welding is a more precise, and it creates a bigger, more of a vacuum, a more intense vacuum, and more heat.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, there's no way in hell those cameras took pictures on the moon. Period. End of story. Hasselblad.
Well, there's no way to get a camera to the moon, first of all, and definitely I don't think with the elements that they tell us, even with that truth, right? The cameras wouldn't work. So I don't know how they're trying to fool people like that. They're telling you they won't work, but then showing you pictures they took from the moon with these cameras. That doesn't make sense.
Yep. You will not find one professional photographer that will disagree. Ask any professional photographer, because they used film back then, if that camera would have worked on the moon without modifications. Ask any photographer. Hell, most cameras won't work here if you go like -20 or something and try to film. Yeah.
Yeah, just the moisture and the different air and of what a vacuum would be doing to that camera, but temperature changes. But they also tell us that the electronics won't work, but humans can go there. Like what room can you get in where your electronics won't work, but you can survive? Good luck.
Yeah.
You know Ronald Hunkeler. He's helping with those heat shields, right? And you know Ronald Hunkeler was the inspiration for the movie The Exorcist. because he was the young boy that was troubled by demons. This is a true story. Kind of weird, huh?
Yeah, it gets to be not a coincidence that every time you dive deep, they're on the opposite side of goodness, usually, in some way or another.
Yeah, those cameras are very telling. Yeah. Anybody that hasn't researched that, just research that and you'll see, man. That's a death nail for the moon.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
We just had a severe winter storm here, about 10 inches or so, and I'm dreading going out there and doing what I got to do.
I just watched a video of a guy put 2 pieces of metal in a baggie, start a vacuum, undo the baggie, and they were fused together.
Yeah, man.
I'm thinking to myself, imagine how much work you'd have to have in space to keep everything being dissimilar, or it would fuse together. Anything of similar material would just suddenly fuse together. Hatches and antennae, anything that matched it in material.
Anything.
Gold. I mean, this is hard to believe. This is a whole story in itself. I mean, imagine the problems they'd have in a vacuum keeping things from melting together or fusing together anyway.
Imagine the motor on the vehicle they have there, the buggy. Imagine the motor, how many metal parts and all the parts on that. Yep. It's crazy, man. People don't know half the story, bro.
Imagine putting down a tool in a shuttle bay. If you just touching something to something, it seems relatively immediate, which is the next thing I don't understand. I don't understand it. I don't see what could make 2 things fuse. I'm used to heat and melting. I'm used to glues,
I'll tell you what they say. Because I looked into this a bit. Apparently, at those pressures, at the molecular level, the molecules fuse together. That's what they say. It's insane.
Why would they? How would they?
I have no clue, bro.
They separate under heat, so they get, like, even when we did pipe bending, we would take a big sheet of metal and we would put it under stress, right, and heat, and it would break down the molecules and make it curve, like you could bend it. A flat sheet of steel would make a round pipe, and it's just the molecules, what they call molecules, breaking down and separating, and then when you push them together or stress them or bend them and then you let it cool down, they come back together, and there you go. I don't know the whole process because I was young when we were doing it, but it was basically stress and heat.
Oh, you mean as if they were fluid to begin with, and it's just at the...
Yeah.
Well...
Yeah, it's they're tight, right, when they're cool, so they tighten up and they become strong and dense. But when you put heat to them or stress or pressure, those molecules separate and can combine with others. So then you throw in gas, hot gases that are going to create those voids and let other things, go in there. And then it cools down, it binds together and becomes strong again. It's the layman's way of doing it. I'm sure there's technical terms.
Yeah, they were saying somehow that the atoms, the electrons separate and then reform and all kinds of stuff like that, right? Technical stuff. But do they really know? But one thing is for sure, it happens.
It definitely happens, however it happens. But you collide two things really fast together, or and they create so much friction and heat. They combine. They become one.
Yeah, kinetic energy. Yeah. It's crazy, man. Like, how many people you think knew that those cameras, just because of that one thing, couldn't function?
Yeah, I've never heard it before.
Then there's the radiation. Then there's the heat. But the radiation is a doozy. It's also a doozy for the astronauts themselves.
Do you know why they use the word doozy?
Not really.
Before Cadillacs being like the best car in the U.S., the best car was known as a Duesenberg. Like the best car ever made is known as a Duesenberg, and everything was compared to it at the time.
I didn't know that one. Yeah.
And it stuck. We still say it. That was a doozy. It must have been a fucking good car. That's all I gotta say. Okay, so I'm watching a guy take 2 bites of candy, 2 candy bars, then cramming them together. And they're sticking together like one long candy bar now. And of course, there was no heat applied there. There was pressure, but the things were sticky already. So maybe the metals are sticky in their own way, like a food might be. Because they're soft enough, we just don't recognize it. Metals are generally soft. It's good stuff.
I think stickiness and non-stickiness has a lot to do with the bonds of the molecule, right?
And usually it's moisture. I'm not sure. I don't know. There may be more than one type of attraction force. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, I think like when you heat something up, I think metal, you do make it more of a liquid, which means the atoms are more energetic, and it kind of loosens the bonds a little bit, and then when you put it together, it can stick. But because it's not heated.
I heard all bonds were electrical, like even like dirty dishes, that the detergents are designed to break down the electrical bond. I could be wrong on that.
Well, there is some.
That's how a detergent works. It's like at a molecular level.
Yeah, well, right. It has something to do because that's mainly the soap is there for the grease and stuff like that to kind of make it easier to get rid of it. That's why when you put the soap in there, like the Dawn's commercial, when you have all the grease and you put the Dawn in it, it all kind of separates or goes away. So I think it's just something has to do with the oil. But I mean, even what they used to make soap out of pig lard and ash. So there must be the chemical process there is able to grab hold of the dirt, I guess, and carry it away. So and probably the soap and the ash has something to do with it when it mixes with water. Kind of allows it to mix up.
I wonder if there's an electrical discharge, though. I wonder if I'm making that up now too.
I mean, I think all molecules at some level have some kind of charge. I wouldn't disagree with that. And it probably, that's what chemical bonds are at some level. Just a different charge and how they interact with each other.
Well, when you're welding, you're having to hook a negative lead. You're creating energy. It's going through that weld, like it's binding it.
Well, it's at super hot temperature too. The electrical charge is creating a super hot temperature to melt the metal, to melt the rod and to melt the metal in the rod and melt the metal on whatever you're welding too.
Yeah, but you have to hook the ground to whatever you're melting. You can't hook a ground to another piece of metal and weld on something else.
No, yeah. It's that energy arc that's creating. I don't know if it's the electrical charge that's causing it to bond, or if it's just liquefying the metal at that location. I think it's more liquefying the metal at that location, causing it to
Yeah, it
bond
might
together.
be, but it's definitely sending energy through that metal, right? Yeah, I mean it's a
Yes.
positive, and you know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I took chemistry in college, so I just didn't. When I start questioning, I have to admit, when I hear flat earthers start questioning chemistry, I'm like, some of this is science, dude. This is not. This is not just made up stuff. Chemistry is a well known aspect of things. So. I mean, they put carbon in iron, and that actually makes the iron stronger. I think, if I remember that correctly.
Yeah, you see, we can't
So,
poo
Paul,
on.
do you believe what?
What's that?
Go on, whoever that was. Go on, bro.
I was breaking up. I was going to ask Paul, do you believe water is H2O?
Do I believe? Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, because you can be broken down. You can get hydrogen and oxygen from water. So why would I believe that? And you can also combine hydrogen and oxygen and get water as a byproduct. So I don't see why that's not a valid statement.
Have you ever watched Peter and Pete's channel, where they
No.
challenge a lot of these concepts of yeah, that might be it might be interesting for you to take a look, and because they question a lot of these things we just take for granted. Their position in a nutshell would be water is an element in and of itself. It's not made up of H2O.
Well, why is it you can take hydrogen, why can you take the substance called hydrogen and take the substance called oxygen, combine them together, have a chemical reaction which can be fire, and the byproduct that is water?
I would say, show me.
I'm driving down the road like you are. How can I show you? I mean, I took chemistry in college, and these are the things we talked about.
Paul,
yeah. What do you mean?
I'm not asking you to show me right now. I said they would say, show me. You'd have to watch their video. Just put in Peter and Pete H2O and see what videos come up, because they just break down the arguments and just, I think, give a reasonable, So, like, my response, you said you talked about it in college. That's awesome. You talked about it, huh?
No, I didn't talk about it. I took a class and I took chemistry in college.
I know. Did you ever separate water and have oxygen in your right hand and hydrogen in your left hand?
Okay, for one, you can't hold two gases in your hand at room temperature. That's
get
kind of
what
impossible.
I'm saying, man. Come on.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I've seen I've said this before on here too. I've actually seen liquid oxygen, and it's very dangerous. I've seen it. It's blue. It looks blue. And it boils at like 300 degrees below zero or something like that. It's boiling sitting in a container. So I've seen it.
Anyway, they just have an entertaining channel where they basically, they'll show scientific videos where it's presented as science, and then they just break it down and try to question it. That's all. It's just interesting.
Well, I mean, okay. I mean, I don't have a problem just questioning things, but I mean, that's why this is some aspects of flat Earth that I just go like, really? I mean, there's something. I mean, if we don't have a good understanding of chemistry, like, and how molecules and things work, we couldn't create things. You can randomly do stuff, possibly by just throwing stuff together. But the deeper they understand how chemicals work and how molecules work and how all these subatomic particles work, that's why we can do things with it. That's why we can make better products. So
I've seen sleight of hand with refraction. Well, we know how refraction works, so you do you? I guess that you're right. You know what I mean? So, like, there's a lot of claims that they know, what this is doing and what that is doing, simply because they can label things and put mathematical equations to them. But, somebody was saying something earlier, and it made me think about how you could like, if you have a natural observation, and then you try to express that natural observation in a mathematical equation where you basically give everything a value, but then in the end, ultimately, the observation is stationary flat Earth, right? Like it's curved, but when we put all the math together and it just basically cancels everything out, it's basically, it looks like it's stationary, it looks like it's flat. That just shows you right there that they can make something a positive and then bring in a negative, which cancels it out, and then you have zero, and then you're still left with the observation, and then you still say curved but looks flat. It's just a word game. It's all just a word game.
Okay, so that's a non sequitur from refraction to chemistry. So you're saying they're the same thing, the chemistry?
I'm saying they claim that they know what is happening in this, therefore they're correct. Well, if we didn't know about refraction, we wouldn't be able to make eyeglasses. So your statement was, well, we have to understand chemistry because we make things stick together.
It's okay. First of all, okay, I'm not saying any kind of technology is science. I'm not saying that, but our understanding of the physical and natural world allow us to create things, technology. Like I said earlier, we add carbon to iron and we can actually make a metal stronger. Well, is there a substance called carbon? Is there a substance called iron? Yes. And you can actually figure out the density of those things. You can figure out how much they, by what they weigh, and there's different ways to do that. And that's something that's been well known. I don't know how you can deny that. Obviously, I've heard flat earthers say, "Oh, all you're breathing is water." Okay, so if that's the case, then just stick your head in a ball of, in some water and start breathing and see how long you'll last. It doesn't work. They've learned that too much oxygen, pure oxygen, can damage your system. So a good balance, and that's why they don't give you always pure oxygen unless you need it. It's like that technology helps make our health better, our lives better. And you're saying that they don't have any understanding of chemistry? Is that what you're saying at all?
Yeah, see again, right. See again, that's not right. Now again, this is where you fall off the wagon and start asking questions like a baller. No, I didn't say that. I simply asked you if you believed that water was H2O. And then we've gotten this far in the discussion.
Well, then you went down the road of going Pete Shea or Pete, whoever it was, Pete and Pete. And then I thought, well, obviously it sounds like Travis is questioning chemistry because he's wanting me to look at that, which I don't have a problem to look at it. But so you yourself must question our understanding of chemistry. Is that what you're saying? You question the nature of how we understand chemistry?
Sure, to a certain extent, I think that they could be telling us a lot of bullshit.
Do you realize that we separate the hydrogen from the oxygen, which makes up water, that it doesn't separate from like a 2-to-1 ratio?
It may not be may not be a perfect process. I don't understand what you're saying.
What do you mean? It's the molecule of water is 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen. So if you separate the compository, which makes up water, into hydrogen on one side and oxygen on the other side, it doesn't separate at a 2-to-1 ratio like it's claimed to be comprised of.
Okay, well, let's analyze what you just said. Okay, in chemistry, would hydrogen and oxygen have the same density? Like, if I take one atom of hydrogen and 1 atom of oxygen, would their density be the same?
No, they have different molecular weights.
Okay, so when you say when you're saying that doesn't come 2-to-1 ratio, how are you determining the 2-to-1 ratio? Is it by weight?
I'm not too sure. I think it's by weight. I think that's how they measure it.
Well, then
You're breaking up, Paul.
it would not be a 2-to-1 ratio because the oxygen weighs more than the hydrogen. So
That's
it would be different. It would.
Yeah, that's
Right.
obvious.
And you're losing.
Okay, so why?
You're losing a portion during the process too, so you can't really do that.
Well, that's what I said. I said that the process is not perfect. No chemical breakdown or no process is perfect to capture all of it. There's no way.
What do you mean it gets lost? Lost into what? It just vanishes and disappears?
Well, there's always, when in any system that anything you're trying to do, there's going to be a loss. So, I mean, no system of processing is perfect.
I think you're speaking in terms
When you're
of,
trying to separate
of energy, but when we're talking into material substances, there shouldn't be any loss.
Well, okay, to have a perfect process of separating oxygen and hydrogen, that means there would be no water molecules whatsoever. A perfect process, that would be the case. There'd be none, zero. All water would be broken down. If some water is not broken down, that is not a perfect process.
Well,
You
I
cannot have
didn't
a perfect
claim that.
process.
I don't think anything's perfect, but my point
Well, that's my
Paul,
point.
is you're kind of deviating from the point I was making in the sense that they claim it's 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen molecule that's comprising the water molecule, and I'm just telling you that when you go to separate those two things, they don't separate as defined as they define it to be.
That's two separate things, though. What something's made out of and what you can separate them, like it's the process is going to take away. It has to. You're in a.
What's the process?
Well, you tell me. You brought it up, but it's usually heat.
Well, I mean, you're making assumptions based on
I'm not. I
lack
know
of evidence.
No, I'm not. When they refine something or refract something, it's heat and pressure usually. Now, what's the exact process to break down water into its two elements? I don't know that exactly, but what I do know is during these processes, you have to introduce pressure and usually heat or another chemical. And when you do that, you're going to lose one or the other, or a little of both, or a certain portion of both. During that process. But to make water, I think is what we should be talking about. What you need to make it, not what you're going to get out of it when you break it down.
Well, that was the point that I brought up. I mean, I'm sorry you don't like the point I was making, but fine. I'll step out of the conversation and you guys carry on.
You're so combative, bro. Well,
I'm making a simple point, and you guys don't even have the wherewithal to say yes or no, but yet you have answers, and you're saying that that's not right. So it just doesn't make sense.
Well, wait a minute. Let me jump back in. Here's the thing, though. I'm analyzing just what you're saying. You said 2-to-1. Okay, that means if I have 3 ball bearings and they weigh exactly the same, and I said it's a 2-to-1 ratio, then 1 ball bearing would be the same as the 2. So I analyzed it on that purely statement alone. And I have to agree with Rakia. If you say when they break it down, it doesn't become that, then we'd have to understand the process they use to determine that. And was there any, like he said, was there any other substance that could have account for maybe the loss on one side or the other? And if you don't have that, then you're just making a claim of that. You're just making a claim with no proof.
Okay, sure thing.
Well, it's your claim. You can back it up if you wish.
Yeah. You won, Paul. I lost, bro.
It's not a win or lose. There's no win or lose in this. If it's true, then let me see it.
All right. So I'll see what I can find to post for you.
Yeah, I just want to learn because I've dealt with refinery, which is basically refractory work, right? Fracking something, taking oil and refining it down to its different elements. You have to add pressure and heat usually, or another chemical, or all the above. It's just refracting down something. Same thing with water. If you fracked it, right? If you break it down, you're going to have to add something or do something to it. So I would think there would be loss there. I'm just going by my past experience. I'm not going by, that I've done this in a lab and I know it happens, for a fact. I'm at a beach right now looking at all the oil rigs. This is kind of my life. So I'm applying that to what you said.
And also just think about this. I mean, if water and hydrogen bind together to create hydrogen and oxygen bind together to make water, but you can also have oxygen bind to iron, which causes rust. It's called oxidation. So is those substances, like, could the hydrogen be binding to something else? Could the oxygen be binding to something else, causing that loss, that it's not perfect or whatever? Or could the process be adding something? The process could be breaking off like another element and adding it to it, maybe adding oxygen or adding hydrogen in the process. See, that's where you got the devil's in the details, as they say.
But is water hydrogen and oxygen though?
That's what we were just talking about. So is it? Well, it seems to be. You have other claim that it's not?
The point I was bringing forward was that they claim it's 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen, but when you separate those atoms, they don't separate at a 2-to-1 ratio as claimed to create that molecule to begin with.
Well, I don't think that anybody understands water at all. So that's my opinion. I mean, whatever.
Well, I hate to say it though. If you make a claim, no one understands any water at all. To make an emphatic statement saying no one can know anything or nothing can be known, or it's automatically false. We do know something about water. We don't know everything. We may not know everything about water. We may have a lot to learn about water, but to say no one knows anything about water, that's a hard thing to say.
Well, I'm not saying that we know nothing about water. I'm saying that no one at all knows what water is. Like I read a paper a few months ago from Harvard that says that water is still the most elusive thing in the world, and that there's like 21 different types of water we currently know about, and we can't explain like what causes the difference in the waters. And water seems to have like memory and change molecular structure with certain types of energy, even spoken word.
Dude, water's got feelings, bro.
So real quick, it says right here, the ratio of hydrogen and oxygen by mass in water is a 1-to-8 ratio. The atomic masses of hydrogen and oxygen are 1 gallon to every mole and 16 gallons to every mole, respectively, in H2O. The ratio of hydrogen and oxygen by mass will be a 2 to 16, 1-to-8.
How did they determine those numbers? Did I drop or did he drop?
Did
I drop? So how did they determine those numbers? What was the process of them determining those numbers?
No, I don't know. I don't know what I jumped in late, so you guys may have already talked about it. I don't know. Like, what's the process of determining H2O? How do they know?
That's a good question. That's a good question. That's a good chemistry question. How do they determine it's H2O? I don't know off the top of my head. So if anybody has that answer, I would love to hear it.
I've heard they actually don't really know that. Like, I don't know enough about it. So, like, chemistry is real science in the sense that you're physically manipulating things and actually doing something, right? But when it comes down to the convention we use to describe chemistry, that's just a convention. It's just we had to find a way to count different quantities and stuff like that. So as I look further into chemistry, it seems to have a bunch of assumptions baked into it. So I don't know.
Well, and see, that's why I don't know necessarily down at I know what you're saying about the convention, and then I know how, a lot of ways, how they came to it to some level. But I mean, that's why I call it the substance they call this, or the substance, because You know, it seems to have certain properties about it. Like I've seen liquid oxygen, you know, and it has a blue. One of the properties of it in a liquid state is it's blue, and it seems to boil at a certain temperature, you know, and it does seem to increase the flammability of other, you know, of a flame. So there's something to it, you know, and then you combine it with another substance called hydrogen, and the byproduct of those two is water. So you can say, well, somehow, what's the chemical reaction that's causing those two substances to create water? You know?
Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy because like we're basically scriptures say that we're in like a water world. Like there's water everywhere, and then there's like the earthly waters and the heavenly waters, and we're made of water, and then there's like the ocean water and the lake waters and the stream waters. Water changes molecular structure when you just say things with different intent. So it's like that's why I say I don't think that humans understand water, because I don't think it's possible to fully understand water. I think it's like kind of a spiritual element.
When you go into the spirit realm, it ceases to be science.
Yeah, oh yeah. I don't think you can fully science water. That's what I'm saying. That's what.
But think of it this way, even from a Christian perspective, Paul, there are certain aspects of Christianity that bless holy water, right? So there must be something to what you can speak into intent into this element that we seem to have within not only us but everything around us.
Well, first of all, I'm not Catholic, so I don't know if I've ever blessed water. I mean, and I know the things about. I've seen the experiments and seen the videos on the guys that have done positive feedback over water or cursing the water. I've seen all that, so I get the what you guys are driving at. So I'm not even really talking about that. So if that's true, right? That's kind of crazy, but you know, I've not done it myself, so I don't know.
Just to answer your question, Paul, hydrogen, oxygen is 16 times heavier than hydrogen.
So there is a greater. It's not a 2-to-1 ratio then when it comes to weight. It's a greater in oxygen.
Right.
Okay. That's why it's always good to know the details a little more and find out what they're basing that information on. It's always good to know.
Yeah, but the problem is, Paul, is they've never accurately defined weight. They've only touched on it briefly.
I will say I would agree that weight is a convention. We attribute matter having weight because I know that my 5-year-old weighs more than my 2-year-old or almost 3-year-old. Weight is something we experience, and it is a convention that we can be used to do things.
But yeah, there's a lot of variables.
Paul,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, with your understanding of chemistry from college, is there anything that can break down water into its constituent elements without having to use some sort of other chemical input, whether that be an electrolyte or something like that?
Yeah,
there's a few different ways to separate water. Electrolysis being one of them, but if you want to exclude that, then I think there's a few other methods, like Rakia said, pressure and heat, which definitely would be 2 other methods. But I think there's more than that.
I think Dicelo, are you answering for me now? I think you asked me directly. Thanks for answering for me.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know anything of electrolysis or something like that. That's all I know of right now. I mean, obviously there has to be energy inputted into it at some level. So I don't know anything else other than Dicelo might know more than me. So.
I was just something I skimmed past when I was looking into it, but no, I mean I'm definitely not an authority on this topic.
Well,
there's remember
but even
My chemistry was
within
10 years ago.
electrolysis, don't you have to use some sort of like? But within electrolysis, doesn't there have to be some sort of electrolyte, like a salt or something like that, that helps aid in the alleged breaking down of the constituent parts?
It's usually just energy, which produces byproducts, but energy is the key.
Yeah, because you can stick the electrodes. You can stick the electrodes in the water and nothing happened until you put the electricity on it.
What is electricity? I'm kind of trolling, but I'm just saying, like, you see it's like a house of cards, man. It's like, I went and read Harvard's paper, man, and they straight up say, like, dude, water is mind-blowing, and we do not understand it. And this is Harvard, right? So, I mean, whenever something like an authority, there is no authority. You go to, like, the academic, quote-unquote, authorities, and they literally say they name 21 different types of water, and they explain like how they discovered all these new types of water that I didn't know existed, and they don't understand it, and it's like, it's very telling that in 2022 that Harvard doesn't understand water, right? I mean, I think that kind of sums it up. We're told H2O, it is so simple, and it's 70% of our body. Everyone thinks water is such an easy thing to understand, and that's how we're taught it, but in reality, it is not. And I don't find it to be a coincidence that it's one of the primary components of the creation story, etc. Right? I think it's one of those things that's just like amazing, and we can all agree it's amazing. Like, babies are in water. My wife's going to give birth in water. Babies can basically know what to do in water from birth. Like, you could put them underwater so early, and they'll just casually walk around. And yeah,
That's the funniest thing to say. I got to teach my child to swim. No, you don't. I promise you, it's like a dog. You put them in water, they know what to do. They can hold their breath. You don't have to teach them to hold their breath. You don't have to teach them how to float or go to the surface or whatever.
I'm pretty sure it says in the Bible that water and blood are the recorders of our life experiences, essentially.
I've never heard that something in there.
Yeah. I don't know exactly what scripture. I could look it up, but yeah, the waters and the blood are the recorders of life.
Well, okay, so what is blood, and where did it come from? And is blood, as we know it today, the same as it was before the fall, or was once upon a time our blood akin to water? And is that why we are consistently referred to, or a metaphor used for us as a tree? And what is a tree? And what is the tree's blood? And how come they have the same Lichtenberg systems that we do, like the veins and the roots? And I just think it's way deeper than we may know. Okay, and then we're made from spirit and dirt, and the angels are made from spirit and water. So I'm just making a point here that water is insane, bro. Like, it's a much deeper aspect.
You know what happens? Do you know what happens if you remove all the water from the blood? What the byproduct of that is?
You broke up for me, but I'm driving, so it might just be me.
Yeah, it could be me. I'm driving too. But yeah, I said, do you know what happens when you remove the water from the blood?
It becomes dust.
What the byproduct is?
Dust.
I don't. Dust? What does that mean?
I think blood is like 98 or 97% water or something like that.
Dude, what do you think about my theory? I think our blood used to just be water.
I don't listen to you at all with it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I think that after the fall, we physically changed.
It could be.
I mean,
go ahead.
I was going to say, that means, though, if that's the case, then God would have had to create the bone marrow after the fact, because that's where your red blood cells and your white blood cells come from, is the bone marrow. Then let's see what else. Iron, so that iron had to be introduced somehow into the diet, because that's how oxygen carries the iron carries the oxygen through the blood. That would have to be created after the fact.
No. I think that once the let's say the fruit was eaten, right? That they became mortal, and there was a physical shift, as in what was already there changed. Just like they
That's what I'm saying.
reproduced differently before the fall. I don't think he had to introduce anything new. I just think that what was already there changed.
That's what I'm saying. You'd have to change that they didn't have red bone marrow, that all of a sudden have bone marrow, because that's where the red blood cells come from.
No, what he's saying is the bone marrow was there. It just wasn't used because the water was whatever. Maybe that's what he's saying anyway. So when
Or
the
the bone
blood was
marrow is
introduced, the bone, like the bone marrow was activated when the blood was flowing. But I'm pretty sure I'm right about blood being mostly water.
It is.
I'm
Well,
just saying, is that a coincidence that we're referred to as trees, and the trees have veins like we do, but their blood is water? So I don't know.
That's a bit of.
Pure
I mean, that's definitely pure speculation. And I mean, it kind of makes sense to me, a similar design. I mean, that would be a fine argument, but I mean, because obviously nutrients in both systems, whether a plant or an animal, nutrients and waste have. Well, I don't know about a plant. I guess a plant, I don't know how it gets rid of its waste, but you need a way to get nutrients and stuff throughout the body, and you do need water. Is a good solution. It's actually what it's called in chemistry. It's actually a solution to be able to dilute things into it to do things. So I mean, it makes sense that there would be similarities in that sense of the word.
Well, you agree that there was like a material change, right? Like after the fall, we became mortal. So that's like a major physical change.
Well, I don't know if there's a physical change. Here's the difference. I don't look at it that way. It says in the Bible that God cut them off from the tree of life. So I think there's something about the tree of life that gave them immortality. So I've always thought, and this is my thought, whether if you want to talk about it in a pure chemistry sense, there's probably some enzyme or something, some nutrient that the tree of life had that gave immortality to the human. And then once they were cut off from the tree of life, that enzyme or that nutrient that they needed is gone. And then after the flood, that's why there's a drastic change. The environment changed. So
Hey,
that means something.
Paul,
What?
you remember that knee-jerk reaction that you had to people questioning chemistry and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah.
This is the kind of conversation that really grinds my gears with taking a literal interpretation of the Bible, man. You just have all of these specious, what ifs. Well, then it's this. What if like we changed and this day, and then when it's not in, there's so much that's not in the text that if you do take it literally, you have to add it to the text. You know what I mean? It's just crazy, the gymnastics that happen in these discussions.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
but
he's
you don't
speculating.
even address it though. You don't even talk about our common ancestry or where did we come from or what happened or what so we're talking about a conversation that falls outside of the allegorical take because where did we come from?
And also, I don't make
again, hold on just real quick, Paul. Hold on. Just
No, I want to respond to you.
Okay, you're going to respond to me?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll let you finish. I was going to respond to you, but you can respond to me.
That's okay. Go ahead. I didn't know you were going to respond to me.
Of course I was. I'm not going to just let that stand. I mean, I admit this is just speculation. I don't know. I mean, there's people argue that it was just God. It was just a symbolic representation of them cut off from God, and they lost eternal life from being cut off from God. I mean, I've heard that too. That's more allegorical. That's more symbolic than it is actual real life. I'm just speculating.
Yeah.
Whether it's true or not, I have no idea. I never claimed it was true.
No, that's okay. That's okay. All I'm saying is the discussions about this genetic change that has to happen, it doesn't follow when the text is not treated as if it's literal. But going back to Whitsitt, my address is simply to be a voice for an alternative perspective on interpretation. So I'm always going to try to speak up and at least let people know that there are other flat earthers out there that have a high respect for the Bible that don't think this way. It's so we can have these kinds of open discussions, because I only hear, certain people like Austin or, like North, people who are vocal about these literal interpretations. Like I'm one of the only ones that is the naysayer. So I've just got to speak up every now and again. That's all.
So what do you think happened though?
It doesn't matter what I think happened, right? It doesn't matter. I'm not going to make any claims if I don't have something to base that claim on. All I'm saying is the perspective that I was raised to understand the Bible as being, I've changed my mind on that, and I think I can substantiate that change rather well.
Okay.
So if you
So
look
what?
at
I'm just
scriptures
what do you?
5:8, John 5:8.
1 John 5:8. You're breaking up, Dicelo. You're breaking up, man. Can't hear you.
So do you think that we had common ancestry, Travis?
I mean, look, the only thing I can add to this conversation is a philosophical one, because I don't have a creation story, and it's almost like the discussion of infinite regress. Where people always just hear. I don't know, man. I mean, it's just the only thing. Look, the thing is, look, I'll give you a literal interpretation, but then all I'm going to ask you is to give me the allegory as well. Like, we might as well just say, yeah, it can be everything. It can be you know what I mean? Because we both have at least somewhat of a legitimate argument on both sides.
I mean, I'll give you the allegory, but I don't know. I mean, you have no evidence to say for it to be an allegory, and you say I have no evidence for it to be literal. So there you go. We're just speculating.
No. Oh, no. I do have evidence for it being allegorical.
Well, I can say that you can't have an infinite regress, which is a philosophical argument. And if you apply that to the scripture, which would be that it means there had to be the first singular Adam and Eve that had to exist, because you cannot have an infinite regress in the past. Lack of infinite regress would validate the scripture, which talks about all humans or all man came from two people.
If you're going to give the literal to us, Travis, then you can say whatever allegory you want to. Just understand it's literal.
Hey, how's that not incest, by the way? Well, anyway.
And real quick, it talks about the three witnesses being water, blood, and the Holy Spirit in the Bible.
Yeah, that's a disputed text, though. You need to look into the historical scholarship on that text. Not all.
Okay, yeah.
What I'm saying is not all of the original Greek manuscripts have that verse in it. So
That's fine. Yeah, I'm just trying to find scripture that supports my claim of water and blood being the recorders of life. Essentially, they record your deeds, good and bad. Just trying to find something to support that.
Yeah, are people talking?
No, I don't think so. Go ahead.
Oh, I just had to I got a call. I didn't know if my Discord messed up.
I was going to address the incest issue that somebody brought up. When did incest become an issue in the scripture? Do you have any idea?
Sodom and Gomorrah.
I think it was in the time of Moses, the giving of the law. I mean, it actually says that Abraham married his sister. Sarah, I think, was his sister. So that didn't become an issue until later. So now think about it. Why would it be an issue later, but not necessarily in the beginning? Why would it be an issue?
I don't know. I feel like you don't start getting copies. You don't start getting copies of copies of copies, and the genetic shit getting fucked up until a few generations.
Yeah, degradation of genetics.
Flyer in there. Sorry, guys. Just ignore me.
There's really no other. This is the point, though. That's why I brought up common ancestry, because now I may have missed something, but really, there's no other postulation that's ever been put forth. That's kind of my point. So like when people are like, "Oh, the Bible incest," well, like if they're an evolutionist, they say the same thing, right? So it's like that's why I'm asking, like, if he believed in common ancestry, because I really can't even think of a logical alternative. Well, I mean,
Well, let's
logical.
put it to you this way, I guess. My question would be, so, uh, so Adam and Eve have a child, and the child is male. Who's he going to make love to make that next person?
Mom.
Or if they
Monkey
have
fish fry.
hold on, if they have two children, brother and sister, well, who's going to have to make love? Either mom and son or sister and brother. That's just kind of how that works.
Yeah, the scriptures also pretty clearly say that there were actually people before their children after the fall, because it references other people. It references that he was afraid to go to the other people, but it still seems like they may all be tracked back to the same people. So same problem, but that's just a place that's the thing that's often overlooked. It references other people. So where are those other people? Where they come from? But
I don't know. And
yeah,
that
I'm just saying
does help the story.
You have the common ancestry issue kind of across the board, right? Like, which is, are we like sleeping with our own family? That problem kind of arises across the board.
You gross.
Like evolutionists think that too, right? I mean, even an evolutionist would say we have common ancestry. So.
Does the Bible ever make a moratorium on sleeping with your sister or close kin?
Yes.
Okay, I can't remember that.
Later on, it says don't do it.
Going back to respond to the man who brought up the blood and the water, right? And I think Travis brought up that text is disputed, whether it's even there or not in the original. Now, there are two statements made, and I don't know if Travis got them mixed up or not, but there are two statements made, and one of them is the one that we are in question. So there's one statement about the blood, the water, and the spirit, and then there's another statement that supports what we call the Trinity doctrine. And the statement goes that there's three that bear record in heaven, and it's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So which of those texts, Travis, are in question? Are both of them in question, or is it just one of those statements? Think about when Messiah was pierced, right? The blood and water separated. So yeah, there is something to the blood and water.
That's actually a huge evidence.
I truly believe it. Sorry,
I'm just saying, actually, like what happened once he got pierced, actually huge evidence to the fact that he did in fact die. One of the atheist historians takes on the fact that he resurrected, because I can't really explain it away other than like group hallucination, was that he didn't actually die. But yeah, the fact that water came out was because he was dead. That's what happens when you die.
Yeah, it shows when the spirit is separate from the vessel that the blood and the water are no longer in harmony.
And I mean, there's actually a doctor. I think there's doctors that have evaluated that. It's almost like his heart. I think some people think that from that, his heart ruptured. He might have been under so much stress that his heart ruptured. So
yeah, actually, that was it's called like a cold case for Jesus Christ or something like that. But anyway, it's a story about this guy that his wife started believing in the Bible, and he was like pissed about it. So he went to disprove it, and he went all around the world. And yeah, one of them, he went to this like scientific journal guy, and they broke down the science of his death. Like the fact that water came out proves that he died on the cross. So yeah. Anyway, God, I wasn't trying to divert. I just wanted to throw that out there because I did a stream the other day, and people were really spiraling about Jesus. They're like, "Oh man, no, he didn't live. He didn't live." You know, it's just crazy.
Hey, Wissa, check out that 1933. I know you've probably already seen it, but I posted 2 videos in here earlier about Soldier Field, the Baal worship. Admiral Byrd's ship was there. Dome Earth map was there. There was a lot of things going on there, and they talked about how they got the Arcturus was so bright, and it was around May 27th, I believe, that the light traveled 40 years, and they, took these photoelectric cells and harnessed this light, and then they lit up the floodlights in front of 30,000 people and all these different things. It's crazy, man.
Oh, you said you DM me?
Yeah, I posted them in here, but I could post them again real quick, or I could send them to you.
If you could send them to me, that would be ideal, just because I'm driving. But if not, I'll try to remember to grab them.
Yeah, and if you can't find it, it's real easy to find. You can type in 1933 Soldier Field Bell Worship, or just 33 Bell or Moloch.
Yeah, to like one of the points I was making actually in my stream about what does the Bible say about the earth or whatever. It's like it's very interesting that everything, it's like whether take that the scriptures are fake or that it's allegorical, whatever it is, right? It's like it's interesting that the story, the cosmology they told everyone is literally the exact opposite of what the scriptures say. Like I didn't realize this actually, but the scriptures actually say that heaven is finite. So it's like, oh, well, they say it's infinite expansion and that it's not closed. They literally just took the creation story and inverted it. So, like, why? Why would they do that if it's just completely fake? Why would they? We now know they lied about the Ursa. So why would they craft their lie to be that of the opposite of, I don't know. That just seems weird to me.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's like the deep is frozen, but they say it's a melting core, right?
Exactly, bro. They did everything is like the opposite. It's like to almost like a funny degree. It's really crazy.
I heard something yesterday. I think it was in the video that you were playing on your stream with it. He said, if the Bible was written to control humanity, why is it hidden from so many people? Like it's 52 countries or something like that don't even allow it to be read or brought into or something. So how can it be?
Kingdom in Context commented that, and I put it up on the screen. Yeah, the Bible's banned in 52 countries, and it says that we live in an enclosed system with a loving, almighty creator. And so, yeah, and it was actually just a trick to deceive people. It doesn't actually make sense. But I don't know. Honestly, what I found is when it comes to like those scriptures, it's not like a logical argument that people present. It's really like this emotional, visceral reaction type of thing. So, yeah, you're not really gonna have logical debates about it oftentimes.
No, especially when you look at the evidence of what we can see regarding the scriptures and what they're describing of past events. And we look on to this plane and we see that past events actually happened and we actually have proof of them. For example, Sodom and Gomorrah. If you think that happened by coincidence, that just some meteorites struck that specific region that was described in the Bible, that was destroyed through sulfur fire, and you find these sulfur balls, I mean, I can't help you, literally. I mean, if you want to be that blind, then be that blind. That's a choice, really, to dismiss obvious information.
Well, this is why Harvard has a Bible college, right? Because of its historical value. They don't have a Harry Potter college, right? So, like, if someone doesn't believe the Bible's real or all the claims are real, that's cool. The debate should be like, look, it's a historical book. It's a Hebrew history, and it's historically accurate in many ways. And you would concede that the man referred to in modern times as Jesus, Yeshua, he existed, but you would have to deny obviously that he rose from the dead and stuff like that. But to just say everything in it's wrong, it's like when I debate anti-flat earthers, and just because the words come out of my mouth, but they must disagree. It actually makes people want to look into the Bible more, right? I mean, it's like, it's just crazy. It's like you have to admit the historical accuracy of the text is pretty overwhelming, and if you can't do that, then you just come off disingenuous, in my opinion.
Here's one that's really, really intriguing. Please, guys, please look into this. Everyone speaks about, especially flat earthers, they speak about the sun standing still. And we talk about if the earth was rotating and it suddenly stopped. We all speak of that. And we all speak of the sulfur that can be found in Sodom and Gomorrah. But there's one thing we're missing about that sun stopping. And that's that there were more stones that came from heaven and killed the enemy than the sword of Israel that day. So were those hailstones that melted away? Or were those stones we could find just like those sulfur balls? That's been one thing that's really been puzzling me.
No, that's crazy.
And, you know, were there messengers or angels with slingshots or, you know, how did that work? You know what I mean?
Here's some more info along the biblical evidence. There was a guy named Ron Wyatt actually found where he thinks where they crossed the Red Sea, and there was actually glass in the sand where it's, you know, because the Bible talks about a pillar of fire by day and a cloud, or a pillar of cloud by day and a fire by night, and how there was a area that he found that the sand was like melted into glass, and then on the other side, on the Israel side of the thing, or of the crossing, is there's a two, like I think it, like I don't know, I hate to use the word obelisk, but I don't know how else to say it, but almost like standing stones that the people say that Solomon had put there to show where the crossing of the Red Sea was, and also that they found chariot wheels in the water in that same location, which would back up what it talks about the Egyptians being washed away in the water. And then, and honestly, this one's another crazy one, but the Turkish government actually recognizes it as this. He also found where Noah's Ark was.
Yes.
And you can actually find this on Google Earth, so go there. And the Turkish government obviously believed him, and that's actually it's a national park now, where it's located. And just Google Earth Noah's Ark, and you can see it.
But Paul, it's just all a coincidence, you know, that we have all the things lining up with scripture that we can find. It's just all a coincidence, you know, that it just, you know, it's a coincidence. It happens, you know, happens to be that the Bible aligns with historical evidence. It's just coincidence, you know.
Well,
But
this
don't
takes
trust
me
the
back.
Bible.
This takes me back to
real quick. Let me just respond to something you already said, Paul. The cloud by day.
Go ahead.
The cloud, something you just said just now. The cloud by day and fire by night. That thing.
Yeah.
That was a classic Egyptian war tactic to move their army around. There'd be a pillar in the front of the army, and then they would always know where to go. So like they could have just been rocking that, and also, you know, Moses could display to everyone where to go.
Well, how do you explain the sand turned to glass?
How much of it?
From what I saw in the video, it was a lot. It wasn't just it was a. I mean, it had to be pretty superheated to be able to melt sand and turn it into glass.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, all the glass thing.
Hey, Jeremy, flounders are called Moses fish in the Middle East. You
Yeah,
ever seen
I'm
a
just saying
flounder?
that
Have
thing,
you ever
that
seen a
pillar of
flounder?
fire,
That's crazy.
like that pillar of fire thing. That was something that was around at that time, and they were using. So,
And by the way, not only these big events from biblical scripture is something you can find out to be true. There's actually a whole community of people who you know, dedicated their life of researching and excavating proof that lines up with biblical history or with what is written in the scripture. There's like a whole entire fleet of what is a specific term for people who dig up things?
Archaeologists.
Yeah, exactly. So they dedicate their life into literally giving you the proof that so many people need, you know. But still, even the thing is, like I always say, even if the truth in flesh would stand in front of some people a second time, which will never happen, okay? God forgive me if I'm saying something wrong, but I'm saying if he would be there in front of certain people and doing the things he did once again as miracles, there would be still people saying this guy is working with, I don't know, demons. He needs to be killed. He's crazy. This can't be true, and so forth. So it is. Faith is really not about proof. It isn't.
Well, let me give you some archaeological evidence for Jesus' time. They've actually found archaeological evidence of Pontius Pilate. There's been writings and I think even a coin, if I remember off the top of my head, that showed that Pontius Pilate was a real person. They actually found the tomb of the high priest. I think it was who I can't. It actually says it in the scripture. I can't think of his name, but they actually found his tomb in Israel. So it backs up what the scripture says. So there is archaeological evidence across the spectrum for what's going on in the Bible. And most scholars think Paul was a historical, that his letters were history. That it was really written by a guy named Paul that actually lived and wrote letters to these people. So go ahead.
Yeah, and another thing, every year new things are being discovered, digged out and puzzled together, so to say, as evidence. Like, it's not like they stopped at a certain point or something. It's still people finding more evidence day by day, so to say. And the thing is, there's a distinctive reason why there is a specific verse telling us that there will be no excuse at the end of time, because from his creation, from all the things you can see around you, would also be including the things other people have seen around them and literally finding it. There's no excuse for you at the end of time saying, oh, I couldn't see that this is a created place and that there must be an author and that he probably wrote down what he did and so forth. No, there is no excuse.
That circles back to what I said before. If SD's still here, Christianity is an evidence-based faith. It's an evidence-based belief. It's not a blind faith, no evidence base. I don't know if SD's still here, but it's still good to say. We were talking about the difference between belief and knowledge earlier today.
Yeah, I personally think, even if I would be not aware of these things, but the very reason what he did for me in my life is enough reasons to praise him and just to be faithful, because I think it's also not good if you are only faithful because you see things all the time, right? Or because you have everything literally in front of you every time. But I understand what you mean. Yeah, Christianity is not just making big claims without evidence to back it up. I mean, let's say the word of the Most High is not just a story. It is actually provable history. Even though I don't like that word so much, but yeah, actually that fits. It is his story, beginning with creation in itself. And looking even deeper into it, especially with the geocentric biblical cosmology, you will find out that it easily debunks the heliocentric model, which is completely, utterly upside down craziness compared to biblical Hebrew cosmology.
Is there any evidence of this Tower of Babel? I just had a really weird thought.
What's the thought?
The thought is, all these other practices are ascension by works. and not faith. And I just
wait. Can you say that again? Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
ascension by works and not faith.
What specifically?
Well, like an evolution of consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
And I wondered if the Tower of Babel was some sort of, maybe analogous. I don't know.
No, there was a guy who thought he could build a tower up to heaven.
Which is ridiculous, obviously. Especially that. I mean, it's just that sounds ridiculous to me. I don't know about you.
Well, actually, if you read some of the extra biblical books, which not necessarily all Christians think of or look at, there was more going on than just him building a tower to heaven. I think I can't remember which one it was, but it actually said that he wanted to go up there and kill God and set up his own gods up there. So there was that concept that he was doing. You don't see that necessarily in the scripture, but what it says in the scripture is basically they want to make a name for themselves, which kind of seems to allude to something to that effect. Make them try to reach up to heaven to be like the Most High God, And then God says, "Nope, that ain't happening." And confuse the language.
That's why we are 100% sure, or I'm 100% sure at least, that no rocket is going anywhere. They go up and down. That's it. Like an airplane.
Well, I was just going to mention to Austin, he's probably gone now, but I was just going to mention that the latest Mind Unveiled video is it's all about the the orphan trains and all that. It's about the most comprehensive video I've ever seen on that subject, and the gist of it is basically that we were sort of made as a lesser being, if you will. Doesn't live as long, has all kinds of issues. I don't know. You have to watch it. I'll have to watch it.
What is a lesser being?
Well, just like, because that's the kind of gist of it anyway. Sort of that we were made sort of lesser as a more of maybe a worker bee kind of thing. So,
can I give you I want to give you a bit of a scriptural Christian mindset, or I guess more to say my mindset.
Please do.
You talk about evolution of consciousness. It's like you're just from what you said, that means you're moving from this lower state to a higher state, and you're almost becoming like a god.
Well, exactly. That's why I said it. Yeah.
But here's the thing: the Christian, I think, if I go from what the scripture says, which Travis disagrees, but the Bible says that we are made in the image of God, which means in the very beginning, we had this element of a divine nature, but ultimately something happened to it. We wanted to do it our way, do it the way we wanted to do it. We wanted not the way God wanted it, and we disobeyed that command. And so the very thing that we were given, in a sense, we gave up. And now you're saying we're longing to try to get that back, but we can't. We can't get it back. It's marred. It's gone.
For reference point, yeah, we are made in his likeness and his image, but that doesn't mean that he, as being the potter, he gives the clay the same characteristics of what he is. I mean, if you would be, and it's hard to say, actually, I don't want to put it this way, but I don't know any other way of explaining it. But if you would create all things the way he did, he's the author of all things. He's the author of everything that ever came into existence and that ever will be existent. He would limit. He would definitely set up frames and also rules for the things he creates, especially for the most precious creation, which is humans. we are the most precious creation within his creation, right? That's why we have all dominion over the animals, for example. And he loves us so much, he loves the world so much that he sent his only son, right? I mean, I personally would not love the world to send my son to die. I wouldn't, I wouldn't have the love for the world. But he has so much love for his beloved ones, that he would do such things, right? But again, what I'm trying to say is we are the clay, and what is important is the only thing that the creator can do in order to form you into what you should be in his likeness, what he has imagined since the beginning of you coming into existence, is for you needing to be clay in a metaphorical way. He needs to be able to form you. But if you already decided to harden up like a unformed block of clay that just dried up in the sun, there's not much he can do with you anymore. Doesn't mean that you can't revert it. You can always put yourself in to be humble before him, and he can form you again. But that's how I see the world. There are people who can be formed, and then there are people who decide to not be formed. As a metaphorical description.
Well, Alan Watts made the argument that such a wise being wouldn't leave such a book because it would atrophy the reasoning faculties of his creation, just as Google is today. Nah, I don't know. I mean, Alan Watts was a Catholic priest, and he was a drunk, but he was awesome to listen to. But
That
yeah,
doesn't make sense to me. What does that mean?
Sorry?
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
What?
It would atrophy. What does that mean?
Well, just as Google is today, the reasoning faculties, nobody can think for themselves. Nobody can think anymore. They just type it in, and there it is.
Oh,
okay.
So that's what my brother says this to me. He always says when I talk about the Messiah, he always says, "Oh, now you have the book, and there's no responsibility anymore. You don't need to think for yourself. You don't need to you just completely give up for this world and so forth." And yeah, it's kind of true. Yes, I am not a part of this world anymore. My kingdom is not this kingdom. I do not belong here. I want to be with the Messiah in eternity. That's the truth. Yes, I'm not a pleaser of this world anymore. And I'm actually also not pleased by the world. But trust me, once you try to be even more disconnected from the ways of the world, then you will realize, it has nothing to do with not being able to think for yourself. It's the complete opposite. Once you start getting closer to the Most High, you see where the battle begins, and you see where you need to have an armor by the Most High, and a strength and a knowledge about the scripture and about the way how you can defend yourself in the world, how you can navigate to stay on the narrow path, because there will be a lot of wars, mentally, also physically sometimes. And no, repenting is not an easy I just say one prayer and that's it thing. Okay, it is a constant war until you leave this flesh. And if you don't have a battle going on in your life, if there's no battle at all, then I would be a bit scared, because that's kind of weird when the world is not really attacking you in any kind of way and you're not really battling anything, because it's just just the flesh itself, which is of the world, right? It was made out of the substance that it once will be digested back into, so to say. I mean, when the flesh is being put to death, it will go back into the earth and, you know, be dissolved and whatnot. Just the flesh alone, to fight against the very thing, like the things that come forth out of your heart, for example, that requires a lot of self-responsibility. So no, when you're a Bible lover, when you're saved, when you work for the glory, when he works through you for the glory of the Most High and His kingdom, you definitely have a lot of responsibility to carry. I think living in the world and just going with the big highway of which everyone is on, many people are on, sorry, that is an easy task, you know. Just sin is not existent, doing what you want, do what thy will is, you know, like the Satanists want you to do. Man, that's no struggle. I mean, everyone can do that.
I don't think that's really what he was. I don't think, like, so from what I understand, the argument is that similar to Google, how instead of having to figure things out on your own, you can just go type any question you have into Google. Any type of being that was that intelligent wouldn't leave the book with all the answers in it, because then it would result in atrophy. I think that's a terrible argument, though. I think that's like kind of laughable. Like, actually, the scriptures say, "Hold steadfast and prove all things to be true." It shows you many things and answers many questions, but not all of them with specificity. And there's a ton of different like mysteries to still have to figure out. And in fact, it gives you a proper guideline to go figure them out. So to me, that argument is just intellectually incorrect. I don't. You can also just look at the world to prove it's incorrect. Look at the people that are, for example, atheists. Generally speaking, they have much less profound thought, right? They actually are much less profound. So I don't see how it would be beneficial for people to not have some type of guideline. I mean, I understand the argument. I just don't. I think that's just kind of it's kind of a grasp at straws argument, in my opinion. I think that if for you to truly excel in knowledge, having some foundation of understanding to apply to the world to then begin to understand it is going to be significantly more beneficial than having nothing. I think atrophy would actually occur quicker in the first scenario.
Well, I did, make the comment after that it was an ex-Catholic priest and a drunk. So, but fun to listen to nonetheless.
Yeah.
Did he die in that state?
Yeah, he died pretty early, about 52, something like that.
That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing a lot of acid and all, so.
Well, you see what I'm saying? That oftentimes, like an atheistic approach actually typically yields much less profound results. Like, if you try to talk about very deep metaphysical, philosophical ideas with atheist materialists, you're going to hit a wall very quickly, where they simply can't even entertain the profundity of many ideas. So,
well, yeah, I mean, I think I really wouldn't want to put my words in his mouth, but I think he was, that more modern. Even though I'm talking about the 60s now, the 50s, it was definitely more with an Eastern flavor and more this new age stuff where it's like, I am God. It's that kind of situation. So
acid will do that to you, man. Seriously, bro. Seriously, I took acid when I was younger, and when I was tripping, I had this like weird God complex where I literally believed that I had discovered the fact that I had manifested the world that I experienced. That I chose my parents, I chose my current stature, I chose to be in a position that struggles at this moment. I believed that I had unlocked the key to reality. That in fact you chose the reality that you experience, and that once you step out of it, you just see this blank canvas, and that's what reality is. And you're painting in it with your own mind. I actually thought that I actually thought that I had this like epiphany, right? So I don't find it surprising at all if someone takes a lot of LSD that they think that way, because that seems to be the common denominator there.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I certainly wouldn't call him an atheist anyway. But yeah, I always like the sort of Zen idea that there's a bit of a cosmic joke in that all spiritual seekers, ultimately, the plight of all spiritual seekers is that they're searching for something that they already have, and that's why the master says, "I've got nothing to teach you," to the student, and the student's like, "Nah, I know there's something." So he hangs around and sweeps up. And he's like,
Like
"Look,
right
I
now,
told you."
Jason in the
Yeah.
chat talking about his misunderstanding of the scriptures, but I wasn't even talking about specifically the Bible. I'm talking about the lack of profundity coming from an atheistic, materialistic point of view. As in, you cannot even
Right.
truly establish like even profound implications philosophically, because ironically, being a materialist, if you have some type of philosophical worldview, that's a contradiction. But yeah, but anyway, I'm just saying, like, an empiricism is also stupid, which is that all knowledge derives from our senses and experiments. But that's a philosophy that obviously stems from something other than that. So empiricism, self-contradictory. I'm just trying to make a broader point here. I do find it entertaining when atheists pretend they have a moral high ground over the creator, but simultaneously, being atheists, they have to claim there is no such thing as objective morality. So yeah, it's just kind
Right.
of like it's a really contradictory position for someone to be in. I don't know how someone does that, but whatever.
Yeah, I think it may have also been Alan Watts who said there's no more pious people than atheists.
So the thing is, when you harden up,
Alan
as
Watts. Alan Watts was just a drunk womanizer.
when you
Yeah,
harden up,
I did say that, Daslow.
when you are hardened as a person, when your heart is hardened to stone, and you close yourself up towards the creator, and you're not seeking truth, and you're not seeking him, you tend to go into a thinking pattern of making yourself sitting on the throne of righteousness. You make yourself the judge, and you think that by your standards of what you in your life have experienced, you can determine what a creator has to be and what he should not be, and also what his actions should be and what his actions shouldn't be. And trust me, when you're in that position, then you can be sure that your father can't do anything with you, because you're definitely not humble, because you're putting yourself above his works. Because the created being cannot go out and say, why you did that, why you do this, why I can't accept this because you're not lining up with my with my expectations of what I think you should be as my creator. So no, I need to dismiss you. And see, that's the sad thing. Before you actually get into a relationship and understand who that creator is, and understand that he's a very loving, that he is actually the embodiment of the truth, the way, and the life. He is everything. You already choose death.
Yeah, the last time I
Before you-
looked this up, I think it was 7% of the world. Only 7% of the world is atheist. But in these circles, we get a very high percentage of them. So I'm specifically addressing this to those people. Out of the people that critique the scriptures, but there are many of them that aren't atheists, right? So I'm not addressing this to them, but those who are atheists that critique the scriptures, the vast majority of their arguments are based on moral claims. They claim, they like make jokes about the stuff in the scriptures, and they never understand them. They never actually know what they're talking about. But it doesn't matter. They say like they cast moral judgment onto the creator or to the scriptures, right? Because they wouldn't consider it the creator, and they're not allowed to do that. Their own position has rendered or like their worldview has rendered their position incapable of moral high grounds, right? Like literally. Because if you claim that there is no creation, then there is no moral objectivity. You must claim there is no moral objectivity, which means that you cannot present in the form of an argument any type of like moral claim, because your claim is just subjective in that situation. They'll never address this. Now, if you want to say that you do think there's a moral objectivity, you certainly can't be an atheist. And if you are, and you please enlighten us, what put the morally objective standard into place? I mean, therefore you're gonna have to invoke some type of intelligent design, right? So I don't know. I just don't know why this goes overlooked so much. It's the atheists are the most like arrogant people regarding moralities, like as their argument, but then they actually can't do that according to their own position. So I hope I'm making sense, right? If you're claiming you're an atheist, you can't morally judge some type of religion because you're claiming there is no objective morality. Therefore, you have no foundation for your argument in your own worldview.
And the creator even addresses this problem, you know, when the creation itself starts to, you know, put themselves into the judgment seat of deciding what a creator ought to be and what not ought to be, right? And it says in Isaiah 45:9, "Woe to him who strive with his maker. Let the potsherd strive with the potsherds of the earth. Shall the clay say to him who forms it, what are you making? Or shall your handiwork say, he has no hands? Woe to him who says to his father, what are you begetting? Or to the woman, what have you brought forth? Thus saith the Lord, the Holy One of Israel and his Maker. Ask me of things to come concerning my sons and concerning the work of my hands you commanded me. I have made the earth and created man on it. My hands stretched out the heavens, and all the host I have commanded. I have raised him up in righteousness, and I will direct all his ways. He shall build my city and let my exiles go free, not for price nor reward, says the Lord of hosts. So there will be no fruit in putting yourself as the creation that you are. Everyone in here is a creation. I am included. No one is excluded. We are all in the frame of his painted picture and all the laws that he has put upon that frame. And there's no escaping out of it other than through the one who is the finished work by his hands, which is the truth, the way, and the life, the Messiah who was crucified. Everything is his work. We need to accept that. There's nothing we have contributed into his work. There is indeed nothing we can contribute into his work. Even if he works through you, which brings forth great fruit, it is still his work. And you shall praise him by his work. Because it was his work and decision to first of all save you. And then his work to bring forth a fruit out of the person he has made new, right? So everything that happens is always his work. And his greatest finished work is knowing that he finished the work in order for you to be in eternity forever and not to pay for your own sin. That's essentially it. So don't think that you can put yourself into the judgment seat of saying, this is a creator that I can accept. Because if you already do that, there's no way he can work with you. There's no way he can reach you because you're putting yourself in complete defense state that is even possible. Like, but again, I don't know.
People are funny now.
Yeah, I know these type of people. They always do that. But there is no substance into talking with them. Even if you give them good arguments, they end up just mocking and blaspheming most of the time. Even if you come to a point of where they understand, okay, what you're saying is actually true, they will just end up mocking you. And that's when I stand up from the table and go outside, so to say, metaphorically, because I don't need to sit on a table with mockers and scoffers, not able to listen to what I say, for example. Because they just don't want to hear it anyways. There's nothing. The people who are in war against the Creator, no matter what you're going to give them as a sentence, as a sufficient answer, it will never be pleasing to their ears. Especially when it's the truth. The truth will never be pleasing to their ears. If you say lies about the gospel, about the Creator, you would say like, sin is not that important, and it's actually like an old kind of way of looking at it, and you can like look at this new age kind of stuff and blah blah blah. Everything that is pleasing to the ears of someone who is in war against the Creator will be something that goes directly against Scripture, that goes against the message of the cross. These people, first of all, need to change something within their own state of being, that they understand that they are the creation, that they have no control over their own heartbeat. No one has. If you realize this, you're on a good way. If you realize, okay, let me actually think about that. I have something in my inner body that is the only reason why I can actually breathe, smell, eat, talk, is that one thing all is dependent on, which is the heart. Who is the one responsible for giving me a heartbeat? Am I in control of that heartbeat? And then when you build upon these questions, you can find the truth. The truth is that He is the author of all things, and that He is in control, and that you have no authority to sit in the judgment seat of saying, this is what the Creator should be, what He should say, what He should do. No, you don't have that authority. But by His love, by His grace.
I always like. Sorry, Clay. I always like the.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm finished.
I always like that Solzhenitsyn quote that said something like, "Everything you add to the truth subtracts from the truth." I really like that. It really resonates with me. And if you go back, as far as I've researched anyway, to the farthest traditions that I could find, well, the spiritual traditions are all the same. In fact, it's said that any differences aren't even worth mentioning. From the Brahmins to the Druids to the Magi. And by the way, the Magi seems to be cognate with rabbi. And so this seems to be very different. I've got a little thing actually I'd like to post as well. This etymology of this word mag. Where we get like words like magistrate and magnificent and probably magician.
They just never know what they're talking about, man. It's crazy. So like he's saying that the Bible's saying that it's okay to own people is wrong and stuff. Like the Bible like condones slavery, basically. Like the 7th grade level regurgitation of anti-Bible rhetoric. The Bible says that if you take a man against his will and put him into slavery, that you should be put to death. But they run around saying that the Bible condones slavery. When in reality, what it says is if that someone can't provide for themselves, that you have a moral obligation to offer them a deal where you pay for all their stuff and give them money up front and help them to provide for themselves and their family, and they can work it off. And no matter how much you give them, after 7 years, you have to let them go, right? Like they don't have to work for you anymore, even if they still owe you money, and that you have to treat them just as good or better than the rest of your family. That's what it actually says.
Is that the same for females?
Yes, yeah, it's the same for anyone. And females aren't even made to do physical labor in the scriptures.
And you know what the paradoxon in all of this is? People who say even though you just quoted this, right, showing that slavery is not a good thing in the way we as carnal minds, especially in the times we live in nowadays, think about it. Still, if you look at your own life and look at the system you are born into, you have been given an ID, you have been given a pass, which you need to travel from one country to the other. You will always be observed traveling. You cannot just go to, I cannot just fly to America, for example, without everything being tracked automatically because I need to check in. They look at my background. I have a pass and so forth. Everything looking at the system in detail just suggests that you have been born as a slave already. Okay, so if I look at the past years, 2 years, for example, what I have seen in people bowing down their heads to their governments, which have replaced the freedom that you would find in the creator, in a relationship with the creator, for example, and made the government be the ultimate authority for many people, especially even over their own flesh. Like, people decided to mess with their blood because the government said so. That shows that these people have a slave mentality, and they are indeed slaves. So what is more important? To know who you are the slave of, because I know who I'm a slave of. I'm a slave for the Most High, the one who is life, the one who is the king of all kingdoms. And to be a slave of this is pure freedom, because we know how he treats the slaves, so to say. And it is not just a metaphor. He doesn't even, you're not a slave once you're saved. It's actually the opposite. He cuts the chains of this slave satanic kingdom we have been all born into. And what I'm saying is not a lie. We can all see it. We can all experience it.
Could I make a comment about last night's? I know it maybe changed the subject a little bit about last night's YouTube with Austin with biblical cosmology.
Yeah.
Yeah, I find it fascinating that when Omar Trabeau, who I think has some of those slides that Austin used, which I use. He's the Philadelphia a Christian church, Church of the Hebrews in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He has some slides up there during his 2018 5-part 6-hour presentation that he did on biblical cosmology. And he had a slide up there had a picture of the solar system, the Milky Way galaxy. And he showed the picture up there and he went, when I look at the Milky Way galaxy, I see murder. And all the things that he could have said, he said murder. And I thought that was so fascinating. Then he went into the audience and said, I see murder because a brother can kill a brother. He's a black minister. A brother can kill a brother and it's okay. A woman can abort their child and it's okay. A man could become a woman and a woman can become a man and it's okay. He said this in 2018. And I find his little talk about moral relativism and about Nietzsche saying we've killed God. And you talk about atheists, atheists, they say they don't believe in God, but we killed God a long time ago with deism, with our founding fathers. We killed God a long time ago. And every time we go into outer space, we kill God a little bit further. And so I find the whole biblical cosmology thing absolutely fascinating. I actually came to our stationary topographical plane before I understood Genesis 1. But then when I understood Genesis 1 a few months ago in March, everything came to life. Genesis 1 tells us we don't live on a ball. Genesis 1 says tiny invisible microbes don't exist that cause illness, disease, and death. And Genesis 1 says after its own kind 7 times. So it debunks evolution too. So Satan has told us to hide God. Satan has hid us from God by not allowing us to read even Genesis 1. I find it fascinating that so many people, Christians included, don't want to look at Genesis 1 because it would take away their ball, it would take away their fake invisible microbes, and it would take away any evolution they believe in or adaptation. So everything's just really fascinating. It's just really when you listen to Austin and you do your own research, it's just really interesting how things open up. And Omar Trabeau said during one of his 5-part series, he says if with the shape of the earth or with the earth, if you can understand God at this basic level, that what you walk on is not a globe, if you can understand God at this most basic level, God will take you where you never thought you could go before. He'll take you there because he appreciates the fact that you understand him and his creation at this most basic level. I find that 5-part series so illuminating and so awesome that a black young preacher out of Philadelphia could tell so many truths. I applaud him, and I applaud anybody who watches him. Thanks.
I just wanted to say thank you, man, for the great conversations you had on. I think it was on the Cosmology Tartaria server. Like, I like these 2 times I've watched so far. Once you talked again with Matthew, and the other time I think it was who was the other guy? I think some young guy.
Yeah, Matthew was a great pleasure on Tartaria with biblical cosmology and on Geo's server with just regular flat versus globe. It was really fun. I can't stop. I can't stop at 2 hours. I have to go 4, 5, or 6 because I have so much material on those things. And
Hey, True.
Go ahead, sir.
True Earth. Check out Vincent Rhodes. He's another black preacher who's a flat earther, and he's a lot of fun to watch. I've been following him for a few years now.
Rhodes.
Correct.
Thank you. I'll look into that. It's interesting how I just find this whole biblical cosmology thing fascinating because Christians have been indoctrinated since age 5, like everybody has, and I said this before, and I'll be real quick. And thanks for listening. I think Christians run around thinking that God somewhere is going to illuminate the fact they don't live on a ball either through prayer or through experience. They'll go outside and go, "Hey, we don't live on a ball," or God will tell them through prayer they don't live on a ball. God told us in Genesis 1, the very first chapter of the very first book of his Bible, of his owner's manual to us. We have an owner's manual for the car, owner's manual to us, that we don't live on a ball, that tiny invisible microbes do not cause illness, disease, and death, and that evolution is debunked. But Christians don't want to look at the first 2. Christians kind of say, evolution, blah, 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 dinosaurs, no, no, no. But they look at their ball and they go, thank you. They look at their little tiny invisible microbes and they go, yes, I got sick. I caught something. I spread something. And they never think that God would not have created those little tiny invisible microbes because Satan cannot create anything. Only God can. God said in the first 5 days he saw that it was good. At the end of the 6th day, God saw that it was very good. That did not include tiny invisible microbes. I'm sorry, folks. Get over your tiny invisible microbes. Get over the fact that you caught or spread something, and get over the fact that God and realize that God created the perfect healing mechanism called the human body. When you get sick, it is your human body's way of getting healthy again. We need to think differently, like we thought differently about the earth and what the ground we walked on. Thank you.
Also, True Earth, check out James Toure, Toure. He's a bona fide doctor of synthetic chemistry, and he's a Christian, and he talks about speciation and all sorts of really cool stuff on a high level. He even interviews like a lot of professors from prolific institutes like Harvard and such. You might find him interesting.
Thank you. I think I will. It's just this last thing, and I'll get off. Thanks for listening to me. I think this whole thing, I think all of Austin's stuff that he's doing on YouTube is awesome. I love his debates. And I tell people to go to Austin. Austin gets it all the time. I tell them to give some money to it on Cash App because it's free. It's not like YouTube that takes 30% away. Plus they tax as well. And so you know, when I gave some money on YouTube, and it's just like I got my bill, and then I read up, and YouTube takes 30%. So they take 30% of $100. So you give $100 to whoever you want to give it to. That person gets $70. YouTube gets 30, and then they tax you 8%. So you spend $108, and the person that you want to give it to gets 70 of it, and tax gets $8, and YouTube gets 30. That's insane. I didn't know that. So if you're going to give money to, and I hope you do, for Austin and his wife and their new baby, give it to Cash App. Don't do YouTube. Don't do it, because Cash App, that gets to Austin's pocket and Kai's pocket and their baby. Give it that way, please. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, YouTube sucks, man. When people send like big super chats, I'm like, damn, that's hard to see, man. That's hard to watch.
All my extra money goes to Nathan Oakley. Sorry, Wits.
Oh, good.
All my extra money goes into food. Yeah. Man, I love food.
I can't.
Are we giving out? Are we giving out money? My 3-year-old's eating me out of house and home. Send some my way.
One last thing, and I've been thinking about this, so forgive me. I'll be real quick. There's a college up in Sherman, Texas, about an hour and a half north of Dallas, called Austin College. It costs $44,000 a year to go there. $44,000 a year to go get indoctrinated. We have a guy by the name of Austin that doesn't require any money for all the time he puts in. He asks us to hit the like button once in a while, so it helps his algorithms, but he doesn't ask for money. So we go up to Austin College in Sherman, Texas, spend $44,000 to get indoctrinated. We have a guy by the name of Austin that works really hard and gives me personally information that I never knew about. Michelson, Morley, Eddington, Picare, Einstein. I had no idea, none whatsoever, none. And
That's true.
And the ether and all that stuff. I had no idea. I had no idea about electrostatics. I just figured things went boom, boom because of gravity, 9.18 meters per second squared. I had no idea about that stuff. I had no idea that you could get rid of gravity, little g, and replace it with A. I had no idea that you could go A equal 10 meters per second squared and not even break a sweat. All you had to do is drop a tennis ball in a garage, and you could figure out 10 meters per second squared, and you didn't have to try to get close to 9.81 meters per second squared. You could just do it right then, and we didn't have to know about all this crap that a scientist told us. We could do it ourselves. I find that truly amazing. And when I tell people that it's acceleration, height, velocity, and distance, or what just 4 simple things, they go because they believe in gravity so much. Gravity exists so people and water don't fall off the side and bottom of a spinning ball. That's what gravity is there for. That's it. So if somebody's going to give $44,000 a year to go to Austin College in Sherman, Texas, and get indoctrinated, give a few bucks to our Austin College, who's right here.
Yeah, that's true. And I do appreciate you too, Austin, all the work you put in and everything you do coming on here, sharing the truth and beating down the Globers left and right. I mean, it's awesome, dude. I appreciate it.
And what Austin is doing with his new baby, staying out of the allopathic medicine, which is a ghoul organization Rockefeller and Carnegie bought, started in 1902. Flexner, 400